men come for a variety of different reasons. Performance, stuff like that. It's definitely something that could be sorted out.
You don't want to know in the session that it's been sorted out yet, do you? You want them to go home and tell you rather than
Exactly.
You don't want to see the physical evidence of that.
No, exactly. You don't know.
Today's guest absolutely blows my mind in as close to a literal sense as can be. Chris Hughes is a hypnotist from Oxfordshire who once hypnotized over 1 million people across 130 countries at once, all online of course. Check out Social Trance for that on YouTube and type his name, Chris Hughes, followed by hypnotist, into Google to find his Wikipedia page, his official website where you can book appointments with him, and his Twitter where he's very active. Chris has also showcased his modern approach to hypnosis across several BBC channels and other prominent TV stations. And what he specializes in is hypnotherapy, which uses hypnosis to help tweak people's subconscious. That's my understanding of it, at least. I can imagine him listening to this back and going, no, you've got it wrong, but hopefully that's about right. He'll cure your phobia of spiders. He'll help you quit smoking. He'll help you lose weight. He's a firm believer that, yes, talking is great for talking's sake and can make you feel better, but hypnosis is the real gem that can cut to the root cause, cut to the source. I'm not sure which of those is the right expression, and sort you out. I went into this a little bit sort of skeptical or maybe excited as what I saw as theatrics, but he started to win me over to hypnotherapy, which, as he says, is always the last resort. We never think of that as a course of action. I suppose we think of Jafar from Aladdin, we think of the Snake in the Jungle Book, and it all seems a little, cartoonish. But Chris has an office on the reputable medical district of Harley Street, and hypnotism is often listed as a potential treatment on the National Health Service website and other dependable sources. I was also interested in speaking to him to understand a little bit more about what I'd experienced with exorcism. I performed an exorcism, or helped to perform one, for a BBC Three documentary a couple years ago in Argentina, and I found that all the patients, if we can call them that, seemed to be cured of their issues after going through the exorcism. They seemed better. That said, many of them fell back into depression and anxiety and whatever else they were suffering from several months or a year or two later. But it really did work for quite some time as some form of placebo or suggestion, I'm not sure. So I was keen to ask Chris about that. So sent him a link, which you can find as well on BBC iPlayer or YouTube. Just type Andrew Gold Exorcism and you'll find it. We'll talk about that and how hypnotism works, how it can help people, and the ethics around hypnotists using what they've learned on their children to get them to do their chores. I also asked what pushed him to get into hypnotism, but inexplicably left that bit until the last question, so we're sort of doing it all backwards today. I've got some news. I have a website for the podcast. I've been bleating on about my Twitter and Instagram for months, as you already know, so it's probably tattooed into the recesses of your mind right now, but @AndrewGold_OK is how you'll find me on Twitter and Instagram. Facebook, just type On the Edge with Andrew Gold and you'll find a little Facebook page. And that's important because that's where you're going to find the videos, little teasers I put out. They're like a minute or two long. And if you're not into social media, now you can go to andrewgoldpodcast.com. Pretty easy website name, andrewgoldpodcast.com. And that has a little blog with, I'll have some thoughts after every episode that I'll write down. And it's got the video teasers, which is particularly important in this episode because the main teaser or trailer is Chris performing a light form of hypnosis or something or rather on me, some sort of example. He got me to get a string with a weight on it ready for the interview. So it's actually quite active and important for you to see the video. We've got it on audio, so you'll hear it. But go to andrewgoldpodcast.com or andrewgold_OK on the Twitter and the Instagram and all that, and you'll find that little video. But for now, I've just asked Chris, who I'm proud to say has become a bit of a mate since recording this because he's such a nice and helpful guy. But I've just asked him about how hypnotists are faring in COVID times.
I'm not as busy as I would have normally been. It's quite difficult to see people at the moment because nobody really wants to spend any time with you in a room. So anything you kind of do is virtual. There's a lot of virtual stuff. So you have somebody lying on a bed, and then literally you're you're talking to them via WhatsApp, hoping that you don't get disconnected, because obviously if you've hypnotized somebody and they're lying on their bed and suddenly you lose the connection, you can't just say, hey, do you mind ringing me back?
Oh my God, does that happen then? Does it cut out sometimes?
It has happened, but I mean, it's not the end of the world. I mean, I normally, as long as you tell them beforehand that, if I vanish, then you're just going to open your eyes and bring me back,
And what if you don't do that?
Well, they'll just fall asleep, and then you have to try again another time.
That's quite funny. That's a funny thing, actually, because I've always wondered, whenever I've seen a hypnotist like on stage or something on TV, they often do something like they'll talk about, a word's going to enter your mind now. And everybody in the audience seems to have the same word, which is amazing. But I'm at home watching it on TV and I'm not getting that at all. So I was wondering, does it work through, what's the reason that it doesn't work for people at home a lot of the time with that stuff?
Well, it depends. It depends what you're referring to. If you're referring to more of a show, as in more of almost a magician hypnotist.
Yeah, I'm thinking Derren Brown.
Okay, there's stuff that isn't on the telly that you don't see. What you have to understand is when you do a show on telly, you can take out the bits that make what happens on the telly look very obvious, without it actually ruining the overall effect. If that makes sense.
Okay.
So there's lots of, it is edited to make it look better, which is why the stuff you tend to see on telly tends to be far better than perhaps you'd see in a theatre, because in a theatre it has to work every time. Whereas if you go out on the street to do something, say you go out on the street and you want to get somebody to forget their name, you could try it with 30 people, right? And eventually you find one person who will actually do it and will forget their name. And that's the only one that ends up on telly, right? You don't see the 29 times it didn't work.
How often does it work? Is it particularly susceptible people?
Well, I mean, the first thing is there's no such thing as hypnosis, right?
Okay. Wow.
That's a funny thing for a hypnotist to say. There's no such thing as hypnosis. As far as I'm concerned, there's no such thing because you can't put electrodes on somebody's head and see how much hypnosis they're doing, right? I can't stand up in court and say, sorry, I murdered the guy. I was hypnotized by my neighbor and just made me do it. You can't do that. What hypnosis is more of a set of things that happens. It's kind of like, well, when you do hypnosis, it's like doing a show. You can't measure the show, but it's made up of lots of pieces. Somebody will sit in a chair, they'll close their eyes, they'll relax, they'll go into a trance. I mean, the word trance is more of a fit. I mean, the word hypnosis comes from the Greek word hypno, which means sleep, right? Nobody goes to sleep when they do this anyway. So the whole word itself makes absolutely no sense at all. And not only does it just keep people thinking that they're going to go to sleep, when actually they're not going to go to sleep. When somebody's dancing around on stage believing they're the best ballerina in the world ever, right? They're not asleep. And when they're sat on a chair and you see them go back into a trance, they're in a trance, but they're not asleep. They're still listening to the ideas and the commands that are being given to them by the hypnotist who's running the show, right? Everything about it pushes people to believe that they're going to go to sleep, right? But they're not going to go to sleep. And this is like a constant battle that, as a hypnotist everybody who's never done it before immediately thinks they're going to sit in a chair and go to sleep. Well, if they're going to go to sleep, I'm going to go down the pub, right? I ain't going to waste my time. There's no point, So hypnosis is more like a trancey state. So I mean, if you've ever stared out of a window at something really nice and just got lost in it, and somebody says like, you say, sorry, I was miles away. Right. Yeah. You're in a trance. You're effectively doing what is known as the hypnotic state, that kind of trancey state, right?
Yeah.
So what's happening is that part of your mind that is open to suggestion is kind of like listening, but your conscious mind is maybe thinking about what you're going to do at the weekend, or it's a bit like when you're in a really boring meeting, right? You find a little spot on the wall and you just stare at it, and then half an hour later you've got no idea what anybody said.
Yeah.
Because you've kind of just zoned out, right? You completely zoned out. But you're essentially in a state of trance. You are in this world the hypnotic sort of.
Right. So shouldn't, in that scenario, this sort of subconscious you have actually heard what they were saying the whole time in the meeting?
How the only way over the 10, 15 years that I've been doing this, the only conclusion I can come to is that your subconscious mind sits in the back and it listens to every single thing that is said to you. And then you also consciously are listening to the stuff as well.
Right.
But the thing is, your subconscious mind will make its own mind up about what you've heard. For example, somebody says something negative about you, right? Negative suggestions, we don't have any defense against a negative suggestion at all. If somebody says something negative about you, your subconscious mind will accept it as being completely true, even if you know consciously it's not. If you had somebody say, you know what, you're a bloody idiot.
You can swear if you want.
You'll spend 2 days going, I'm not an idiot. I know I'm not an idiot. And they're an idiot and they don't know what they're talking about and blah, 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 blah. Because what happens is your subconscious mind accepts it because it's negative and starts to make you feel crap about it, right? And then you then have to fight against what your subconscious mind is making you feel by trying to give it a positive suggestion to make you feel better about it by explaining that actually the reason you're feeling now isn't correct because what they said isn't true. But your subconscious mind doesn't care whether it's true. It just cares that it was negative and has immediately accepted it. If you ever tell a woman something negative, you will not hear the end of it. It doesn't matter whether it could be the smallest little thing. It'll bounce around for days. And it's the same with men. It's the reason why a young girl at the age of 11 will start secondary school. And on her first day, somebody will tell her she's fat and ugly. And by the time she's 14, she's got an eating disorder. Yeah. There was nothing wrong with her. It was the fact it was a negative suggestion.
Right.
And that's the problem. We have no defense against negative suggestions, which is why negative stuff on social media, doesn't matter whether this troll is talking complete rubbish, your subconscious will accept it as being completely true, and you will drive yourself mad about it.
Wow. I suppose that also works with comparison and stuff to other people. So not something negative about you, but something positive about other people can sometimes make us feel, not as good or that kind of thing.
It can do, but again, it depends on how your subconscious mind wants to react to it. The thing is, we don't have, I don't want to make this too much about mental health, but the point is, that as a hypnotherapist, that's all I kind of deal with. But the issue is that, you have no control over what your subconscious does and how it wants to make you feel. I mean, I met a lady a couple of years ago who had a phobia of tortoises, right? And you think, how the hell do you get a phobia of tortoises? How does this even happen, right? At primary school, they had a classroom tortoise, right? And one of the girls picked it up and chased her around the playing field with it, right? That made her feel scared, and her subconscious mind went, right, from now on, we ain't doing tortoises.
Right.
If you look at one, you go near one, you even see a picture of one, I'm going to make you feel so horrible that you're just going to run away from it, right? The thing is, she didn't consciously decide that. That was consciously done by her subconscious. And then she obviously then spends the rest of her life thinking, I'm an idiot. I know they're not going to chase me. I know they're not going to attack me, but I just can't do anything about it. And that's what happens with stuff like this. It's not something you make a decision about. And the other issue is, of course, is that talking about these problems over and over and over again makes absolutely no difference, because what people are telling you is a positive suggestion, and your subconscious mind won't listen to positive suggestions at all. It's a bit like if you've got a friend and they've got a problem, you can sit down with them, you can tell them all the things they need to do to make their life brilliant, and they'll go, yeah, and then they'll do none of it.
Yeah.
Because it's all positive, right?
So your job is to you go into the subconscious, is that right?
It's kind of like that. It's more the fact that when somebody is in this trancey state, the part of their mind that stops them from accepting positive suggestions is bypassed. It's like giving it 50 quid and sending it down the pub, right? It's just not there anymore, right? Which means that when you give them a positive suggestion, for example, tomorrow you're going to wake up and instead of desiring a cigarette, you're just going to have a nice glass of coffee. Maybe that's a positive suggestion. But the thing is, because that part of their mind is bypassed, they then have the ability to accept it. And once they accept it, then that becomes the norm for their subconscious, right? So the next day they wake up in the morning and they go, well, shall I have a cigarette? And their subconscious goes, well, no, there's not a cigarette. We'll have a glass of water or a cup of coffee.
Does it work all the time for people?
You'll always meet people who said, oh, I had a go at it and it didn't work, right? And the reason it didn't work is because they weren't in a state of trance, right? Okay. A lot of hypnotherapists do not take the time to ensure that this person is in a hypnotized state. They're in a trance, right? A lot of them, you'll go in, they'll have a chat with you, they'll put you in the chair, they'll close their eyes, they'll get on with it, they'll say all this stuff, and that person is actually just sat there with their eyes closed. They haven't gone anywhere. They're not in a trance.
They feel too impolite to say anything.
Yeah, they won't say anything. They won't say, oh, all they'll do is at the end go, that was great, thank you, pay the money, walk out and tell everybody it was a total waste of time, right? Yeah. So what I tend to do whenever I do a hypnotherapy session, my consultation lasts an hour. And if I can't stick their hands together, make them forget their name, glue their hand to their leg, because if they're accepting those sort of suggestions, then obviously they're hypnotized, right? They're in a state of trance, right?
Yeah.
So, and if you get that bit right, then it just becomes a tool, right, for them to use to accept positive suggestion. That's all it is. So all those little conversations you have with yourself, God, I wish I'd stopped doing that. And I wish, because the thing is, you're telling yourself to do these things, but your subconscious mind isn't interested. It's not listening because you're telling yourself something positive, right? Yeah. And we can't accept positive suggestion. But you see, when you're in that state, you can accept any positive suggestion you want, and that's the beauty of it. It's not magic. It's literally just in my opinion, it's one of the most underutilized tools that we have to enable people to change in a positive way, and the results can be absolutely life changing. They can just change overnight. It's not magic.
You deal with phobias, smoking habits, weight loss is a big one, or people feel they're overeating.
They are the main things. I mean, it's like weight loss is always a really interesting one because people like turn up and they kind of expect you to suddenly have this magic wand to make them thin, right? Yeah. I don't need to tell an overweight person, somebody who's obese, I don't need to tell them what to do to lose weight, right? Most of them know more about losing weight than me because they've made a lifetime out of this. They've yo-yoed all over the place. They've done all this sort of stuff. And you see, the issue is that when you, for example, do Weight Watchers, what Weight Watchers does is that gives you a set of like conditions. It gives you a set of rules to follow, right? You can only eat this, you can only eat this, blah, blah, blah. And as long as you follow those rules, you lose weight, right?
Yeah.
As soon as you stop doing Weight Watchers, then what happens is obviously you go back to behaving how you always behave, which is when somebody brings cakes in on a Friday afternoon in the office, you tend to always have one. That's because that's what you do, right? That's who you are. Yeah. So everything I do is about changing your core programming so that you don't need the willpower anymore, because you only need willpower to go against what your subconscious mind is telling you to do. If your subconscious mind is telling you it's 9 o'clock in the morning and you need to have a cigarette, the only way you can stop yourself from doing that is to use willpower, right?
Yeah.
But if your subconscious mind isn't telling you anymore to have a cigarette at 9 o'clock, then you don't need willpower anymore. You just don't have a cigarette.
How often would you have to see that person? Is it just a one-off?
You only have to stop smoking once. Yeah.
You see them once and that can last a lifetime?
I normally see them once. And smokers tend to, I mean, they may come back for a little top up in like 6 months, just but most of them don't come back because they started smoking. They come back because they just feel that it's not really going to harm. They just want to just have this stuff sort of hammered into their head again. Yeah?
What about, do people come to you with like intrusive thoughts they want to get rid of, or what about or sexuality things as well?
Yeah, I mean, men come for a variety of different reasons. Performance, stuff like that.
Well, yeah, do people, I mean, people must
You
come
know?
to you with like erection dysfunction and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Well, I mean, it depends if it's physical. If it's a mental thing, then yeah, it's definitely something that could be sorted out. If it's a physical
Wow.
thing, then it's more different.
You
But
don't want to know in the session that it's been sorted out yet, do you? You want them to go home and tell you
no,
rather than
exactly.
you don't want to see the physical evidence of that in your.
No, no, exactly. You don't
But
know.
still hope for the best. But it sounds fantastic.
All it is a tool that enables you to accept positive suggestion. So changing in a positive way, like getting up early and being more motivated and not being depressed, and
Sure.
wanting to meet people and having more confidence. These are all positive things,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And we can talk about this stuff over and over again, right? But it doesn't make a difference because you know all this stuff. Somebody who isn't confident, no, they know they want to be confident, right? They know what they want to do. They know they want to go out. They know they want to do this and that. That's not the issue. They don't need somebody telling them what to do.
Yeah.
They need the ability to be able to accept the ideas. And once you accept them subconsciously, then it's easy. It's like,
Yeah.
well, I'm just going to do it, and it does make a huge difference.
I had a guy a couple of weeks ago who had James McMahon, who's a music journalist, and he has terrible OCD with intrusive thoughts as the main thing. I mean, should I suggest to him that he get in touch with you or something?
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, OCD is a lot of the time it's they're almost like little mini habits. They're little behaviors that you have to do, right?
Okay.
I met a woman a few years ago who every time she went to bed, she would have to literally go and touch the top of every single switch in our house, right? So she'd literally go around and just she wouldn't just touch them all, and then it would take her about 20 minutes to do the entire house. And then she'd go to bed, and then she realized she's forgotten a glass of water. So she'll go downstairs, get a glass of water.
The whole
she'll
routine
do it all
again. Yeah, yeah. I used to do that. I used to have a thing like that as well. I did it as something as a teenager.
But what happens is your subconscious mind is going, we have to do this. We have to do this. Consciously, she's going, I don't want to do this. I want to go to bed.
Yeah.
But your subconscious mind is going, if you don't do this, I ain't gonna let you sleep. You've got to do this. And you're a slave to these crazy, ridiculous things that your subconscious mind comes up with. And unfortunately, talking about it over and over again is a bit like having somebody with a broken leg and repeatedly throwing them down a set of stairs to have them understand they've got a broken leg, right?
Yeah.
That's the issue. The issue we have, it's all right saying, talk to people, talk to your friends about your mental health problems. I mean, you are talking about them because you understand you have the problem, right? And you're telling your friends, and by telling your friends, you feel better about the fact that you have the problem. But what it doesn't do is sort the problem out, right? And statements like, it's okay to not be okay. Well, okay, it's okay, but it's not right.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
So let's not suggest that it's okay to just continue your life not being okay. That's not the solution.
You're saying, come see me, let's sort this out.
Go and see any good hypnotherapist. There are plenty in England. Make sure if you go to see a hypnotherapist, you go to somebody who's at least can give you a referral. So do your research. Make sure it's somebody who is good. They're not all the same. Not all hypnotherapists are the same. Some hypnotists are good, some are bad. It's just the way of the world. It's not like going to see a dentist. You get the same treatment. It doesn't matter where you go, right?
Yeah. I went to see an exorcist a couple years ago.
I watched the video, by the way.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did watch the video.
Oh, great. Did you enjoy it? Entertaining?
Yeah, it was interesting, I must admit. I mean, the woman did look like she was having a seizure.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Because what I'd say is, so they got everyone he exercised seemed to feel a lot better. And I went to speak to their psychiatrist. I'm really interested in speaking to a hypnotherapist about this. That's one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you. Because I spoke to the psychiatrist who actually had some of these women in his care. And he said it's, suggestion and placebo and things. And in the long run, it will be bad for them. Where do you stand on that?
Well, my view on it is, what I like to say is the number one rule of the mind, right? Which is, what the mind expects to happen is normally realized, right? If you expect to feel a certain way, you will make yourself feel that way. If somebody invites you to a party and you've already decided you're going to have a shit time when you go, do you know what? You're gonna turn up and have an absolute shit time because that's what you expected to happen, right?
My girlfriend does that with movies. She's like, I don't like this movie. The credits haven't even
exactly.
just finished.
I know, and she'll sit there and just look completely unimpressed. Hasn't even started, hasn't it? Yeah, I know. I know. We've all been there. It's just one of those things. But it's mental expectation. Yeah. One of the classic things, just to go slightly off topic, one of the classic things that happens with men is we have this thing with urinals, right? Only has to happen once, where somebody stands next to you and you can't go to the toilet.
I can never go.
The next time you go in, your mental expectation is as soon as somebody stands next to you, it's completely not happening.
I've not urinated next to someone since I was about 6.
Because at one time somebody stood next to you and you couldn't go, and your mental expectation now is that exactly, and it's one of those things. It's something that happens to everybody. It only has to happen once, right? And then literally for the rest of your life, you just can't do it because that's mental expectation. So if these people are going in, these people are going into this whole religious environment. They've watched videos, they've seen it done before. They know how these people react. They know how they convulse on the floor. Yeah. They've already decided in their head exactly what's going to happen when I am exercised,
Man, it was so crazy to be there. It was scary because I just thought, wow, these people are having mental breakdowns, because I don't believe, obviously, anything paranormal is just out of the question. So it's just they're having a mental breakdown in front of me. Do you think, because also we didn't show, it was only 2 minutes in the video, but in real life we were there for an hour of working them into a trance, I think, a kind of trance. Is it a similar kind of trance, do you think?
Exactly. It's no different. All they're doing is they're wrapping their conscious mind around an idea, and then once their conscious mind is called almost out of the way, they're then implanting suggestions into their subconscious mind, and then their subconscious mind to carry them out. As I said, it's no different to me hypnotizing you on a stage show and turning you into the best ballerina in the world ever, right? As soon as you hear this piece of music, you'll be dancing around going, I have no idea why I'm doing this, but it feels completely right to do it. Wow. That's the only way you can kind of describe it.
You could argue then that exorcism is a good thing, because I think it will, although I don't know how long that necessarily lasts. The psychiatrist didn't think it would last long term, but these people were definitely better for the first few months.
What? It really doesn't matter in my view now. I used to be a bit funny about stuff like that, but now I'm kind of like, it doesn't matter how you bypass this part of your mind that stops you from accepting positive suggestion, right? You can do it with crystal therapy. If you believe that these crystals are going to give you more confidence and you come out of there feeling absolutely brilliant, what's the harm in it? No harm at all. If it works for somebody, then that's a good thing, right?
I wish I believed more in that kind of stuff, the paranormal or whatever, because it'd be easy to sort of trick my head into, because I'm scared. You've asked me to sort of put together a string with something, and I'm scared about what you're going to suggest, because I think, and I'm scared for 2 reasons in case you're going to try and do some hypnotism on me. One is I'm scared I would always be scared that it wouldn't work, because it would just be embarrassing for everyone, So I'd be in my own head. I wouldn't be suggestible, because I'd be going, oh God, what if this doesn't work? And the other thing is the idea of it scares the hell out of me, that I'm not going to know what I'm doing and I could not be able to move my hands apart or whatever.
But you see, these are all just the classic problems that we have to deal with, because you're actually more in control, I would have thought, when you're in a state of trance than you are, in kind of normal life. I mean, yes, you are open to suggestion, but ultimately, your subconscious mind will only do what it wants.
Well, that's scary.
Yeah, but it's strange. I suppose it's strange when you think about the idea of your subconscious mind really just doing what it feels is correct versus what you think is correct, right?
But what if I say I want to fuck a chair or something?
Well, as long as your subconscious mind has no trouble with that, right?
Yeah, but everyone around me would.
Yeah, I mean, it is just one of those things. You don't really know what your subconscious mind is capable of doing. I mean, the question people always ask is something like, could you get somebody to kill somebody, right? So ask you, what do you think? Do you think you get somebody to kill somebody?
I think that if I'm entirely honest, and I try to be honest on this podcast, because what's the point in life otherwise? Would it be that? I always wonder, would I push a button if it meant someone I really don't like? Everyone always says, don't wish death on them. And I don't think that I'm any less or more nice or less nice than other people. But I just think someone I really dislike, and it's like, it's not going to affect anyone else. It's not going to bother anyone else. You just push a button and they're just sort of gone forever. I think more people than are willing to admit would just sort of push the button. Nobody knows about it. And the only reason you don't is because you've got a thing in your head going, no, I shouldn't. I've learned that I shouldn't.
But that's different between you. Yeah, but okay, if I said to you, could you hypnotize somebody to get a gun and walk into somebody's house and shoot them?
Well, again, I don't want to bring up Derren Brown too much, because you're probably tired of hearing about Derren Brown all the time.
Well, no, not really. I mean, anything that brings hypnosis to the public has got to be a good thing. But I think the problem is there's a line between the TV world and what's real.
Because his shows, he does do exactly those things you're saying. He gets people to push someone off of a cliff or whatever.
Yeah, but he also advertises to his entire following, who are all massive fans of Derren Brown, and says, hey, I'm doing a show, do you want to get involved? And quite frankly, anybody who gets involved in a Derren Brown show knows damn well that he's not going to get them to actually kill somebody. So you kind of go in with this almost safety blanket, knowing that, well, I'm part of a Derren Brown show. I know I might end up doing something that feels completely wrong. But
you think they sort of have in the back of their minds, they know, because it's months later, isn't it? Have you watched those, like on the Netflix things?
Yeah, I've seen quite a few of them, but all I'm saying is it's not quite what it appears.
As you're saying, there are bits of it that are not as it seems and stuff. Does that stress you out a bit or not?
Well, it just, I suppose the issue is when stuff's just not explained. So stuff happens and then it's not explained. And people then come up with their own ideas. Hypnosis can really be presented in a way, especially on shows like that it's completely controlled, right? And this person is being controlled and manipulated by somebody else, right? That's not really the case.
Okay.
But all it does is it makes people scared of hypnosis, which then which effectively takes away the whole hypnotherapy thing, which could actually change their life, right?
Okay, that's interesting.
So it's just a bit of a problem because you're always fighting against, I know people who've literally had my number on the fridge for 3-4 years, and it took them that long to actually get to a state that was so bad that they actually thought they'd, it's the last resort now. I'm just going to have to go and give them a ring and see what happens.
They need a hypnotherapist to help them see a hypnotherapist.
We're always last resort.
Last resort.
It's like we've done everything. Oh, my daughter's done 12 weeks of cognitive behavioral therapy. She's fed up with it. She's not getting anywhere. We've done this. We've done that. We've done everything the NHS will throw at us. And we just thought we'd just give it a go and see what happens. And then literally I can work with an individual and 2 weeks, she can literally be on the way to becoming so much a better person in such a short amount of time.
Do you have to be a suggestible kind of person for it to work? I mean, The Exorcist, for example, these were obviously very suggestible people who were into it. And as you were saying before, you could talk to 30 people and nothing will happen in one.
Suggestibility is not a choice. You are either, I honestly believe you are born on like a suggestibility scale. You're either really suggestible or you're not.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've had people come to see me who have literally gone, I don't really think this is going to work for me. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to be hypnotized or do any sort of level of trance and then before you know it, they are the best person you've ever worked with. Oh,
so you say you could actually work with anyone as long as they get in the right state of mind.
Anybody can get themselves into this state. It's a volunteer sport at the end of the day. You either choose to do it or you choose not to do it. It's not a control element. I mean, God, I could go and sort Trump out if it was like that. I could just jump on a plane and go and just snap my fingers and away you go.
Yeah. So you go up to someone, right? I've seen a video of this, and you just put your hand on them, and you go, right, you can't remember your name. What's going on?
So what you can't see is what happened before, which is the induction to actually get them into the state. On television, it's always started after that bit's been done.
Oh, you're kidding!
Right?
That I didn't know that. I had no idea. But so Darren Brown's running up to people and he just puts his hand on them, and then they go they're gone.
So that's a reinduction. So what you're doing is you're putting them back into hypnosis. There are people in my village that if I bump into them in the co-op, I can just snap my fingers and stick them back under. And I've probably been able to do that for 7 or 8 years, but only because 8 years ago I did the hypnosis stuff with them and gave them the suggestion, which was that when I snap my fingers, this will happen, right? So you have to do that bit first in order for it to then happen.
Wow. Because it seems like they're just coming up from the audience and they've not seen him before, and then he just sort of snaps his fingers.
Well, it depends. It depends on the context, right? If it's a show and you've got 700, 800,000 people watching the show, right? If you get pulled up on stage and somebody tells you to close your eyes and sleep, then you're going to do it, right? You're going to do it for one reason, because you don't look like an idiot.
Yeah.
2, you're on stage with somebody you really like, and quite frankly, you're pretty much going to do anything they tell you to do anyway. 2.
When you said close your eyes and sleep, I panicked for a second. I thought I was going to start nodding off.
Why would you? It doesn't make any sense.
Because we're talking about it, and I don't know. I'm too used to that sort of. I suppose what you're talking about is this TV showy side of hypnotism that isn't necessarily that real.
Oh no, it's real, but it's just not the whole. Again, it's not the whole story. So if I put somebody in a chair and I ask them to relax, I can use relaxation and concentration and imagination to get them into this state where their subconscious mind is open to suggestion, right?
Okay.
I then give them a suggestion that when I snap my fingers and I say the word sleep, your eyes are instantly going to close and you're going to go straight back into this lovely relaxed place that you're in now, right?
Right, yeah.
So then you see next time they open their eyes, when I then say the word sleep and snap my fingers, they're going to do what I've told them to do as a suggestion, right? See what I mean? It's a reinduction.
Yeah.
You're just on telly. You don't see the whole story. That's the thing.
So you couldn't get someone to murder someone, probably, but presumably, do you have it?
Yes, you could.
Oh, you could. Oh, go on. Let's go. Yeah, we didn't continue that
no, we didn't.
Thread, did we?
You could, but you could only get them to do it if they wanted to do it. So, for example, there was a guy I met a few years ago. He'd been inside. He was inside because he was abused as a child by his neighbor. A guy called Andy or something like that used to come around and babysit when his mum used to go and work at the local Tesco's, and he used to abuse him. And this caused a huge amount of anger, and his life then completely went off the rails. He ended up then going inside. He went inside into a young offender's place for a couple of years. I think he was in there for a violent outburst or something. And I said to him, while you were in there, what did you do? And he said, well, I just spent my time thinking about what I'm going to do to this man the next time I see him. And he then went on to tell me that if he ever saw this man, he would kill him on the spot, and he would quite happily do that, and he would go back to prison. And there's nobody on this planet who would stop him from doing that. So let's say I hypnotized you, right?
Yeah.
And I hypnotized this guy, and I tell this guy that when he opens his eyes and looks at you, he's going to see this guy.
Oh my God.
What's he going to do?
He's
probably going to kill you, isn't he?
Shit. Yeah.
So I mean, so what you're doing is you're not getting somebody to do what they don't want to do. You're effectively manipulating them based on what they want to do and their past experiences to your advantage.
What about terrorists? That's made me think of terrorism. Is that a similar thing?
Yeah, it's no different to Trump, isn't it? It is suggestion. It's long rallies of talking and suggestions over and over and over again.
Do you think Trump is a form of hypnotist? The way he speaks.
Oh, a lot of the stuff is hypnosis based. I don't think there's ever been a president that hasn't involved a hypnotist at some point in order to make sure that what they're saying is being accepted by the subconscious. Because remember, whenever they're listening to somebody talk, their subconscious mind is listening to everything going on, and what your aim is to get the ideas that you're giving them embedded into their subconscious, right?
Mm-hmm. Is that true then? Is that a known fact that they use hypnotists to ask about
Yeah,
subconscious things?
I think there are certain there are certain articles out there that will claim that was the case. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever going to really come out and say, hey, this is my hypnotherapist. this is my local hypnotist that helped me win the election. It's not something openly talked about. But
Do you think, is it like the way he uses his hands a bit and his humor? He uses a lot of humor. Is that what it is?
I mean, there's all sorts of things. If somebody, so for example, there's a great little technique called anchoring. I don't know whether you've come across that, but say for example, you want somebody to feel really good when you want them to feel good, right? Because obviously that could be like really beneficial to you. Like if you want to do something, you want to make them feel good about doing it, right? So you can kind of manipulate them into doing it. So what you do is I kind of do it automatically all the time now, and I have done for years, which is if I'm ever with somebody and they start laughing hysterically, and just get very, very happy and excited about something, like a joke or something, or something funny that's happened, just touch them on the shoulder, right? And what happened is you anchor that emotional feeling of feeling really good to you touching them on the shoulder, which basically means that whenever you meet somebody who you've already done it to, you can say, hey, how do you feel about maybe going down the pub tonight? And just tap them on the shoulder, and instantly they're feeling really good about this. They don't really understand why, but if you do it enough, you can just start anchoring these little touches into feelings, and then you can start to push people, in the direction you want them to go in. Sales guys do it all the time. They'll crack a joke, make you feel good about it, touch you on the shoulder. Then they'll ask you what you think about the car and touch you on the shoulder. And what you're doing is you're pulling these feelings together. You're anchoring them all together in order to get the response you want to the question that you give them, right?
That's so interesting to me that you say that, because I'm trying to think that. I always try and think, who do I know who does that? I got a friend called David, and I don't mind mentioning it. He'll know who he is if he listens to this. And he's so popular. He's like the most popular guy I've ever met. And he's a lovely guy. There's no reason why not. And I'm just remembering, he touches a lot. He's very handsy. He does a lot of touching. When he says hello to you, when you're in a good mood. I'm sure it's subconscious. I don't think he's a manipulative mastermind.
No, but he's probably found that by doing this, he ends up making people feel good.
Yeah.
And it's kind of almost become something you automatically do. Hi, how are you? Quick touch on the shoulder.
David, you jammy bastard. So what was I going to ask? Yeah, why did you want me to do the string thing?
Because I wanted to I want to give you something. I want you to kind of understand what I'm banging on about, especially when it comes to suggestions. What have you made?
Well, okay, so I'm really bad at making stuff. I've got a few different options. At the moment, I've got a string that's from like a shoe, and it's got the back light of my bike.
That's pretty good. That's good.
If you want, I can turn it on, and it can either do this. Is that even better? Or just straight?
It doesn't need a flash. It's fine.
Or just off?
Fine. Just off is fine.
I like that. Is that
okay? But before we do this, what we're going to do, put it down a second.
Okay.
When you were a little boy, what did you used to play with? That's not a rude question.
I used to play with Thomas the Tank Engine little toys.
Okay, but you had an imagination, right? That's the point, right?
Yeah.
You see, your subconscious mind can't tell the difference between something you imagine and something that's real, right? And when I tell people that, they go, right, really? Yeah, sure it can't. Well, I can prove it. And the reason I can prove it is if you've got somebody who's got a phobia of spiders, right?
Yeah.
And you ask them to close their eyes and imagine a huge spider's crawling up their leg, they will freak out.
Yeah.
Right? But if you think about it logically, they know consciously there is no spider on their leg, right? So if you know there's no spider there, why are you freaking out? Well, you're freaking out because your subconscious thought that what you imagined was happening, right? This is why 50 Shades of Grey is so popular with women,
right? Because
you read it, you imagine it.
Yeah.
Makes you feel good, right?
Sure.
You think about these things, yeah. And it was the same with men. We used to have stories on the back pages of those dodgy magazines you used to find lying around,
Yeah.
And it was the same thing. You read the story, and your imagination starts thinking about what's happening in the story and thinks it's actually happening, and it makes you feel good, right?
Yeah.
So it's no different. So So the point is, your imagination can't tell the difference between something that's real and something that's not real, right? And I'm going to use this piece of string in order for you to kind of understand this, right? So this isn't about me. This is about you, right?
Okay. I'm nervous.
So don't be nervous, because this is just about you. So what I want you to do is I want you to fire up that imagination of yours. I want you to really use that imagination, right? Now, in a minute, I'm going to ask you to hold it up, but I don't want you to try and move it, because trying to move it is doing something consciously, isn't it, right? But don't try not to move it.
Okay.
Because trying not to move it is also consciously doing something. You know that feeling that I said where you stare out of the window at something like really cool and you just kind of just drift off? That's kind of what I want you to do with this.
Okay.
So I want you to hold it up in front of you like that for me.
Spit.
Right?
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Right? And I want you to just stare at the weight on the end, right? And just stare at the weight, right? And again, don't try and move it. Don't try not to move it, but I just want you to stare at that weight on the end, right? And as you stare at it, I want you to just use that imagination of yours, and I want you to imagine it's swinging left and right. And just imagine it's going left and right, left and right, left and right. Just imagine it starts getting bigger and bigger, left and right, left and right. And then ask it to stop, right?
Yeah.
So what happens is you're laughing because consciously you're going, well, I'm not moving it, but your subconscious mind is moving it because you're imagining it's happening, right?
Yeah.
And that's the weird thing about this, is that when you imagine something, your subconscious mind can make what you imagine happen.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's the weird. So hold it up again.
Yeah.
Do the same thing. And this is always really good with people who are creative, because creativity and imagination are all sort of linked together. But if you stare at that now and again, just imagine it swinging left and right, and just see it going left and right, left and right, left and right. And just imagine it's just getting bigger and bigger. It's just swinging left and right, left and right, left and right. Now imagine it starts to go around in circles. And then just imagine it starts to make a little circle. And just imagine that circle just starts to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Are you laughing? But you see, the weird thing is about it is that you're not consciously doing it. You're subconsciously doing it, but I'm giving your subconscious a suggestion. So I'm telling you to imagine it's going left and right. You're imagining it, and then your subconscious mind is moving your hand outside of your conscious awareness in order to make what you imagine happen.
Man, that's really like crazy.
But the point I'm trying to make is that you can't blame yourself for the way you feel on a daily basis in life. It's not a decision you can make. It's whatever has happened in your life, whatever things have happened, your subconscious mind decides how you feel, what you do, what you like, what you don't like, who you want to stay with. There's nothing consciously you can do about that. You live your life consciously around the parameters of what your subconscious mind says you can and you can't do.
Man.
And this is why we end up with people who have problems. They have mental issues. They have mental health problems. Maybe they've been on Twitter and they've had a load of terrible messages, and it affects them because their subconscious mind will suck all that negative suggestions in, make them feel like absolute crap about it, and then they have to fight every single day just to get through the day because there's nothing they can do about it. And you know what? Talking about it. I mean, you can talk about it. You can talk to your friends about it. And while you're talking about it, you might feel a little bit better. But as soon as you stop talking about it, you're going to go back to feeling exactly the same way.
Would that have happened? What happened with me? Well, the first question is what. So I was definitely then moving. I was wondering if it was my mind playing tricks because of what you'd said, but I was then moving it left and right, like you had asked.
Your subconscious mind is moving your hand based on the suggestion
and you
that
could see
I'm
it.
giving you. Yeah.
Okay.
You can see it. You can watch it back afterwards, but you can actually see. You can see it start swinging more and more. And that's
crazy.
That's the thing.
Because I made an effort, but in both senses. Because of course, I imagine. Is it right that if I had really resisted, if I'd gone, I'm not going to do what he wants me to move it, then maybe it wouldn't have worked.
But that's not resisting. That's you doing something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what I said. If you're consciously not doing anything, then your subconscious mind can take over and do what the hell it wants, right? That's what I'm saying. If you're holding it going, it's not going to move, it's not going to move, it's not going to move. You are consciously keeping it still. Nothing's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
But if you just stare at it and just imagine you're in the most boring meeting in the world ever, it will just happen because your subconscious mind will then start to move your hand to make what you imagine happen.
So I'm going to ask you, so a couple of things that you did. So one of them was you said, oh, it's good with creative people. Is that because people want to believe they're creative? So you tell them so they feel in a relaxed, happy state. It's like a compliment.
No, I think, what I mean is when you're creative, you have good imagination, right?
So you won't say that wasn't part of the...
No, not at all. No, not
okay.
at all.
And then why did you ask me to think of a toy?
What I wanted you to do was fire up your imagination, because you see, as we get older, we stop using our imagination, right? We don't, when was the last time you got a car out and pretended you were driving it on the floor? You don't do it as an adult. You do it when you have kids, because then, when I sit down with especially with my daughters, when they were younger, you'd sit down and go, hello, how are you? And you start using your imagination with one of their toys, it's all fun, we just don't do that as an adult.
So then the other thing, so your kids, how old are they now? Do you mind me asking?
They are 11 and 12.
So I know you probably wouldn't use hypnotism to, get someone to kill someone. Does it help with getting them to sort of do the chores and stuff? Do you ever employ any of the techniques?
My kids won't let me. They know far too much. They've seen too many videos. Oh. They're like, no, you're not doing that.
But every parent is. I don't have kids, but I've got a little sister who's 13, so I sort of saw her grow up and everything. And I suppose every parent is, to an extent, using their own manipulation techniques, however they can, because kids are unruly; they're just impossible. So you must have a little bit of an upper hand on that stuff.
Yeah, you just have to start to think about things in terms of feelings, right? You can, if a young person is feeling crap about something, it doesn't matter what you say to them. You can say to them, buck yourself up, stop being an idiot, stop being lazy. There's a reason why they're feeling crap. And if their subconscious is making them feel crap about something, then they have to fight against that. Yeah. And that makes them feel down. And maybe they don't want to tidy the bedroom because, what I'm saying is that there's a lot of other issues going on. It's not just a case of, she don't want to do what I'm asking her to do. It's the reasons why, isn't it?
Yeah. And what about and I'm not going to ask about you specifically, but do hypnotists in general use it to flirt, to chat up women? Are there techniques of the mind?
There is. Yeah. It depends. There's people who are fairly unethical, I think, who probably do use it to their advantage, let's just say.
But we all do, don't we? You fancy a woman, and it might be in a very lovely way. I'm not talking about sex or anything necessarily. You might really, really like someone, and we all use, okay, what's going to make her want to talk to me? Shall I not message for a few days or hours or whatever? Yeah. So if you've got this skill set.
Yeah. I was on a stag do in Bournemouth a few years ago.
Yeah.
And I was there with one of my best friends, Ben, and there was a guy called Greg. It was his stag do, and we all ended up in spearmint rhinos.
Oh my god!
And which of course is it's a lap dancing club, right? And of course, I was forced to go in there by everybody else because you have to follow the stag, right? That's the rules. So we all went in and we sat down and it was a particularly quiet night. It was like a Thursday or something. It just wasn't busy. And of course, all these girls are walking around just basically asking, hello, who are you? What do you do? And of course, one of them comes up to me and says, what do you do for a living? I said, I'm a hypnotist. And she's like, really? And of course, you reach in your back pocket and you get out your card and you give her the card. She's like, oh my God. Do you think you could hypnotize me? And I'm like, yeah, probably. And before I know it, she sits down and she goes, right, go on, hypnotize me. Because obviously these girls were just bored, right?
Yeah.
Because there just was nobody in this club at all. They were just bored. And I did a rapid induction on her, which is just a simple way of putting somebody into trance relatively quickly.
And this is like it's like a club atmosphere in the background, isn't it? It's like
yeah,
so I'm imagining.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, completely. And literally, I asked her to put her hands together, and I stuck our hands together, and then I converted the hands together into a full trance. So I then put her under.
Was everyone watching?
Anyway, this is the thing. I'm sat. I've got Ben. Ben's kind of sat next to me on the other side, and this girl's going through the thing, and I'm just seeing it as a bit of a challenge. I'm like, well, can you hypnotize a woman in this sort of environment? And anyway, the next thing, she goes under, right? So she's literally slumped next to me, and of course, I'm immediately going into therapy mode, going, from now on, you're going to be more confident. You're going to feel great. You're going to get up in the morning. You're going to feel fantastic. And I'm chucking all this really good stuff into her, right? To really make her feel good. And then while I'm doing this, one of her friends walks over, looks over and sees this woman collapsed next to me, and just turns round and runs off in the other direction, you see. And of course, I bring her up at the end, literally, I basically ask her to open her eyes. She opens her eyes and she's like, "Oh my God, that's amazing. I feel so positive and so confident and really good." And I went, "Okay, that's great." Well, I said, "I'm just going to go and pop to the toilet." So I got up, went to the toilet. And anyway, I came back. And I remember coming back, and Ben, my mate Ben, grabs hold of me and says, "Chris, we got to go. They're looking for you." And I turn around, and these two bouncers just picked me up and chucked me out of the back of the club. And I remember that they were talking to me as they were dragging me out, basically going, "You can't go around hypnotizing people like that. It's dangerous. Our insurance doesn't cover it," and all this sort of stuff. But it was, the most funniest things that's ever happened. If somebody wants to do something, they will, they'll do it. She may have spent the whole of her life thinking, "Do you know what? One day I'd really like to have somebody hypnotize me, because I really want to see what it's like." And it didn't matter. The environment doesn't matter. Nothing mattered. It was just she wanted to do it, and she did, and it was amazing. It's incredible.
Presumably, had it been a woman that you really fancied, you could have said, from now on, you will really fancy anyone called Chris or something.
But again, there's ethics.
Sure.
But also,
I'm not saying I would do that, but
but also, you're still trying to get somebody to do something that they probably wouldn't do. So what I mean, it's you can't get somebody to do something that goes against their own morals, values, or beliefs.
Right.
But you see, if, for example, she'd really fancied Brad Pitt, I could have, if I've been unethical, I could have probably said to her, "When you open your eyes and you look at me, you're not going to see me, you're going to see Brad Pitt."
Oh.
And then she would have been very excited about that.
It's a powerful tool, isn't it? It's a scary thing, but also very helpful thing.
It's very helpful. I mean, the fun stuff is the fun stuff at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if we didn't, a lot of hypnotherapists don't want people to do the stage stuff, right? Because they're kind of like, well, you shouldn't be doing the stage stuff. But you see, my view on it is, if you didn't do any of the stage stuff, people wouldn't even know you existed.
Yeah.
Right. You know, I've done a stage show, and somebody's come up to me, afterwards and gone, "Do you know what? If you can get that person to believe they're an aerobics instructor, you can probably stop me smoking. When can I come and see you?"
Yeah, it's a little bit like songwriters or like artists who release a few pop songs that they don't really want to. Radiohead don't like "Creep" because it was too much of a poppy song. But if they didn't have that, people wouldn't have looked at their actual really artistic good stuff.
Exactly.
I've gone in the hour talking to you from I suppose seeing hypnotism as like magic and performance and theatrics to seeing it as like a more of a scientific therapy kind of thing. So I think that's the message you wanted to get across. Is that right?
It is quite simply the bypass of that bit of your brain that stops you from accepting positive ideas and suggestions. If you're somebody who wakes up in the morning and spends the entire day telling themselves to do this and to do that, then use hypnotherapy, because you can hammer those ideas into your head, and then you'll wake up in the morning and that's exactly what you're going to do. Yeah. And that's the beauty of it. This is why talk therapy long term, in my opinion, just doesn't work, because talking about it isn't the answer. Having somebody help you understand why you feel the way you feel just enables you to cope better on a daily basis. What it doesn't do is fix the problem. And that's my issue with all of this. We need to start fixing people, not giving them ways of coping with how they feel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
cut it off at the source, I suppose.
Well, exactly. I mean, if it's like classic example. Somebody feels a bit down, right? So they go to their doctor. Their doctor gives them a multiple choice questionnaire. They fill it in. And then he says, do you know what? You're depressed. It's a bit like giving them a sticker that says I'm depressed. And they stick it on their chest. He says, right, I'll give you a few pills and we'll see how we get on with those. Instead of doing that, if they'd just gone to see a competent hypnotherapist, they could have then maybe reframed the ideas that they were thinking and the bad stuff they were thinking and turned them round. I'm not saying it's 100% like that all the time, but once you get a label and you start, believing you're a certain way, you start to act that way. And my view on antidepressants are that they just make you feel good about being depressed. They don't stop you being depressed. I know people who are antidepressants, but none of them say to me, as long as I take these, I'm not depressed anymore. They're still depressed, but these pills just make them feel good about it.
Some people feel happier.
Yeah, but the point is, they don't tell everybody they're not depressed.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? They're still depressed. They just feel happier or feel better about being depressed, right?
Some of the things you're saying, I think, people would get upset by or triggered by, I guess, and they would say, like, no, I am this thing. And,
The point I'm making is, I'm not saying nobody is depressed. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that everything we do in our mental health support system is we just focus on helping people cope with having a mental illness. What we're not actually doing is doing enough to actually remove the problem, to actually fix the problem. And one of the best ways, in my opinion, to access that subconscious and change the way it's making them feel is through the use of suggestion. And suggestion is it's best done, in my opinion, using hypnosis techniques. And if you look on the NHS website, if you look on stopping smoking, it will reference hypnotherapy at the bottom as one of the best ways to stop smoking. If you look on there for depression, it will talk about hypnotherapy. Yeah, they're quite happy to promote all this, but the NHS won't even pay for somebody to have a session of it.
It's a really strange thing, isn't it? Because people do still see it.
That's what's so crazy.
They see it still, I guess, as magic, or they think of the Jungle Book or Aladdin or something.
The problem is there's no association between the hypnotherapy world and something which is deemed medical, something which is, cognitive behavioral therapy, for example, is tied in with psychology. Psychology is recognized. It's like, do you know what I mean? It's a whole different, and that's the thing. It's, hypnotherapy is still in this kind of world of alternative therapy. And basically, if you can't afford to pay for it, then you can't have it.
Is it expensive?
It depends who you see and where you see them. If you're going to go see me at Harley Street, it'll cost you a lot of money. Whereas, if you came to see me at Oxfordshire, it'd probably cost you a lot less.
Yeah. Do you have an office in Harley Street?
Yeah. So the main office is in Harley Street, which is on the website. But if anybody wants to come to Oxfordshire, they can come to Oxfordshire for a lot less money, because obviously we don't have to pay the extortionate rates of being in London.
Yeah. Harley Street in particular.
But you see, a lot of the celebrity clients I see wouldn't see me if I wasn't in Harley Street. It's got such a reputation. Every one of these programs you see on telly, like 10 years younger, they're always going to see a Harley Street person. It's always a Harley Street dentist. Or,
what was that fella called?
Again,
I Can Make You Loose Thin. Do you know what I mean? Paul McKenna.
Paul McKenna. Yeah.
Do you know him?
Yeah.
Do you hang out with other hypnotists? Do they know each other?
I do hang out with a few other hypnotists. I mean, we do get together. There are little sort of get-togethers, and where everybody starts hypnotizing everybody else. It's quite fun.
That does sound fun. Okay, I've got one last question that I think it's what everyone asks first probably, and I wanted to ask it at the end just to be more different. I don't know, but why did you become a hypnotist?
Why? I kind of fell into it. So at university we had a guy come in, student union, hypnotize a load of people. And to be fair, I watched that and just thought, this is a load of shit. I thought that my friends were just drunk. They were just going along with what he was saying. It was all crap. It was all rubbish. But the idea of it just kind of bounced around in my head for like a few years. And it's one of those things where you kind of think to yourself, I really want to have a look and just spend some time on this, but I'm not quite ready yet, And anyway, I met this guy and he stuck my hand to my face and just using suggestion. I remember having my hand on my side of my face. I couldn't get it off. I was laughing my head off thinking this is absolutely hysterical. and of course, I'm thinking to myself, I want to learn how to do this. This is really cool. So I started to look into it. I came across a guy called Jerry Kine, who's based in Fort Lauderdale in Florida. And I started doing some stuff that he'd been putting out and teaching and stuff like that. And I remember that it kind of got to a point where you'd learn all the basics and then suddenly you have to actually hypnotize somebody. And it's like, where do I find the first person to hypnotize? Because the mistake people make is they always like hypnotize like a family member. Of course, this family member knows you've just been studying it for a bit and will just completely take the piss and won't do anything you say. And it's a total waste of time. And anyway, I had this guy called Kieran. He used to come around and mow my grass. And I used to pay him a $5. He used to come around and mow the grass. And I said to him, do you fancy doing a bit of relaxation? Because I didn't want to use the word hypnosis because I didn't want to scare him. And he sat down and I went through the training that I'd been doing. And the next thing I know, he's kind of collapsed in the chair. And I remember at that point just panicking and going, okay, once you've opened your eyes, opened his eyes, how are you? You're still alive? Okay, that sort of thing. And then the next time he came around, he did it again, and it became like something we just did, just as a practice thing, because he really enjoyed it because it de-stressed him. And then I eventually then stuck his hand to his leg and sort of said, you're going to count to 3. You won't be able to put your hand up. And I remember him opening his eyes. He couldn't take his hand off his leg. It's the funniest thing I've ever done. And I was like, I've arrived. That's the sort of feeling you get. And then he turned around to me and he said, do you think you can stop me smoking? And I thought, yeah, why not? Let's have a go. So I remember I had a look online. I found a basic stop smoking script kind of thing. And I literally sat him down and did this stop smoking session with him after he'd cut my grass, of course. And I remember telling him at the end, I said, every time you see the color red, it's just going to remind you of all the reasons why you don't smoke anymore. And it turned out he smoked Marlboro, which was brilliant because the Marlboro packet was bright red, right? So it meant that every time he got the fags out of his pocket, he'd look at them and go, no, I don't want to smoke anymore. And that was it. And literally he just stopped smoking straight away. And of course, he then told his friends. And then the next thing, one of his other friends then said, well, do you think you can stop me smoking as well? And of course, it just kind of spreads. And I found it was so cool that you could actually change somebody for the better in such a short amount of time.
Yeah.
That it just starts to build. And then the next thing you know, you've got people saying, I'm suffering with anxiety. Do you think you can do anything with that? And it just kind of, it just kind of grew. And
wow.
That's kind of how it all started, really.
I loved getting to do something quite fun there with the string and everything. It was really interesting because I was almost telling myself, don't move the string how I was really sort of pushing against it. And I suppose another part of my mind was saying, well, that's not going to make for a very interesting show or anything. But it was interesting to see, like, I wasn't sure if I was imagining that I'd moved the string and that it was something, some sort of mind control on his behalf. But I think it was just, basic suggestion. I say basic. I probably couldn't get someone to do that. But it was impressive, and it was, it was only a very small example of what he can do. It's not quite what I've seen him do online and everything, from curing people's fear of spiders and making them quit smoking and that kind of thing. So a lot of fun, and I'm starting to warm greatly to the idea of hypnotherapy. There are loads of things I think I'd like to get sorted, like being able to sleep well with a blocked nose. Or better yet, to get rid of my fear of having an operation to clear my nose, because I'm supposed to have that and I'm too scared to do anaesthetic. So one or the other, as long as I can sleep a bit better. At the moment, I'm just up all night talking to you. Both would be good options, the blocked nose sleeping or the, general anaesthetic. I don't want to do that. Might get in touch with him about it when I move back to the UK. I'm still living in Germany at the moment. But again, look him up on Twitter, Hypnotist Chris, @Hypnotist Chris, or just type Hypnotist Chris Hughes into Google to find his website and everything. My own new sexy website is andrewgoldpodcast.com, and that's where you'll find the video of him doing his hypnosis example on me, as well as on andrewgold_OK on Twitter and Instagram. Please remember, I work really hard on this podcast until whatever time it is right now in the morning for no money. It's a passion project, and I love bringing these fascinating people to you. I hate when people start saying, so give me money, everyone give me money, because that's not how capitalism works, is it? But what I do ask, if you're using Apple, that is, if you're not, there's not much you can do. But if you're using Apple, that you leave a review. And here's one from last week from Ren-BG. Don't know what that stands for. But I'm always worried that I'm secretly being made to read out something rude. Ren-BG. It's just Ren-BG. Okay. Ren-BG said, great listen, frequently interesting guests debating topical issues. But I can't argue with that. Thanks, Ren-BG. I hope you enjoyed today's one too. And everyone, please do leave a little review. Tell me where you're listening from, or a funny story about you that I can read out, or something like that, because I want to know about the listeners. And I know, for example, that those of you who listen through Spotify are apparently collectively huge fans of Fleetwood Mac, Fleet Foxes, and the Deftones. I don't know who that last one is, and I'm surprised by the Fleet of Fleets for the first two. I'm not sure if just two can be a fleet, but Fleetwood Mac and Fleet Foxes. Also the Beatles and Radiohead, but that's almost not worth adding, is it? I mean, everyone listens to the Beatles and Radiohead these days. Anyway, thunder only happens when it's raining. I wish I could play the podcast out to that music, but I don't know about the copyright rules. I don't even know if I'd be able to sing it out. Not that that would be entertaining for anyone. But given what I know about you, you've probably listened to that song about 50 times today. So that's enough. See you next week. No, not next week, even sooner, because I've got a Halloween special coming out Friday with none other than horror cartoonist David Firth, who made Salad Fingers, which you might know, very creepy, as well as countless other weird, gory, eerie cartoons that are sort of dark humour in their makeup. And you'll find some of his stuff on BBC and on his website, Fat Pie. You'll either hate it or you'll love it. You're unlikely to just sort of... I don't think it's possible to watch a David Firth cartoon and go, meh. So you'll either, it's going to be a Marmite reaction. And I look forward to hearing it. So that's another thing. In your little reviews, or if you get in touch with Twitter and stuff, I want to hear, if it is your first time giving David Firth a go, I'd like to hear what you think, because he's not for everyone, which is a risky decision for a podcast choice, actually. But he's got a big following and everything on Twitter, and I've loved his stuff since I was a teenager at university and everything. We used to all listen to it, watch his stuff, obsessively almost. He's a genius, I think. So not overhyping him or anything, but see you Friday.
Hello there, young child. I'm here to inquire about your spoons.
Hello. Happy Halloween, everybody. Such is my love for this cheesy and commercial holiday that I've worked around the clock to bring you an extra episode. And it being Halloween, I'm absolutely delighted to be able to bring you the iconic British horror animator, David Firth. Known universally for his Salad Fingers series, you've seen it, the big green monster with the long green fingers, very creepy. David has been putting up short films on his website, fat-pie.com. That's fatpie.com with a dash in between, for decades. And he's worked with the BBC and the likes of David Mitchell, among many other prominent figures. I think Lynchian, in that David Lynch manner, is the most apt word to describe his subtle blend of the creepy, eerie, nightmarish qualities of his cartoons with a very dark sense of humour. If you get a second before listening, head to David Firth on YouTube, check out his videos, find him on Twitter. He's got all sorts of merchandise and stuff as well, so get yourself a Salad Fingers toy for Halloween. Your kids will love it, but don't show them the actual cartoon because it's horrifying. Before I forget, this background music is by the late Clara Rockmore on the theremin instrument, and it ran through David's Spoilsbury Toast Boy cartoon, which is creepy as hell. As you can probably hear just from the music. I'll go on to play several clips that all belong to David, and the full versions can be found on fat-pie.com. In case you're struggling with the dialogue from the clip I show later of said Spoilsbury Toast Boy, it's the protagonist's grandmother telling him, "You're such a good boy. Come here, Grandma wants to give you a big kiss, really sloppy." So that's the kind of thing you're going to be listening to. In David's film, words pop up on the screen to help you understand when people are really quite gruesome and hard to understand. But it's totally bonkers and creepy and weird as hell and darkly funny. Thanks, David, for allowing me to play these clips, and I hope it gives newcomers to his work a sense of what kind of films he's putting out there. I'll put links to the full episodes of each of the clips I show in my blog on andrewgoldpodcast.com. Also, check out his ambient music on Locust Toybox. Toybox is one word, on Spotify. I'll be using one of his clips for the outro, lovely ambient music. By the way, this is an audio podcast, as many of you already know, but the reason I laugh so much near the start when David changes his background is because it features Will Smith in a role where his character is looking glum in hospital. And I just found the randomness of the whole thing really quite funny. I didn't expect it at all. So do check out the trailers to see what I mean. It's just funny with David's head in front of Will Smith in a hospital gown for no apparent reason. We expect his latest film, Sock 6, to come out around the same time as this podcast for Halloween. I've not yet seen it, so I'm as excited as you all should be. Again, check fat-pie.com and check David Firth on Twitter to find it, either today or yesterday or tomorrow or whatever. And consider giving a bit on his Patreon if you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, don't give him anything. But if you do enjoy it, do, because he's giving us some stellar work for free. But now it's the podcast. We talk about a lot of stuff, including where David gets his ideas, his dreams, his nightmares, and his creative process, as well as things like cancel culture and Pete Townsend.
I'm guessing you can hear me.
I can hear you. Are you not a video? But you don't have to do the video if you don't want to do. You're not a video person. I mean, you literally are a video person, but do you know what I mean?
Oh, I can do video if you want. Let's have a look. There I am. I am.
With Mike Tyson. Is that Evander Holyfield or something?
Me and my friend used to do a podcast, and we still do kind of, but we would always put stupid backgrounds when we were talking to each other, like who could make the stupider backgrounds. So I've gone with
Luckily, it's not as bad as it could have been, I guess.
No, there was like porn and all sorts on there, or there'd be like another one was a breakfast.
Nice.
Some.
Oh yeah, look at that.
And a bit pornish, and then there was a hospital. A Will Smith in hospital. I always like that one because it's just like it's because it's dark in here. It doesn't really.
My laptop doesn't do that. Oh yeah, there was a penis when you got up as well. There was like a bit of a penis there.
Oh, where?
It's gone now.
Was it in the background?
It must be in the back. Yeah, it's like a
it's a guitar. It's a guitar.
I thought you were having me on.
No, just a big dildo in the background. Not in here.
Man, it's actually a shame it's an audio podcast. I do a couple of trailers that are video on Twitter and all that, but it's
Oh right, okay. So like yeah, because I didn't want like Will Smith to get annoyed because he's not agreed to be on this, has he? So
well, I could ask him and see if he wants to come on the next one, and he's probably got a background of you.
Yeah, probably me in a hospital bed.
Have you had famous people sort of getting in touch?
I don't know, really. Like, I guess, but it depends. They're not really famous to me. Like, they're famous. I prefer it when someone who I admire gets in touch. So that's what makes me excited. And
yeah,
so it's not really exciting to brag about the fact that, Chris Cunningham or something spoke to me, because no one really cares if they're not into that sort of thing. So it's not like, I don't know. I can't think of any like big name celebrities that have ever
David
got in
Beckham
contact.
or something.
Courtney Love used to follow me on Twitter.
Really? Well, that's cool, isn't it? Because she's got a whole sort of aura behind her.
Yeah, but then she just suddenly stopped. So I guess maybe she was like one of those people who follows just to see if you'll follow them back.
Oh, you didn't follow her back?
No, I'm not following Courtney Love.
You don't not follow Courtney Love back?
No, but that's it. She's if she's going to have such an ego that she can't follow someone who's not going to follow her back, then I'm not. It's not like I'm not interested in finding out all the Courtney Love updates. I like staying up to date with Courtney Love. What's she up to?
Courtney Love, I'm not mistaken, she's the one who was dating Kurt Cobain when he died. Yeah,
maybe she was married to him. I think she was married to him because she owns a bunch of Nirvana rights, and she's kind of dicked over Dave Grohl and people like that for certain rights. And it's just like they played the music. She was just married to the guy. I think they were married. So yeah, there's a lot of kind of animosity towards it because of that. But
there were rumors as well.
Yeah, that she killed him. I don't think she killed him.
So you could have been next.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe she'd be going for a younger guy this time.
Yeah.
I could grow my hair down here, start shooting heroin.
Well, you know what? If she's obviously into quite alternative guys, and if Kurt Cobain was quite alternative for his time, I suppose you're the Kurt Cobain of today.
No one's ever said that.
Well, people are going to start.
Yeah. Just I got to get more famous first.
It's funny, isn't it? Because so this podcast, you can't get like the most famous people on, like the most famous people, right? But you don't want them anyway because they've already been on about 50,000, podcasts anyway. And what's interesting? What am I going to ask Robbie Williams? Do you know what I mean? So I try to get people on who are, I had a paedophile on the other week. A teenager paedophile. Yeah, that's why I've got you on now. No, but I always tell people that. I don't tell them when I ask them to come on, but I tell them once they're on. We had a psychopath, but then also some sort of really cool thought leaders. Yeah, but the thing with your stuff is, I started thinking, are people going to know what his thing is? Because that's what we're going to talk about. And then I thought, everyone knows Salad Fingers, don't they? Is Salad Fingers like your creep of Radiohead? Is it the one that, does it drive you mad that that's the one everyone goes for, or do you like it?
Well, I've made 10 episodes. I'm still making them. So, no, sorry, I made 11 actually. Still making them. So it's not like I'm trying to escape from it or anything. One thing has got to be the most popular. And if that's the thing that hooks people in to get to the weirder stuff, then so be it. But the first episode of the Salad Fingers is kind of my creep though, because I am honestly at this point can't see why people respond to that one. I have no idea.
Remind me what happens in the first one.
Nothing happens. He goes to a kid's door. He rings the doorbell. The kid comes to the door. None of it's like got any animation in at all because I couldn't really animate back then. So it's just like one thing moving across the screen, and then like the kid doesn't even walk. He just sort of appears, and then Salad Fingers says he'd like to inquire about the spoons. Then he comes in and he strokes a kettle, and that's it. Nothing happens.
I like rusty spoons. I like to touch them. The feeling of rust against my salad fingers is almost orgasmic.
I was watching that when I must have been 18. I think I'm about 5 years younger than you. And I was at Leeds Uni. I think you're in Doncaster, aren't you? Is that right?
I'm in Leeds.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, but I was in Hull when I made... No, actually, I was in Doncaster at home for the summer from university when I made that. But I was in Hull around that time in my life, in university.
I can't tell you how popular you were with like me and everyone in my sort of dorms at uni when I was 18, 13 years ago, I guess. We just loved it. And it wasn't, yeah, you're right. Salad Fingers is the entryway, the gateway to, I loved the sock stuff. I loved, I think I said in my email, we just played that. There's a dog in my guitar, that thing that over and over.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Like I was out of university by that point. I was out of dorms. I was in the halls the year before. So we'd been like the stuff that kind of went around our halls was Badger, that one, and other stuff by Weeble. And I don't know, it was pre-YouTube, so things get sort of passed around in a different way back then, like CDs full of videos and things. And so a lot of the I can't really think about like what were the big viral videos back then, apart from the Badger one. I just remember like it being like 3 a.m. and one of my housemates just like sleep deprived, just kind of just looking at the computer, just unable to comprehend what it was. And I just thought, it's interesting. You could just make a weird little video, and for some reason it captures people's attention, even though it doesn't do anything. There's nothing happens in that one either. It's a badger that's bouncing, badger, mushroom. Because I didn't know how to make music back then, so
yeah, your music's some of the best stuff, man. I love that stuff. What about like I guess was Jerry Jackson one of the early ones?
That was like early-ish, but it wasn't like before Salad Fingers. Nothing that anyone knows was before Salad Fingers.
Okay.
Like there's always a bunch of people that'll be like, I've been following you since 2002, and I'm just like, no, you haven't. And I used to make cartoons back then, but nobody watched them. Like nobody. Like the hit counter was like 14 or something.
Would you ever re-release them?
A bunch of them are on YouTube, but certain things don't go down as well these days. Also, the humor's changed. Like it was more teenage humor, the sort of thing I would have found funny in school.
Yeah. What is a salad finger? What is Salad Fingers? And for some people listening won't have seen it. They should. I'll put an intro saying, "Look, go and watch a few before you." What is he?
It's a green man, really. I mean, he could be kind of reptilian. I don't know. I didn't really decide. I mean, I just drew a green guy. Like, I don't know why everyone thinks I had this whole backstory mapped out. Like, you draw a stick man on a page. You don't you don't know his ancestry and stuff. It's just he's a green guy and he likes touching things. I don't like to describe his background. I think it ruins it, really. It's got to stay fresh for me as well. So he's a green guy, and who knows how he got green? He's just green. It's the other kid. The other people in the world are kind of yellow, or like just a bunch of bones, or there's not much life there. And then there's like a couple of human children that seem to walk by. Who knows where they came from? Why they're walking through the field? I don't know. I just don't think about these things.
Yeah, but you must, when you're sitting down, your process, you must have some sort of like, so are you thinking, okay, he's sort of lonely, there's some sort of seclusion, isolation, or is it just whatever pops into your head?
Well, I think of I have a whole book full of ideas. I wonder if it's to hand. It is. It's there, but it's just book full of words. It's not going to look that cool on video. A whole book full of ideas, and I've got loads of premises in there. They come into my head, and then when I read the premise, like Salad Fingers. Let's say Salad Fingers finds a toilet in the middle of the field. That was one actually.
Yeah.
Then I just shut my eyes and play the episode, see what happens. It's just like play, and then see where it goes, and then it can kind of sort of branch off into different paths. And I just think, well, I'll try and write some of this down, and then I'll just leave it. It never all comes at once. I just leave it for a while, and then try and play it again in my head when the time's right. It doesn't always work. Like I probably couldn't do one right now, but certain times, best late at night, I guess. Just play it back. Most of the time I'm playing just imagining it in my head as what does it look like? Sometimes I think when I haven't even got an idea for a cartoon, I just think, well, what would my next cartoon look like? What, I just imagine me pressing play.
Yeah. And what you sit down, it just comes out.
Well, bits of it do, not all at once. I'd say at most I'll probably get a few lines of dialogue or a concept, or just the way a scene looks, and then let that sit. I've once or twice in the right mind state, when the floodgates are open, I guess, in my brain. I've thought of an entire episode of something in one go. But it's not so much the difficulty in thinking of it, it's the difficulty in describing what I'm thinking, because, you've got to write the words and I've got to explain why that works to myself. Because if I read that back at a future date, it might make no sense at all.
So is there then sort of a hidden symbolism behind a lot of your work and like a lot of stuff going on? Should we be looking at it that way, or should we just be enjoying what's happening viscerally?
You could do. I mean, it doesn't mean I know what the symbolism is. Like who knows? An artist could paint like a picture of like a lady in the woods every day for his no idea why. It might be something to do with something that's happened in his childhood. I don't know. It's there could be. I mean, nothing's made without any reason. So there's got to be a reason. Even if I'm trying my hardest to make something meaningless, then you could still analyze why I would think that would be meaningless.
Yeah. What was going on? So Salisbury Toast, was it Salisbury Toast Boy?
Spoilsbury Toast Boy.
Spoilsbury.
Yeah.
What's going on with those Beatles then? Because they haunted my dreams for years.
I don't like Beatles. I don't like them. I don't remember if it was the exact thing that inspired me, but I do remember that I used to sleep in my parents' house. I was in the loft, converted loft, and it had a beam, and the sort of the roof was. Oh, look, my hand disappeared then. Yeah, So all the walls were like that, really, right. And there was a beam there. Yeah. It's really hard to describe. I don't know. Technically, there's a beam. Yeah, there was a beam. There's a part where the wooden beam met the diagonal wall.
Yeah, the gabled roof.
Yeah, I like that word, but I don't know if it's the right word.
Yeah, I write about houses and stuff sometimes for extra work and stuff. So
all right, okay. Well, it could be then. It's better than I know. I don't know anything about houses.
Gabled.
Gabled roof. Let's just say it is. But it was also had wallpaper on it. So that's important for the texture. Because the beetle was walking along the beam and I didn't see the beetle. I just heard this scraping noise. I could just hear this. And I was like, what is that? And it was a beetle's back scraping against the slanted diagonal wall. And I think that might have been the reason I wrote Spoilsbury Toast Boy with Beatles.
Well, hello there, little toaster child. I understand you've been experiencing some hallucinations, sir. Some rather nasty beetles, yes? That'll be your brain pocket, sir. Playing tricks on one? But we can fix that, or we can fix that, yes? We have a brain-fixing machine, sir. Would you like that, sir? Yeah? Great, sir, yes? How does 9:41 sound for you, sir? Okay then, sir, we'll see you then, yes? But just remember, sir, we're the good Beatles. We want to help you, sir. Take a business card, sir. Why not take two? There's an offer on. Oh, we're such jokers. Jokers in trousers. Well, we're not wearing shorts. It's not really the weather for it.
The whole cartoon, it's not like the whole cartoon came from that, because I just wrote, I remember I found a note in one of my books and it just said, kid trapped in underground. And that was the idea, kid trapped underground. He's not necessarily underground in the cartoon because there is an outdoors, but he is trapped somewhere. That was it. Kid trapped was enough to just start it off. So
Man.
if you were to sum up the series in 2 words, kid trapped would be the word.
And that grandma as well.
Yeah, I don't know why there's always grandma characters in my work. There's a lot of grandmas in my work that are always crazy. My grandma's really nice. She's not crazy at all.
Yes.
She never cackles.
Right. And says the quite pornographic things that they say, I imagine.
Yeah, no.
Do you dream a lot of this stuff? I guess people must ask you that all the time, but do you have nightmares and all that with this kind of horrifying stuff?
Yeah, but it's not usually the specific things that are in my work. I think I have, if I can ever translate an actual dream into a piece of work, then that's an achievement, I think, because it's been thought of without consciousness. It's been thought organically rather than me trying to think it.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. So I always try and include any elements from a dream, even if it's just a phrase that I've come up with. Like I've woken up. Sometimes I wake up and there's a phrase in my head, like, okay. So the sock episode number 2, he wakes up and he says organs in mains.
Yes, organs in mains. Sorry.
Yeah.
Organs in mains. What does that mean? What does organs in mains mean? That's all I took from that dream. There's a dog trapped inside your guitar. I know that. That's not a dream. There is a dog trapped in my guitar. Ah, shit, I'm trapped in your guitar, like. You can't talk.
So that's it. That's that sort of thing. I'll wake up and, there'll be something in my head like the red wolf or something might be in my head. And I'll be like, why is the red wolf in my head? And I have to write it down and then try and think of an idea based on that.
That's so funny because organs and mains, I was going to ask you about that and then I forgot. And I'm glad you mentioned that because I thought, that's my favorite. For anyone who hasn't got to that one, on fatpie.com and fat-pie, isn't it? And YouTube, you find Sock 2. And it's my favorite of your cartoons ever. I don't know why, just that one just hit me. Can I play in the intro? Can I play a bit of some of your stuff or something?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just if it's audio, just play anything. I don't think it's going to get content ID'd. What's this releasing on? Is this on YouTube?
This would be. It will. There is an audio thing that goes on YouTube, but I never advertised that. So it gets like 10 views. It gets all its views on like Apple and Spotify. And Castbox.
Oh, okay.
Stitcher.
Yeah. That's good. I just find if I'm ever looking for a podcast, I usually search it on YouTube before I put it into iTunes because YouTube's always there and iTunes, you need to load it up.
Yeah, but that's the point because if then your viewers, your listeners, the ones you get on iTunes or whatever, they're really engaged with your stuff. So advertisers pay more money as well.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I don't think about advertising because they don't really work for me.
No, I know. Well, that's another point, isn't it? Because there was that video you brought out with your Patreon a couple of years ago going, YouTube and its adverts and all that. So they just not paying enough? Because I haven't even looked into that on YouTube at all. They're just not paying creators anything. No,
they pay a little bit, but there's no way you can rely on it. Like I do get money from certain videos. There's occasionally I'll make a video that just fits nicely into YouTube's guidelines, and YouTube, because of that, makes it higher in the recommendation sort of algorithm, I guess. So I got a video called Cream, and it seems to tick all the boxes for YouTube. It's not explicit, doesn't have swearing in it. It's over 10 minutes long. It's got some sort of message, but it's not hard to work out what it is.
It's not very left or right, is it? But it's still very political. It's sort of is it
that's it. It's
anti-sensationalism.
Yeah, it's more against the media, and left and right hates the media.
Works for everyone.
Yeah, works for everyone, that one. No one gets angry at that. No one says this is actually a lot of people in when I first released it said, "Oh, you're a communist because you're attacking."
Didn't seem right.
Capitalism, I guess, but that's it. People left and right seem to appreciate that one. So yeah, it's politically neutral, I guess, and it ticks all the boxes for being YouTube recommendable.
Is that a formula you'd want to repeat? Because I know you were saying that if you get the YouTube thing right, you end up having to sort of be quite mundane or whatever. But that Cream came out quite brilliantly, if I may say so.
Well, thanks, but I have no interest in playing the algorithm. Like I say, I shut my eyes and something starts playing, and that's what I put down. It just so happens once or twice in my career that's been something that's been accessible to a wider audience. But if it's not, then so be it. And
but you got to eat, right? I mean, artists have to, pay the bills.
Yeah, well, that's why Salad Fingers is good, because just like this merchandise for Salad Fingers. Like, I got this thing. I'm just going to show you it.
Yeah, please do.
Even though it's an audio, so you can describe it. This thing.
Okay, so Salad Fingers doll.
It's a Salad Fingers plush, and that's how I put money on the table. That sort of thing.
Great Halloween present.
Yeah, well, I've just released them, but there was pre-orders, so we'd know how many to make, and we're going to release some more. But yeah, so I guess that, and also Patreon. Patreon's great. There is a hardcore fan base who are very dedicated in supporting. Yeah, I noticed that when I was doing Twitch streams. They were never hugely popular, but there were certain people who were just there every day.
Interesting.
So it's more about the few dedicated fans rather than the huge audience of undedicated fans, which I guess a lot of YouTubers probably have.
That's the thing with YouTube. I look at in terms of the podcast, the reason I don't share it that much on YouTube is I'd rather people get it on Spotify and stuff, or particularly iTunes or Apple Podcasts or whatever, because they tend to listen to the whole thing through. Whereas YouTube, it was like the average where they were cutting off halfway through.
Also, you can't have YouTube going in your pocket if you're walking around, can you?
No, exactly. So it's people on a jog. People listening to this will be on a jog. They'll be walking. They'll be cycling. Driving somewhere, popping it on, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, YouTube, man, it is what it is, isn't it?
Well, they can't make money, so they report a lot of losses. And I remember when YouTube first came out, I just thought, how are they offering free web space, unlimited sizes to such a wide audience? How are they going to make any money? Because there are no adverts at the start of YouTube. I would guess there were kind of Google ads down the side or whatever. My internet era was you pay for web space and you host things, and then all of a sudden Google were just like, oh no, have it all for free.
Yeah.
It's like, where's how do you make money from this? And I guess they do, but not enough to share with the creators.
Oh man, it's so complex. I guess there was a bubble, and it's just sort of, and I think what's worrying is what you said in the video is that stuff is everybody goes to YouTube now, and the creators. I was speaking to a guy who's a Jehovah's Witness who might come on the podcast, and he's livid about it because his stuff being about he's an ex-Jehovah's Witness and he wants to sort of criticize it, and he can't, because if he criticizes it, it gets like unmonetized or whatever the word is. Yeah,
you got to be quite neutral. There was a time when you could put anything on YouTube and get monetization for it, and that was like maybe the golden age of YouTube. Maybe we're past that. 2015, 2016, but also some people call it the edge tube years, where edgy content was being monetized, and there was a lot of like very questionable pranks and stuff like that. But that was, entertainment wise, that was YouTube's peak, I think.
It got clamped down on since then.
Yeah, a lot of creators got either censored or kicked off completely.
You've had stuff on the BBC. That's good, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I used to make stuff for the BBC website. That was all right. Jerry Jackson, they wouldn't do that now because they'd be afraid to be. They've actually taken a bunch of them off the YouTube channel, the BBC YouTube channel, because they don't want anyone digging it up and cancelling on BBC, I guess. They maybe think people might not pay the TV license as if they're outraged by a clip that's 10 years old on YouTube.
Do you find, where do you find yourself on all sort of the, cancel culture? You must be anti-cancel culture. Is there a cancel culture?
Well, I can't think of, there are people who have been cancelled, but I don't think you get cancelled for making a joke. I think you get cancelled for having a consistent sort of outlook that is rejected by certain groups. If you're constantly attacking the sort of trans groups or something, then you're probably going to expect that's going to come back at you.
Yeah.
But I don't think, from where I come from, I make stupid jokes that could be classed as sexist or racist, or probably not racist, but stereotypical, or, those little moments, or someone will say, oh, salad fingers, why doesn't he taste the black puppet? That's racist or whatever. But it never goes any further than that, really. It's usually just stupid comments and people trying to get attention. It's a hard thing to defend because sometimes people are cancelled because they were, like, if you remember Kramer from Seinfeld, you saw that clip, and it's just like, well, it's not a good act, that, is it? That's not a good look. He was
angry.
Shouting at he was angry. He was shouting at a black guy in the audience, and then he started bringing up slavery stuff. That's not good look, that.
Yeah. It might also be a difference between, like, I guess someone who's a comedian can say it. Well, not him, actually, but I mean, Gervais says a lot of stuff that J.K. Rowling couldn't say, for example, and no one really minds.
Yeah. I think that's it. Well, Gervais is, I guess he is a children's author, but it's not his main occupation. Bill Burr can get away with saying a lot of stuff. I'm really glad he does as well, because it's often very funny, and it never seems to come from a place of hatred. It always seems to come from a place of common sense and look how ridiculous things are. South Park gets away with it.
Yeah. Louis C.K. used to, but then he did all that stuff he did.
Yeah, he was cancelled for sort of not what he said, but what he did. Although, I think it was a bit extreme that he's just gone.
He's back now. I saw a recent thing he did on YouTube.
Oh yeah,
it was quite funny. Actually,
a YouTube channel.
It was quite funny, and I was laughing, and then my head was going, "Don't find that funny," because he did wanking in front of people. So,
who knows what actually happened there? So I don't want to comment on things that. This is the thing as well. People get into trouble for commenting on something that they don't know everything about. So I don't know what happened that night with him and those. I don't know why they waited until he was really rich and famous before they said anything about it. Maximum effect, I guess.
I don't know enough about it, to be honest. But we had the bloke on. Do you know Count Dankula, the guy who had a Nazi pug? Oh
yeah. He made his dog do a Nazi salute.
Yeah, I had him on this podcast, and he actually seemed all right, to be honest. But my family's Jewish, so if anyone should be offended, it's me. But I just thought he was just having a laugh with his dog, and it was a bit stupid.
I don't think he was. Yeah, I don't know anything about him or his ideology. He might just be a nice guy who, did that, or he might be an actual Nazi. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about that guy. But making a dog do a Nazi salute is just a joke, isn't it? It's just a joke.
Do you worry about people sort of, I guess, digging up Jerry Jackson stuff? Because that's probably, just from what I can think off the top of my head, the closest thing to something that wouldn't be acceptable nowadays.
They wouldn't need to do much digging. I made one last year.
Did you? I don't think I saw that.
It was about religion as well. It was like really pushing it. But he makes fun of all religions. And also, he's a character. He's so stupid. He's meant to be stupid.
This is my best friend, John. No. That noise means John has to go and pray now. John isn't allowed to show his hair because it turns the ladies on too much and their fanny juice falls out and it makes the road too slippery and it is a hazard for the traffic.
At first, it wasn't even deemed offensive that he called his black friend Chocolate Man.
Yeah.
Because that was him just being an idiot. It was him being some stupid, but now people were responding to the newer one saying, oh, really, that's a really horrible racist stereotype there. But it's well, that's the character is hit. He thinks that's okay. It's a character. It's not me saying that. I don't think black people look like that. It's through the eyes of an idiot. And I don't think you have to worry about people who don't get the joke. I'm not interested in people who don't get the joke. They can get offended. So I don't think you get cancelled for that. I think I think you get demonetized for that, but I don't think you get cancelled for that.
I think the other thing is that you're like an independent creator, right? So you're not necessarily, apart from the occasional sort of BBC thing or whatever, you're not really relying on a gatekeeper as such.
Well, if I was actually making and has happened to other Patreon creators. If I was making something that was obviously hateful or racist or something, then if it did cause enough of a problem, people could go to Patreon and say, stop hosting this guy. And they have done that in the past. And I think certain creators left Patreon because of other creators who were, deplatformed. I think Jordan Peterson said I don't know if he left Patreon or not, but he was making a lot of money from there. Right. But he said he was going to leave Patreon because someone else was removed. I can't remember who it was, though. It might have been Count Dankula. I don't know.
God. Well, I've platformed him. But although his platform's massive, he's got like 300,000 Twitter followers and millions of YouTube and all that.
Well, I've seen videos by him on YouTube, and they weren't anything remotely political. Like Dankula, it was videos about Gigi Allen and and like Jeffrey Dahmer and stuff like that. I don't know if he did one on Dahmer, but they were just like serial killer sort of stuff. It didn't seem like there's any agenda to it at all. So I didn't think it was a political platform, a political channel. But it might be. I don't know. I don't really watch any of it apart from the odd little bit.
Yeah. His stuff's pretty crazy, actually, in a different way to yours. I mean, again, how would you define what your kind of stuff is? If somebody listening, I don't know if they'd have listened this far if they don't know or haven't looked at your stuff. I mean, unless it's on the car, they're in the car and it's hard to turn it off. It's easier to leave it on than turn it off. They're sort of dozing in and out of listening to us.
Well, I mean, it's just kind of nightmare-y, comedy-ish sort of ambient-y sort of stuff. I don't really know how to describe it really, because it's everything I do. So it's me. So from an outsider's perspective, it could be seen as horror, but I don't know. I see it more as comedy. Some people ask me if I get scared of my own ideas, and I'm just like, why would I be scared of?
Yeah,
so that's not. There's no mystery in it for me. I don't know why I would be scared of my own ideas. Yeah. So it's really interesting to think, because to some people it's actually scary, but to me it's obviously not, because I know what it is and why I thought of it.
It's so creepy. It's so creepy, and like, you do get desensitized. So you're obviously desensitized to your own stuff, of course. And then I've watched enough of your stuff over the years to also be a little bit desensitized. But then I show it every now and then to, my girlfriend or something. I'll be, come and have a look at this. And after sort of 10 seconds, just the music can be enough. Because you really do capture this sort of almost nostalgic horror from another time. It's almost what is that? There's that music. What was that with that cartoon farm? There's one of them you've got.
Oh yeah, that's Spoilsbury Toast Boy.
You're such a good boy. Come here, Grandma wanted to give you a big kiss. Really floppy.
Yeah, it's Clara Rockmore. Playing Tchaikovsky on the theremin.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's ridiculous. Amazing though. And so scary. It's really scary. But again, if people listen and they think it's not, you're right, it's not that scary. It is more funny. But why is it funny? I'm sitting there laughing, going, why am I laughing?
I don't know. I think it's about the unknown, really. I think it's because you don't know, and because I do know what's going to happen, because I've made it. There's no fear in it for me. I can understand why it's dark. So I prefer to use the term dark, because there's no expectation there. You can't deny that it's dark. Every day, multiple comments pop up on multiple YouTube videos of mine that say that along the lines of, I don't understand, why is this supposed to be scary? Who finds this scary, etc. So there seems to be a constant debate in the comments about whether or not it's scary, but it never aims to scare you primarily, because then if it doesn't scare you, then it's a failure. And that's what I think is the problem with most horror films these days. They set out to scare you and nothing else, and if they don't scare you, then you've got nothing at the end of it. I think good horror needs a bit of humor, needs good characters.
But I think the problem with a lot of horror films as well, it relies so much on that sort of shock horror, the stuff jumping out at you, the jump scares. Whereas yours is totally, it's pure like creepy darkness, I guess.
Yeah, there's no jump scares. I try and avoid them because I think they're cheap.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think about horror films that I like, because I don't really watch that many. But I don't watch The Shining and sit there in fear.
Yeah.
I just enjoy the sort of the mood, like the same with The Thing or Alien or something.
The Shining doesn't have too many jump scares either, though, does it?
No, it's actually, to be fair, the alien's quite scary, I think. But
thing out of his chest.
Yeah, I think it's the suspense in that, because it's, when they're like, you sort of sees it on that sort of monitor, you can see where the alien's going. But also the idea of being trapped on a spaceship with that creature, and it could be anywhere, that's scary. But The Shining's similar, isn't it? But it's a much bigger hotel, and Jack Nicholson isn't that scary because he can't even manage to, he just walks slowly towards Shelley Duvall and just says creepy stuff. I don't think he's that scary. But I think horror needs something more than scares, because not everyone's going to respond. Not everyone has the same experience, and your fears come from your own experience. So there's nothing that could be universally scary.
Did you grow up watching a lot of those films? Because you were talking just now about being trapped on a plane, a spaceship with an alien, and I was just thinking, being it's similar to what you said about being trapped underground with Beatles. Did you grow up getting influenced a lot by that stuff?
Yeah, my dad used to tape a lot of. I used to get my dad to tape films, like after I'd gone to bed, and I would wake up the next morning, there'd be like a tape, and it'd have Alien on it. I remember Alien was one of them that I watched when I was a kid that I really liked. I also remember, before I even knew what it was, I saw a tape on my dad that my dad had taped Eraserhead by David Lynch. And I just saw it. I just saw Eraserhead, and I thought, that sounds like a fun, cool horror film. So I watched it, and I remember just thinking, I've no idea what's going on. But I must have been like 8 or 9 years old or something. I don't remember even liking it. I just remember watching it, and I think it just showed me at an early age what a film could be. But also found it really funny as well, because there's a bit where he's cutting a chicken. It's a tiny little chicken, and it starts like going like that, and my parents used to reference it at the dinner table, like when I was cutting the chicken.
Jesus. Well, when you were cutting the chicken when you were 9?
Well, because in Eraserhead, the guy goes, "You just cut it up like a regular chicken. Just cut it up like a regular chicken." And I remember that line being used very often when cutting a chicken.
Oh my God. It is. I mean, I suppose that's actually even better than dark. I guess Lynchian would be the best way to describe your work. Do you think? Maybe,
but at the same time, yeah, I was more influenced by that than horror. But I think it's more about what happens when you add the music, because a scene is just a scene playing out. You write a scene, you play it out, but then you add music and it changes the dynamic. And it can be, if it's really scary, you could add nice music to it, or if it's really nice, you could add scary music to it and see what happens. I think I loved. I think I said to you already, the trailer for your new Sock film. The music's beautiful. I found it on Spotify as well. Who was that? Yeah, Weikert, Adam Weikert. I think that's how you say his name. He sent me that in 2010. Wow. He sent me like an early version of it. He only released it a few years ago, but he sent me it in 2010 when I was making. I'd announced that I was making a film called The Meadow Man.
Yeah, and
so he sent me the music, and he said it was inspired by the music from Spoilsbury Toast Boy. So he'd seen, the Clara Rockmore, Tchaikovsky, it's a similar piano anyway.
Yeah.
He I guess he made that, and he thought it sounds like it would fit in one of my cartoons, and then he sent me it, and that was years ago. And I always wanted to use it, and I never got around to finishing The Meadow Man. So I decided to use it for this new one.
It's so perfect because it's just this beautiful music, and just Again, I know you're saying that you don't get affected by it because it's your own stuff, but just the most horrific things are happening on the screen.
I'll bite your fucking spleen.
So is it a 1 or a 2 today?
It's a 2 with a side of 1.
You shouldn't be looking at stuff like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. So the guy kind of sort of has a woman tied up and he's sort of hitting her. That's just like the worst imagery I could think of, really. Well, it's not the worst. I mean, you can always get worse, but that's an example of something that would just pop into my dream. Like I would just see it. I wouldn't be part of it. I'd just see it and I'd be like,
When's it coming out?
Soon. I'm just actually making some music for it. I'd made most of the music for it. I just have a few little spaces where there's more music. But also, I'm bringing out some socks. And I'm just, as a sort of novelty merch item. And I want it to tie in with when I can get those made. So I think we're waiting about a week, 2 weeks on them. So
do you think about things like, Halloween as a bit of a release date?
That's what I'm aiming for. But although I find it a bit of a weird novelty, probably want to get it out before the US election because, people are suddenly going to actually, I think people are going to be interested in that up until the election. And then like a few days after, they're just going to be like, oh, okay, back to normal.
Yeah.
But
is it political at all, this one? Because you have...
No.
Okay. Because you ventured not just Cream. There was a couple other ones recently that were a little bit more political.
The news ones.
Yes. Yeah. The news ones. Yeah.
Yeah, they were a little bit, but still they didn't really hit on any actual topics that would be talking points for the average person. It was nonsense, really. But it was more about the media and contradiction in the media. So I would have the newsreaders just contradicting each other all the time, and then themselves, then the commenters contradicting themselves and the newsreaders, and then it's just kind of a bit of fun.
I think that's great though, because I get put off personally, and it's just a personal thing, but I do get put off by comedy that's either one way, left or right. It just, as soon as that comes out, I just think, oh, come on, I can't be bothered anymore. Whereas when it's attacking just a general thing, which, I mean, that's just news, sensationalism, reactions, the way we react to stuff, I quite like that.
Yeah, and obviously there is satires of the characters from both sides as well. There's like, in one of the news ones, there's a girl who's going on about how we must do something to help all these people, but whilst doing nothing and having no idea what she's talking about. And then a load of people looking at the phones saying, yeah, we should do something, but while doing nothing. So that kind of represents that kind of armchair activist side of things. And then on the other side, you've got conspiracy theorists who have decided that dogs don't exist because the government's lying to you. And, so, it generally takes care of most sides, and there's a bit of Alex Jones in there. Some would say it would be ridiculous to even attempt to parody Alex Jones, but for some reason I did.
I think it works all right. They just felt very focused. They felt, not that the other stuff doesn't, but it felt really focused, and Cream felt very focused. And you did something with David Mitchell as well. Did you meet him?
No, that was when I was doing the BBC stuff, and they were just kind of throwing a bunch of different offers at me at the time, just sort of like saying, "Oh, you want to do this? Do you want to?" What else did I do? I did they asked for so I did a music satire one, and then around that time they were just like, "Oh, do you want to animate something for the Red Button for the Mitchell and Webb show?" I don't think. I don't know if they even still have the Red Button, but I've never used it. It's Sky Digital, isn't it? You press the red button and you get some more content or whatever. But yeah, so that was just a bunch of animators were hired to animate some audio sketches for Mitchell and Webb. I think they wanted to promote the TV series of their sketch comedy, but also they had loads of audio, and being audio comedy, most people just never listen to it. It's like the audio version of Flight of the Conchords, I think.
Yeah.
I really liked it, but most people don't bother with audio comedy, I think.
Yeah.
Something I've noticed. So they just wanted some pictures for it, yeah. So no, I'd never met them.
It's like you were saying, I think it's like, where'd you get it? Where'd you get the audio? I mean, you can get it on YouTube. But people say to me, because this is, like I say, it's an audio, mostly because I don't have the time to edit the whole video. I'd have to be zooming in and zooming out with all the cuts, which is just, I just don't have the time. But people often message saying, oh, don't you have the video on YouTube and all that? I can't just listen to voices. It makes me feel sick.
Oh, that's surprising. What's wrong with them? That sounds like a condition.
I've had it a few times, and people are actually quite, almost apologetic, and they're saying like, "Look, it's not you or anything. It's just if I hear just audio, I feel sick. I feel sick listening to your shit."
Wow, shit. Maybe they're, I don't know. Maybe that sounds like a medical condition. If you like, that must be horrible.
Yeah, tell me about it. But since my dad's since apologized, so it's not him.
Yeah, just imagine like feeling sick every time you heard some audio without a visual to match it.
Yeah, you do get drawn. I think when you get so used to it, like if you pop Joe Rogan on, you're just used to seeing his big heads and everyone's big heads there and stuff. So if you sort of suddenly took that away and you're just hearing the audio and you're on your YouTube and everything sat at home, I think you do get a bit like,
Yeah, I really like audio stand-up comedy. Like I used to really like listening to that, Doug Stanhope and Mitch Hedberg and stuff like that. That's for some reason. Occasionally there would be a moment in the show where it would go silent and there'd be a laugh, and I'd be like, "What they're doing right now? They're doing something." But also a guy called Daniel Kitson, who generally is very difficult. There's no video really of him, aside from a few 5-minute clips. But I don't think he lets anyone record his shows. But occasionally he brings them out on Bandcamp as audio, usually about 10 years after they've actually been recorded. And so I'm really into audio comedy. And
Derek and Clive.
Yep, love it, yeah. That was a influence for us before we did our improv. Like it was basically, that's sort of what taught us to improvise, I think. It was just like, let's just do it how they do it.
Do you have a dark personality?
No, I don't think so, no.
What are you like just around your mates and that?
Well, I mean, the jokes are always pretty dark. Yeah. A lot of my friends, there would be times when it would just, I think it's not just dark. It's not dark to be edgy. It's dark just to see how far you can push it, really. But yeah, there's not a dark person. I've never been gothy or anything. I'm not like depressive or, people don't fear me. I'm not like someone who's gonna like flip out or anything and start.
Yeah. For some reason, I imagine you in like a cabin like Roald Dahl had when you're writing your work. Where do you work?
Here, with Will Smith, in the hospital, just by his side. Right. Looking after him, just in my house, really. It's not a cabin. Although I would like a house with more personality. I'm just renting one here. It's just a house in Leeds. But I do have like that sort of dream of living in one of those big old sort of dusty old houses, and there's got like an old grandfather clock in it, and it's a bit drafty and echoey, and there's hidden rooms and stuff. That's the dream.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like your cartoons again. It's so funny hearing you, because every now and then your voice almost sounds like, because obviously, I mean, do you do all the voiceovers? Is it all you? Yeah, I try and mix it up a little bit sometimes, because it's sometimes too much of my voice, and I don't like to strain it too much. I feel like if you do anything that's not too natural, then it's hard to deliver lines convincingly if you're doing like a really exaggerated voice. So if I've got like a female voice, I'd rather get a female actor to do that. I don't think just speeding my voice up and doing kind of a less manly voice does the job very often. And also generally sounds like salad fingers when I do that. Also, I don't think it's possible for someone who's young or my age to actually do a voice of an 80-year-old man. I just don't think anyone can even fake that degraded sound. And I quite look forward to getting that. If there's one good thing about being old, it's you get that crumbly old voice that sounds
kind of rich.
Can't wait.
Yeah, I want to sound like Stephen Fry when I'm older. That sort of, rich, kind of thick.
Mm. Can you do an impression?
No, because like I said,
but you could do it. Must have a best bet at it, a best guy. Because I think I can do that. So David Attenborough always, look at how sort of Voldemort.
Yeah, because he's got. I mean, yes, he's got that sort of voice.
Yes.
I can't really. I'm not very good at impressions, but yeah. So David Attenborough has that extremely. So it's like that, but there's a subtlety in between getting to there.
Yeah,
and just being sort of crumbly and old, and it sounds really rich and booming.
Yeah, Stephen Fry sounds rich and booming.
Yeah, he's my sort of like. If I ever wanted a celebrity to be in my work, it would be Stephen Fry, I think.
Really? You know, what would be cool is if we showed him this and he retweeted it and that.
Yeah,
he's cool, isn't he? I saw him once at Luton Airport, and he was just. He was walking faster than I've ever seen anyone walk because he obviously didn't want to have to talk to anyone. He just walked through the airport terminal and like people were going, "Oh, Stephen," and he was just walking really fast and he got out.
I'd wear sunglasses if I was recognisably famous. I think
I don't think sunglasses are going to help Stephen Fry because he's got a particularly recognisable figure. He's very tall and robust.
What if he had a cap on backwards?
But the thing is, then you look even more conspicuous, don't you? You look even more like, who's the bloke with the sunglasses and the cap on, and doesn't he think he's wonderful with his hat and sunglasses?
When I'm in the airport, I'm generally not looking at people. I think I'm just sort of I don't think I think I've probably walked past so many famous people in my life, and I just don't recognize people because I don't. I just kind of I don't look at every person that I walk past.
I couldn't avoid Stephen Fry because I was waiting for my. I think it was my mum or someone. I was waiting for someone and the doors were opening at the terminal, when you come through with the arrivals, and he walked through. And it's such a weird thing because there's a split second where you think you know him and you think you must be there waiting to pick him up. So I was like, I don't know you.
Oh, yeah.
What's the stupidest thing that, apart from stuff I've asked, what's the stupidest thing that people have asked?
Oh, God, I used to save them. I used to save the screenshots of people's stupid questions. Oh man, you put me on the spot there. I got to try and think of a good one.
I thought before talking to you, I thought I'm going to ask you at the beginning what's the stupidest stuff so I can avoid it. And then,
if you would have asked me last week, I would have gone through some of the files.
Who were you talking to? Let's bitch about people.
Bitch about people. Yeah. I generally, I don't like to bitch about famous people or anyone that's screwed me over in the past, but there's certain people have pissed me off. There's a lot of egos. I don't really like egos. I assume that being famous, like proper famous, to get there, you would probably need an ego in the first place, unless you just kind of happen to find your way into it just through doing what you love. But there's a lot of, I assume, to get to that level of fame that, famous people have. I feel like there probably is some huge ego required.
What someone told me recently about that, actually on the podcast, I had a historian on called Dr. Tessa Dunlop, and she's a TV historian. But she was saying that it's the ones who have been famous for a very long time, since they were kids often, or grew up famous or whatever, are just the worst. And I know there's also the ones who got there young and were very ambitious. But she said a lot of them who are a bit older, who suddenly sort of have it happen to them almost. They sort of feel like they've got this like magic powder that has happened, and they want to share the powder with everyone else. They want to like bring everyone. They're very kind and generous. She says. Yeah,
sometimes things that I see famous people say just makes me think how you've been famous for so long that you've just got this idea in your head that you're a super being or something. I think one example I think of is Pete Townsend from The Who. Yeah. Everything I read about him, I just think, God, what a twat.
He was digging out Led Zeppelin the other day.
Yeah, that was it. He was going on about how Led Zeppelin stole heavy guitars and heavy drums and heavy from him, from his live album. They said that they stole it from his album Live in Leeds, and that's what the album's called, in 1970. Led Zeppelin, who had 2 albums before then, which they had their sound on. It's just, and he constantly goes on about how, I don't know, it just sounded, when I was reading it, it just sounded like it's pure narcissist speaking. The way it was all worded, it's like, and then he would say, "Oh, they're great guys, but I just really don't like their music," and it's just, that's just says so much.
There's a certain type of person, because they're all quite a little bit similar in some ways. If you think of him, and then the bloke who wrote FEAR, I can't remember what's his name. Who wrote? Was it Ian Brown? Ian Brown.
Oh, Ian Brown.
Yeah, isn't he been kicking off?
Stone Roses.
Yeah, I think he's been going mental at everyone recently.
Yeah, he's another one of those ones who's decided that wearing a mask is...
So he's kicking off about that. And then you've got, Morrissey.
Oh, yeah, Morrissey's one. He's just... I think Morrissey's a different case, though. I think he's just always been... I think he just gets off on being antisocial.
Yeah, I can see the attraction in that.
Yeah, I think he's just, from a young age, he's obviously been an outcast, and he's just... He finds that he needs new ways to... annoy people, but I think he's managed to find a far right party that also cares for animals. It's like you don't often get the two sort of like meeting, and that's why he's going full support for that. Because I looked it up after he supported that, that because I think he was saying something like UKIP aren't right enough for me, so he found this he found this group that were further right, and then I looked on their website, and it was just like, we're hard right but also care for animals, and I thought, there it is. It's not often, you don't often get the two going together.
Hitler was a vegetarian, wasn't he?
Apparently, but then again, I can't imagine there would have been many options in Germany there's a lot of sausages and stuff. I mean, I imagine he ate sausages. I don't think they were like corn sausages.
If he ate sausages, they would have just been sausages, but it's a big if he ate, and I don't want you to get sued by the estate of Adolf Hitler for suggesting he wasn't a vegetarian.
I don't think he was, to be honest.
Well, disclaimer, we, in case any of Hitler's family, I don't know what I'm talking about. Last question, what's the future, man? What's going on? What's happening?
I don't know. I don't think that far ahead. More cartoons.
Yes.
Well, actually, I made a bunch, like half-finished ones, and then I decided that the sock needed to be the leader of this little group of cartoons.
Okay.
So I put all the effort into sock, but I had started a few others, and I've got loads written, and I put some music out, and loads of different stuff. Maybe do some art. I don't know. I was streaming. I streamed pretty much the entire process of making Sock 6. But I've stopped my streams since I did the last bit of animation for it. But I'll probably start them again. And, when I get a new project going after a break.
Yeah.
So, definitely more cartoons. Don't have any... I'm trying to avoid any offers now, because from... if someone says, do a music video, do work on my film, whatever, always fun, always enjoyable. But in the end, I prefer to put my own work out that's, I've got funding from my Patreon people, so it's not like I need money from a company to make something.
Yeah. What's the better feeling, making something or putting it out there? Do you feel miserable when you put it out there? I sometimes feel miserable when I put something out there.
No, I like it when it's out. I also, I don't worry that people aren't going to like it. If it's Salad Fingers, there is a bigger, there's more pressure because it's got predecessors to sort of worry about it being compared to. But when it's a new cartoon and it's a new thing, like Sock is a sequel, but it's not really a sequel because none of the characters are the same.
Yeah, it's a vibe.
So, yeah, it definitely is. And I know that I like it. And I know it's reaching a sort of mood that I've been searching for a long time. And I also look forward to people not liking it because I feel like if everyone likes it straight away, then it's predictable. If it's new and different, then a lot of people shouldn't like it. They should reject it immediately, and then maybe grow to like it later. So also, if I get a lot of negative comments on my video, I know it's reached a new audience. So I look forward to it not being accepted by everyone.
Oh, that was a creepy Halloween special, wasn't it? Oh, I'm feeling all horror-y. Do you know what I mean? I've got this real urge now to go on his website and just look at all this weird, horrible, creepy stuff, because that's what it's about, Halloween. Hope you enjoyed that. Wasn't that great? Speaking to the one and only David Firth. Please do check if, by the time you hear this, Sock 6 has come out. Let David know what you think of it on his Twitter. See his back catalogue on fat-pie.com. That dash is the punctuation mark, not spelling out DASH. I've probably made things more confusing now. It's just fat with a hyphen and then pie.com. Pie as in the thing you eat, not the other David Lynch film. Wasn't there one called Pie? Might not be David Lynch, I'll check that later. Get hold of some of his new socks and other cool stuff related to Salad Fingers and his other characters, again on his Twitter or fatpie.com. I did check out the scene he was talking about with the chicken from Eraserhead. You can find that on YouTube, and my word, is it disturbing. You'll never eat a chicken the same way. I mean, I'm a vegetarian, I don't shout about it, don't need to shout about it, do I? But, you know, if I did eat chicken, I wouldn't after watching that. But then I'm somebody who was put off from eating chickens anyway. Not judging you eat what you want, I don't care, but not hard to see how director David Lynch may have influenced animator David Firth. The music playing now is called Aspies, and it's part of David's ambient music. You can find some of his really cool stuff on Spotify under Locust Toybox, one word. I hope you guys enjoyed that extra episode. It was a real delight to talk to David, who has long been a hero of mine, and of many of my friends as well. It has, however, been a lot of work this week to get 2 done alongside all my normal paid work. I don't have a Patreon thing, and I don't want to advertise in this podcast just yet, because it's just purer without it, isn't it? Isn't it nice? Although you might be listening to this well in the future when I've got some digitalised advertising in it and you're going, what are you talking about? I've just listened to some advert about diapers or something, you know. I think I heard Joe Rogan doing one about diapers or weird like pants or something, I don't know, it was odd. What you can do if you'd like me to keep making these is please leave a review on Apple, or you know, you might not have an Apple thing, so then you can't do that much, but tweet, post stuff, make some noise about it, get friends to listen. All that kind of stuff is an amazing motivation that helps me keep going into the early hours while editing all of these things. Follow me on AndrewGold_OK on Twitter or Instagram, and check out all the blogs and videos on my new website, AndrewGoldPodcast.com. Quite a simple one to remember, isn't it? Although not that simple, because it's not the same as On the Edge with Andrew Gold podcast. That was just too long of a name. So, and you know, it's ridiculous. So I've gone with Andrew Gold Podcast. Hopefully it won't mess up the search engine optimization too much. But you got it, AndrewGoldPodcast.com. Get on it, have a look around, leave some comments on the blog, get all the videos done, whatever. By the way, the music from the trailer for Sock 6 that I played halfway through the podcast, the little nice piano melody, was A Constant Repose by Adam Weickert. Find him at weiki.com, WEIKIE.com. It's a gorgeous track, it really is. And the weird theremin music from Spoilsby Toast Boy, the one that I started the whole that one, that is the late Clara Rockmore performing Tchaikovsky's Valse Sentimentale, or in French, because that's what it is, a valse sentimentale. Donc c'est ça, et voilà, on peut se parler, on va se voir la semaine prochaine, et c'est ça. See you next week.
But people expect you to be precise. So, for example, when I first arrived in the community, people would ask me where I'm from. And I would say, from California. And they would say, well, where is that? And I thought I just needed to be more precise, and I'd say, oh, America, or something like that. Right? What they really needed me to do was to point in the right direction. And I hadn't thought beforehand which way you would go from this particular part of Cape York to California. Like, is it the way that I flew? Is it the other way around, which is probably straighter and faster? Is it straight through the earth? So
today, I've got Lera Boroditsky, Professor of Cognitive Science at UCSD, on the show. She's a really big deal in the languages and cognitive science worlds, having taught at MIT and Stanford. And you can find her TED Talk easily on Google, where she talks about many of the concepts that she'll talk about today in more detail. Her teaching and her research are all about the way we form thought, the way we think, and the way language affects how we think. If any of you have seen the movie Arrival, you'll know what I mean, because it's a great example of how learning the alien language allows you to think differently. Sounds like an Apple advert. I won't spoil it, but the film, well, I might spoil it later, but I won't now, but the film and its original short story by Ted Chiang just blew my mind. Scientists in the real world haven't encountered anything quite so sci-fi-like, but Dr. Boroditsky has nailed down certain characteristics in the 7,000 languages around the world that make its native speakers think in different ways. For example, she ingrained herself with one community where they use cardinal points, so south, west, east, north, instead of left and right. It means they have an internal map of compass points, something we never thought humans had the ability to do. They see a sort of map in their heads and it moves around and shows them west, south, east, all those things. So it's just an amazing thing that comes just from learning their language and being exposed to their culture. Other examples she'll talk about include the way we see colour, the way we count and use maths and engineer things, and the way gender is influenced by language. For example, the French for bridge is le pont, and it's masculine, and they therefore tend to describe it in poetry or whatever else as imposing and strong, while Germans, die Brücke, is feminine, so bridges are seen as somehow elegant and fragile. And while those gender stereotypes might be a little outdated, they give us an insight into the way words can have effect on the way we see the world around us and meaning. As many of you know, language is one of my biggest passions. I speak 5, although I cheat by including English. The others are Spanish, French, German, and Portuguese. And one of the things that has fascinated me is how I find myself taking on a new personality with each language. When I'm in a group of French people, I become this low-voiced, suave, philosophical guy qui parle en français, voilà, on va à la teuf, ça va. While in Argentine Spanish, I take on an Italian inflection, a bit more risque in how I talk, you know? I'm singing my words. Che, ¿qué te pasa? ¿Qué vamos a hacer esta noche? And that has to change your personality a little bit, you know? It's not only in how you're perceived by other people, but in how you think while communicating in those other languages. I mean, I really feel like I become that other person. So that's why I've been absolutely fascinated by Dr. Boroditsky's work and by a book I recently read by Guy Deutscher called Through the Language Glass, where he mentions some of the things as well that we're going to talk about in this podcast. But Dr. Boroditsky talks to me about all of those things and also touches on things like enforced language change, such as gender-neutral pronouns and other social justice changes and causes, and talks a little bit about psychopaths. She even suggests she might just be one. I think she was joking, but there's some truth in the notion that very high-performing people are often some form of sociopath. If you're into that, check out my earlier episodes with M.E. Thomas, the female Mormon psychopath, and Mary Turner Thompson, whose husband was a psychopath and a bigamist. Please make sure to share this podcast with friends and suggest it to people. Follow me on AndrewGold_OK on Twitter and Instagram. I could do with some more followers. But for now, it's Lera Boroditsky and languages. English is your 4th language, is that right?
I don't know how that got started.
Wikipedia.
I grew up in the Soviet Union, and I grew up speaking Russian as my first language. Oh. And I was around Belarusian and Ukrainian, but I didn't really speak those languages. So English was really my second language. Okay. And I've learned bits and pieces of other languages along the way. But
right.
English and Russian are the 2 languages I really speak.
Привет.
Привет, спасибо. Как дела?
Хорошо, хорошо. I don't know how to say "and you."
First have to decide whether we're being formal or informal. Decide if you're going to, I'm sure you speak German.
So, yeah, I speak German, French, Spanish, and Portuguese. So I imagine it's like the vous and tu in French.
Right.
That's another thing, because I watched your TED talk and you talked about, which we'll get onto, there were 5 things I think you mentioned that really change how people think and stuff. But then the other one is that, isn't it, I suppose? Do you think differently because you are maybe more conscious of addressing somebody based on their status or age?
There's been a little bit of work on that. I think there's a lot more for us to learn, but there seems to be a difference in how much people pay attention to age and remember other people's ages, if that's relevant for your language. But of course, it's also really relevant then in your culture for all kinds of other reasons. So it's hard to disentangle what's the main causal.
I find it all fascinating. What was it that got you first so interested in languages and cognitive science?
I've always been interested in the human mind, and it never occurred to me that there were any other things that could be more interesting. I just thought I was focusing on the thing that was naturally the most interesting thing. And I think it was sometime through graduate school that I noticed there are other smart people working in other fields, and it puzzled me. I was like, wow. People working on physics and chemistry, literature, who would have thought? It just seemed like obviously any smart person should be interested in how the mind works, because what could be more fascinating?
But I did literature, and that's sort of how the mind works. But I guess it's for people who weren't. I mean, I never felt clever enough to study the sciences. Are you you must be into literature and language and stuff as part of the whole thing?
Of course, literature is a wonderful expression of our linguistic creative power, but so is any normal language conversation, right? So in the conversation that we're having right now, we've both said sentences we've never said before. Possibly we've said sentences that no humans have ever said before, and we've only been chatting for a minute or two. So that's an incredible creative force that we have inside our brains.
Do you think that's true, that we've said things that nobody's ever said before?
Quite likely, because you've been asking me very specific questions about what got me interested in cognitive science. And I don't know that there's another person who would have given exactly that answer with exactly those words.
I suppose if you make it the whole paragraph, nobody said that before, but maybe I wonder if there's anything we've said that's just 2 words next to each other that have never been said before. That's harder, isn't it?
2 words would be extremely unlikely, but you can definitely find a sentence in this conversation that there will be 0 hits on in Google.
That's cool. I like that. I really like that. How many languages do you speak now, actually?
Well, I speak English and Russian as the languages that I'm fluent in. And at some point I spoke terrible French, and native French speakers let me know just how terrible it was. And at some point, I also spoke some pretty terrible Indonesian. Indonesian speakers tend to be very nice about others trying to speak their language. So for a moment, I believed I was brilliant.
I've heard that Indonesians are relatively, from an objective point of view, a fairly simple language. Is that right or not?
It's hard to say what language is simple overall, because there's so many facets of a language. It's a language that's easy to get started in. So you can make yourself understood reasonably quickly, but there are all kinds of subtleties that take a really long time to pick up. But just making yourself understood, getting to that point is relatively easier.
Do you think learning new languages, did you notice yourself, does it change you cognitively as an adult when you start to learn languages?
Yeah, it's always such a fun process. You always notice things in a new language that are perspectives that you didn't have before. There are distinctions that are made in any language that you aren't used to making. Yeah. And at first, usually people complain about it. So, for example, when you learned French or German, you would have had to learn grammatical genders in those languages. And of course, they differ from language to language. And anyone who has to learn a second language with grammatical gender will complain. Why do I have to memorize all these genders?
Oh man, you know what? In French and Spanish, it was actually okay. French was the first foreign language I learned, and it was a bit frustrating. But then by the time I got to Spanish, which I think objectively, if you can be objective about a language, is far easier than French, especially with the genders, because most of the words end with A or O, so you know where you are. Mm-hmm. And then I got, Portuguese was very similar, and then German was just like another thing from another planet of genders and madness. Why don't they just make it simpler?
Well, a lot of people have noticed this. So Mark Twain wrote an essay about his experience learning German. The title of the essay was "The Awful German Language." Gives you a sense of his experience, and a lot of that centers on grammatical gender. David Sedaris also in Me Talk Pretty One Day writes about learning French and the frustration he has with getting genders wrong all the time and being treated like you can't even speak as well as a 3-year-old. And the way he solves that problem in the end is to only refer to everything in the plural. So he can never buy one toaster, he has to buy 2 toasters, because then you don't have to specify gender.
That's amazing. So, that would work, I think, in German too. My problem with French, what was really interesting to me, actually, becoming more self-reflective about it as I was learning French, was I started to understand how when French people learn English, for example, they often can't pronounce certain sounds like "I," so the difference between, sheet and shit, beach and bitch, they can't do the "I." There were vowels that we don't have in French. So I was saying merci beaucoup to everyone, and merci beaucoup means thanks, nice ass, nice bottom, instead of cool. This is the difference between "o" and "u," which we don't have. So that was my big mistake in French, I guess.
Right. You always have to learn to pay attention to certain things that you haven't had to pay attention to before, and that could be sounds or even simple distinctions in how you say no. So let me give you one of my favorite examples from Indonesian. If I ask you, is your microphone wooden? In English, you would say no. In Indonesian, you would say tidak. If I asked you, is that a wooden microphone? In English, again, you would say no. But in Indonesian, you'd say bukan, because in the first case, you're denying a property, that it's a microphone that is wooden. In the second case, you're denying the categoryhood, that it is a wooden microphone. And if for some reason you had plans to make it a wooden microphone, then the way to say no would be belum, which would mean not yet.
Oh, my word.
A lot of questions people ask you in Indonesia, for example, do you have any kids, or have you been to Bali? Things that you're expected to do. The proper answer is not no, but belum, not yet. And if you just try to say tidak, no, the people will correct you and say, oh, you mean not yet. You're going to go to Bali. You're going to have kids.
That's so insane. And that's something you have to reveal then. The language forces you to reveal that.
The language forces you to pay attention to what it is that you're denying and whether it's something that's likely to happen in the future or not. Yeah.
Wow. Are there things like that? Have you picked up on things like that in foreign languages that you would like English to adopt? I mean, for me, the example is always the plural you, which sometimes in parts of, I think, Boston and I think in the north of England, we put an S on the end, use. Are there things like that?
One thing that I think is really convenient is when you can elide certain things, so you can be more ambiguous or more general. So we were talking about gender before. It would be really nice if you didn't have to mark gender in English on pronouns if you didn't have to, if you didn't want to, right? So lots of languages don't have gendered pronouns. So Indonesian, for example, is a language like that. And so in Indonesian, you can choose to add gender if you want to talk about it. You could choose to not include it. The students of mine have already told me that they sometimes strategically use this feature if they're bilingual, for example, if they're speaking a language where you might say to your parents, oh, I'm meeting a friend tonight. Well, in English, the word friend does not include gender. So you could just be nice and ambiguous about it. But if you're saying it, say, in Farsi or in Russian, you would have to specify gender, and then your parents may have some further questions. And so my students would say, well, I strategically switch into English so that you don't have to press the question. Wow. I think there are lots of cases like that, whether it's gender or other things, where you want to be able to make the choice of whether you're including extra information or not when it's relevant.
So what actually is happening when we speak? What is speaking?
Well, you just made some tones and hisses and puffs with your mouth while exhaling. And that created a set of air vibrations that vibrated your microphone. Eventually, it will travel to your listeners' ears, vibrate their eardrums in their ears, and then your brain will take that set of vibrations and transform those vibrations, hopefully, into thoughts. And at a physical level, that's what's happening. But the process by which your brain takes those vibrations and creates patterns of meaning is, of course, extremely complicated and something we're only starting to understand.
It's so complicated, yet it seems so simple for us. And there are 7,000 languages. There's 7,000. You said I exhaled. Is that what speaking is? You always exhale? Are there languages where people inhale to make noises?
You can make noises lots of different ways. Some languages, they're clicks. Some languages, there's a whistled register of Spanish, for example, spoken in the Canary Islands. It's like a slightly reduced version of the vowel space. So there are lots and lots of different ways that people make noise. But of course, there are languages also that are not spoken at all, that don't involve exhalation. So there are sign languages spoken around the world that follow a different physical process. What we're always doing when we're speaking is we're trying to invite another human to look at the world in a particular way, right? So we're inviting them to share something about the way that we're seeing things. We're trying to create some difference in their brain, make them think something that they aren't already thinking on their own.
We're like a bunch of manipulators.
There's no other reason to use language with another human, right? Except to get them to think something that they aren't already thinking or get them to do something that they aren't already doing.
Sounds quite cynical.
Well, but you could think of it in a cooperative context, right? So I could tell you, careful, jump out of the way of that bus. So in that case, it's quite helpful. Or if we're just trying to move a table together, we could be agreeing on if we're going to go left or right, or if we're going to flip it one way or another. Cool. Mostly we're using language in the acts of cooperation, of trying to do things together.
I'm really interested in this, how do you pronounce it? Kuuk-Thaayorre people.
Kuuk-Thaayorre, yeah.
The Kuuk-Thaayorre people. Did you go and meet them?
Yeah, I had a chance to go there. My friend and collaborator, Alice Gaby, did a lot of work in that community describing the language. She co-wrote with some of the folks there the grammar of the Kuuk-Thaayorre language. And it has some really interesting properties that made me want to go and do some studies there. And I was lucky to be able to go and do it. So in Kuuk-Thaayorre, and this is true of a lot of the world's languages, it's not the only language like this. Instead of using words like left and right to talk about space, they use cardinal direction terms. So something like north, south, east, and west. These words are just used all over the place. So for example, the way you say hello in Kuuk-Thaayorre is in English, you might say, how are you? Fine. In Kuuk-Thaayorre, you would say, which way are you going? And the answer should be something like north, northwest, in the far distance. How about you?
Is that a philosophical, metaphorical response, or does it actually mean where they're walking?
It has to be a precise direction. And people will correct you if you're wrong. So kids get trained on this. So for example, a parent might ask a child, where's grandmother's house? And the child might point and say, oh, it's this way. And the parent will say, no, it's this way, and correct 3 degrees. And if actually, you can see this in the precision in gesture there. So as I'm talking to you, I might say, oh, I used to live in San Francisco, or when I was visiting Australia, and I might be making gestures in different directions with my hands. And if you measure those gestures in English speakers, they're basically random. Like you can't follow my gestures and get to San Francisco, Australia. But in languages like Kuuk-Thaayorre, people are making precise gestures. One time I was talking to this guy, Alfred, and he told me that he was going fishing the next day. And as he said he was going fishing, he gestured in a particular direction. And he immediately realized that he'd just given away the location of his favorite secret fishing spot. And so he started waving his hand around to smear the direction.
Oh my God.
But people expect you to be precise. So for example, when I first arrived in the community, people would ask me where I'm from. And I would say, from California. And they would say, well, where's that? And I thought I just needed to be more precise. And I'd say, oh, America, or something like that, right? And what they really needed me to do is to point in the right direction. And I hadn't thought beforehand which way you would go from this particular part of Cape York to California. Like, is it the way that I flew? Is it the other way around, which is probably straighter and faster? Is it straight through the earth? So I had a few options. And so I pointed in somewhat different directions the first few times I was asked, and then people kind of thought I was a shady character. Because they're like, oh, she's trying to hide something.
So I guess their language hasn't developed to allow for the idea that somebody might be from several thousand miles away.
Well, Australia is pretty big, but there is an assumption that there is some straight line to where you came from or where you need to go. If there are conventions for pointing to California, I certainly didn't know them ahead of time.
So they've got like a superpower because of their language. It's like a superpower that lets them sort of know at all times compass points or cardinal points. Are they using sort of, landmarks? Are they using where the sun is and the time of the year? Or could you put them in a dark room and turn them around and they'd know north from south?
Yeah. So the way that people stay oriented is it's not magic. There are some ways that you can disorient any human. Right. So if you blindfold someone and spin them around in a chair, your vestibular system will reset and then you'll be disoriented. And the cochlear speakers will also be disoriented. Also, when you fall asleep, your vestibular system resets. So one thing that people often ask is, well, what if you put them on a plane and they fall asleep on the plane and they land in a new place they've never been, and it's a cloudy night so that you can't even see the stars. So now all reorientation markers are gone. The vestibular system is reset. Do they still know which way is which? And the answer is no, they don't know. They can be disoriented in that context. But what people will do then is you actually do have to establish a direction in order to speak the language, even just to continue conversing with one another. You have to agree on some set of directions. And so they will get together and say, okay, north is that way, and they'll decide some direction. And then when they get more information, they'll change. But it is necessary to have some direction set.
Is it about the language or the culture?
Well, they go hand in hand. So, but one way, language is, of course, one part of culture. There are lots of other parts of culture outside of language. But if you think about taking English, and it would be actually very easy to force yourself to speak a version of English that requires cardinal directions, right? So you could just decide today that every time you use a verb of motion, like if you say, I'm going to go get lunch, you will instead have to say something like, I'm going to Northwest to get lunch. Or I'm going to, instead of saying I'm going to turn up the volume, you might have to say I'm going to south the volume, depending on how your board is set up, right? Now, if you forced yourself to actually do that, you would have to get oriented pretty quick. And you would immediately start having to pay attention to where things are in your environment, how they're oriented with respect to geographical locations. It would just necessarily force you to be oriented. And that's just a culture of one person, right?
Do you think you can learn that as an adult, or do you think you have to learn it young?
I think you can learn it at any time. I had this experience there. So I spent a lot of time outside. I like to hike, and I used to go do a lot of mushroom foraging when I was growing up. And I travel a lot. So in my life, it would be useful to be oriented. And my sense of direction isn't terrible, but I'm often lost. So this is just to say I've had a lot of pressure at other points in my life to want to be oriented. But when I was there, it was intense pressure, right? Because people treat you like you're stupid if you don't know what direction is which. And they're right. In that cultural context, it is pretty stupid to not know what direction is which. Even children can do it, right?
Yeah.
And so after about a week of this pressure, I remember I was walking along and I wasn't thinking about being oriented. I was thinking about something else. But all of a sudden, I noticed there's this window that popped up in my mind. And it was a little bird's eye view map of the place I was walking through. And I was a little red dot that was moving along this map. And then as I turned, the map automatically rotated on the in my mind to stay along the landscape. And when that happened, it felt effortless. When that happened, I thought, oh, well, this makes it so much easier. Now, now I'm oriented. And I kind of sheepishly confessed this to someone there. I said, hey, this weird thing happened. Saw it from a bird's eye view, and then this thing rotated. And they just looked at me and were like, well, of course. How else?
That's so crazy. Man, did you ever see the film Arrival?
Yes.
That's one of my favorite ever films, and the short story as well by Ted Chiang. Is that what you'd equate it to? I suppose because she started to learn the main character to think differently about time as she learned the alien language. Is that what you were doing, a foreign language and it was changing your way of thinking?
In a way, obviously less dramatic than being in travel, being able to see the future or travel in your mind to the future. I was very jealous when I saw that film because I have been studying space and time across languages for many, many years, and I still cannot see the future. So I was like, I'm missing something. I don't.
But you know what? Because of your sort of status as a top linguist, would you have been the person? Who was it? Amy Adams, was it? It was Amy Adams, I think. Would you have been the person that they came to ask for if aliens landed?
Probably a field linguist would be a better choice. Almost certainly there would be a large team of people working on that. There wouldn't be just one. It seems like if you were actually trying to solve the problem, you'd have a large team of people. But I think one thing that film captured really beautifully is the analytical process of trying to figure out a new language and trying to figure out the structures in a new language, even if you have some description of a language, some hooks into it, very quickly you realize that what you think things mean isn't exactly what it is. And there are a lot more details, and you have to be so clever. It is really like a wonderful mathematical puzzle that you're trying to take apart.
Do you think I already know, well, I don't know the answer actually. Do you think it is possible that you might be able to see time differently if you learned an alien language, if you could see the future and that kind of thing?
I think we are, of course, limited by the way that human brains are structured and wired, right? So there are hard constraints of anatomy, physics, the physiology. So there are some things that are not going to be possible given the physical setup of a standard human brain. But what has impressed me is how many more things are possible than we used to think. So, for example, the Kutire example I gave you, we used to think that humans couldn't orient that way. So there are all these studies done, usually on English speakers in the US or in the UK, and they kept showing just how poor English speakers were at staying oriented, much worse than a lot of species, right? So you could compare to salmon or to birds or to foraging ants in Tunisia, and you would always say, wow, these other creatures, they can dead reckon and they can do this kind of pathfinding that humans just can't do. And we would always think that English speakers and humans were synonymous, right?
Anglocentric.
Yeah, and then anthropologists go into these communities and start seeing, wait a second, this language in order just to speak this language, you would have to be able to perform a cognitive feat that we think is beyond human capacity. And then you start testing people and it's very clear that they can do it. And it's not because they're magical creatures or because they're biologically inherently different. They just have a different practice, and that practice gives them an ability that we used to think was beyond human ability.
So what you're saying is that we could probably see the future if it was the right language, if it was the right alien language.
Politely trying to say probably no. But let me give you an example of, seeing the future, of course, would be cool, maybe problematic as the movie already shows. But Let me give you an example like numbers, right? So some languages don't have words for exact numbers. Some languages have completely different number systems. Think about how transformative being able to do mathematics and think about precise numbers has been for our culture. So right now we're speaking over Zoom, which is, using so many layers of technology and invention that is all based on numerical systems refined by humans, right? Everything that I can see in your room is made with math. Right? Everything you can see behind me is made with math, right? And that to me is a cognitive difference where even a really small difference, like having number words in a language, that creates a stepping stone to a whole domain of human endeavor that can completely transform culture, can completely transform the kinds of spaces we live in, the kinds of things we can do together. Those are huge, huge transformations. And coming up with a good number system that kids can learn makes math something that only a small handful of adepts could do at one point, like when we were talking about Roman numerals, for example. To be able to do multiplication with Roman numerals, that would be a very special person. But now multiplication is something that we get first graders to learn how to do and memorize multiplication tables, right? So it's it's a completely transformative cognitive technology.
I love the idea that there are, whether it's seeing the future or not, but like that there are, as I say, superhuman, that with things that we imagine superhuman that we don't even know about, that we might be able to do, like the cardinal points and that kind of thing. Another point that you've talked about before is color. And especially, Russia and how they have different words for dark blue and light blue. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so languages differ in the kinds of vocabularies they have for colors. Some languages have lots of color words. Some languages have only a couple words like light and dark. Some languages might not actually have color words at all. There's some argument about this. And there are differences in where languages place boundaries between colors. So the difference between English and Russian is actually a relatively small difference. And it's just that Russian doesn't have a single word that covers the entire range of colors that we call blue in English. Instead, there's a separate word for light blue, голубой, and a separate word for dark blue, синий. And so Russian speakers have a lifetime of experience of having to call those two colors by different names. And of course, English speakers also have the option of calling them something more fine-tuned, right? So you could say, oh, that's cyan, or that's light blue, or baby blue, or navy blue, things like that. But you're not required to do it. And if you want to just say it's blue, it's fine. No one will correct you. So in English, there is a basic word blue that covers this broad range that Russian has to be more specific about. And what we find in that case, and also lots of other cases where languages disagree about a boundary, is that wherever you have a boundary in a language, so for example, in Russian, between light blue and dark blue, Russian speakers will be better able to tell the difference between colors that fall on along that boundary. So the same would be true, for example, for English speakers across the blue-green boundary. So colors that are on one side or the other of the boundary start to appear to be more different.
Yeah, so I'm wearing on purpose a light blue t-shirt. Mm-hmm. Is this as close to green as it is to navy?
Well, it's a somewhat different dimension because light blue, dark blue is a distinction along saturation, whereas green and blue is more of a distinction along hue. So they're on different dimensions in color space.
I just remember, Guy Deutscher was saying something along those lines of like, it's actually the turquoise is between sort of green and dark blue. And maybe for some people with other languages, it might feel like it's just as close to green as it is to dark blue. Whereas for us, it's like, no, this is clearly closer to dark blue.
Yeah. So how similar or different you think colors are changes. It's just color space is not one dimensional. It's at least three-dimensional.
Okay, so these are all ways that, languages change how we think. What about the way we change languages? Why does language change over time?
Well, languages are living things, so languages are always changing. They They are, after all, tools that we create and craft to suit our needs. Language has changed for lots of reasons. The simplest reason is there's a finite set of words or expressions in a language, and there's an infinite set of things that we want to talk about, and new situations arise all the time. And so we're constantly pushing the boundaries of our language in different directions. Of course, we invent new things. So we invent words for them, or we borrow words from other languages as we make contact with other languages. You come across some word in another language that you're like, oh, that's a really great idea. And I want to have that word, and you adopt it, and maybe you adopt the idea as well.
Rendezvous.
Yeah, or le weekend.
The other way around, yeah, for them. Yeah, le weekend.
French and other languages specifically have these commissions that try to slow the change of language or the adoption of other words. So in France, there's the Académie Française, which is this august body that's meant to decide what proper French words will be for all kinds of English borrowings. So they try to prohibit people from saying things like le weekend or sexting or selfie, So.
Oh, yeah. And like 2/3 of the radio stuff has to be like French language music and things like that.
So I think recently they decided that the proper French word for sexting was texte de pornographie, which I'm sure no one says.
That doesn't flow well, does it? Is it a sign of bad things sometimes when there's a group of people who push for too much change, the opposite of the French? I'm just thinking of, like, I saw that the word preference the other day in the dictionary Webster dictionary was sort of changed a little bit, and then it was said that to describe someone's sexual preferences is now controversial or offensive. Is that worrying when a group starts to force language changes? Is that always a worrying sign, or can it be a force of good?
Well, let me say two things. One is we're always negotiating with each other, with other humans, about how to use language. So it's a completely natural thing for some people to want to use language one way, other people to want to use language another way. And it's just a constant push and pull and a constant negotiation. And the fact that people are free to engage in that negotiation, I think, is a wonderful thing. A lot of people want to engage in that negotiation because they feel that the language that they speak does not reflect the way that they think. There are lots and lots of really drastic examples in history of language change that's forced on people. You don't have to look any further than the destruction of Native American languages when colonizers come, or Indigenous Australian languages, again, when colonizers come, where kids are taken away from their parents, forbidden from speaking their native language in school, beaten for doing it. You have that experience all over the world, whether it's in colonial Africa and in the colonial Americas and colonial Australia. Compared to that, I think someone saying, using the word preference in this context or that context is offensive. It seems like something I worry about less as a destructive force. I think it's a natural part of the human language process for people to push for the language to reflect the way that they think, and for other people to push back and say, no, this is not the way that I think. And it's going to be a constant negotiation.
Yeah.
But I think some of the things that we argue about are things we're holding on to, not because it's really the right way to think, or there's only one right way to think, but just because it's what we're used to. So let me give you the example of gender pronouns again, right? So in English, some people would like to introduce a new gender-neutral pronoun instead of he and she, or to take away he and she. Then other people argue that this would be the destruction of the English language if that happened, or language would become incomprehensible if that happened. Of course, there are lots of languages that don't have gender pronouns. They continue to exist. It's just fine. There are also lots of languages that mark gender a whole lot more than English does. They also continue to exist. So there's a lot of space in either direction to be potentially happy with. But what no one ever says is, what we really need to do is we need to add more gender to English. So, for example, isn't it terrible that the word you isn't gendered? Isn't it terrible that the word I isn't gendered? The word we isn't gendered? In fact, English already mostly has gender neutral pronouns, right? Except for he and she. All the other pronouns are gender neutral.
Yeah.
And the people who say that you must have gender marking on pronouns never advocate for adding gender to those other pronouns, where some languages have that, right? So wanting to hold on to it in this particular, only in the third person singular, like, did English find just the one perfect case where gender is necessary on pronouns, only in the third person singular, not in any of the other cases? Yeah. So to me, when I hear these kinds of arguments where people feel very strongly one way or the other, I think, well, there are lots of good solutions to this. Languages can work lots of different ways. And just whichever way the language happens to be now is almost certainly not some perfect way. It could be made different in all kinds of ways that would improve it for a certain context and make it worse for other contexts.
I suppose when we talk about like how it's changed since Shakespearean times, it's thought to have happened quite naturally. And I suppose the problem some people have is that this isn't when and I'm very, I don't have a particularly strong opinion either way either. But it's some people feel that it's a particular group, often who oppose their own political values, who are going out of their way to change the language. As I say, the opposite of the French system, I suppose. So it's like a control of the language, and people don't like feeling that they're out of control, I guess, or being controlled by others.
Well, so just to play devil's advocate, you would say there's always a power dynamic in who decides how language is going to be used, right? And so someone who's advocating for a change now would say, well, but this whole time, the people in power have been the ones dictating what the language should be like. And it's just that we have never had a voice up until now. So now people are upset because we're, quote unquote, controlling the language, because it's just the first time they ever have to even listen to us. Up until this point, they've been the ones controlling it. And so they have never been unhappy with it because it's already been working for them. And this is the first time that they're hearing something that's different. Right? What everyone changes that people don't like are the changes that they're not the ones that are generating, right? So if you're generating a change, if you're the one who wants it, it doesn't feel like it's being controlling. It feels like it's just naturally springing up from the way that you think. But if it's not the way that you think, then you feel like you're being controlled. But that can happen between any two people.
Maybe the difference this time. And I'm thinking about am I right in saying this happened to Jordan Peterson? Is it right that in Canada it was made legal that you have to refer to people by certain pronouns? And so that couldn't that be seen as like an example of the actual, more control? That's not really happened before, has it?
I don't know about the law that you're talking about, so I can't comment on it. But someone might say, but let me just play it. I agree with you that it feels at times grating when you feel like, well, I'm just talking the way that I grew up talking, and I don't mean anyone any harm. And why is someone bugging me about how I'm using the English language that I learned? It's just let me live, right? Like there's kind of that, and all of us have that, like, can I just live feeling from time to time, right?
Sure.
At the same time, someone, for example, who strongly believes that they don't fall into a gender binary would say, well, this whole time I have been forced to refer to myself as he or she. That has been forced upon me. And it's also been forced upon me by the government, where whenever I fill out an official form, I have to check he or she on the form, right? So they feel like they've been being controlled their whole life. By the structure in the language. And so if you try to make that argument to someone who feels like they don't belong in either side of that binary, they've already been experiencing that their whole life. So
that's a really good point, actually.
It really just depends on how well you feel the language fits the way you think.
One of the things I've heard you, I think, concerned about is how quickly we're losing many languages around the world. Why is it important to safeguard them, and how can we do that?
Yeah, we're losing languages at a really alarming rate. So there are about 7,000 languages right now. We're losing about a language every 2 weeks. About half of the world's languages might be gone in the next 100 years. Each language is an incredibly complex cultural product. It's the result of thousands of years of cognitive work by people within a culture, people who have collaborated and argued and tussled for all those years. And
it's a museum.
Yeah, well, it's a living, incredibly complex cognitive tool that was crafted over thousands of years. It contains all kinds of knowledge about the world, ways of seeing the world. It's also, it creates a disconnect for people who are members of that community. So, for example, folks in Native American communities who have lost their languages are heartbroken that they feel disconnected from their ancestors, that they can't participate in the cultural practices that their ancestors had, and they feel that separation from history. It's a great loss. The question of how to keep languages alive is to create opportunities for people to actually continue to exist and speak those languages. So very often languages die because of war, because of colonization, because of financial pressures to abandon their language and speak a new language. And so for anyone in positions of power, creating circumstances where people can continue to thrive and speak their language and not be forced to abandon it is the most effective way. Usually the way that languages revive is if young people start speaking them. So if young people think it's cool or fun or advantageous to speak those languages. So cases where languages have revived, like in Hawaii, for example, young people decided it was really cool to speak Hawaiian, and so they started learning it, and it became an important part of their identity.
Like Hebrew, I suppose.
Yeah, Hebrew is a language that, it was a kind of a decision to bring the language back. At the very least, it was starting from a very rich textual base, right? It had to be modernized in some ways.
Yeah.
There was a lovely example from Welsh a few years ago. Welsh is a language that has been in revival. And a few years ago, there was an article that said, now we know the Welsh language is back because there's a pornographic film that has been released in Welsh.
Everyone's going to be looking that up as soon as they hear this.
A good sign that a language is truly alive and well.
Wow. Welsh, that's incredible. What about, I've heard you talking as well about the way we use language in dealing with disease or battling disease, as they say, is how do we change that? And why is that problematic?
Well, any way that we talk about hardship is going to get us to think one way as opposed to another way about how to deal with it. So my student, Rose Hendricks, she actually started thinking about this because her father was battling cancer, and that's the way we would talk about it. It's a battling cancer, it's a fight against cancer. And she started thinking about whether it's inviting you to think about and experience a particular way when you talk about a battle, a fight, or a war. And for some people, it may be that when you're sick, you don't also want to be a fighter in addition to it. And also, what if you lose the battle? Does that then become your fault, that you weren't a good enough fighter? You weren't strong enough, right? So do you feel guilty about losing the battle? Is that extra pressure good for you? So she started doing experiments to try to understand this. And what she found was that, in fact, when you use these kind of battle metaphors, people think that you would feel more guilty if you didn't recover, and that you would be less likely to make peace with a diagnosis or a bad predicament. So there's a lot more that we can find out about all the different consequences of using one metaphor or another. But what we find in our experiment seems to agree with what a lot of people who are diagnosed with cancer experience. They say, in addition to having cancer, I also have this burden of everyone telling me that I need to fight, when that's the last thing that I want to do. It's just not, that's not the kind of energy I have in the morning.
My best friend is what is she? She's an academic in the English department at the University of Leeds. And she wants me to ask you how you think heart metaphors and cultural associations, such as love, emotion, courage, character, that we use all the time, might impact on the experience of cardiac patients.
That's interesting. Yeah. So, cultures differ, of course, in where they think things reside, right? So, or even like now, if you ask English speakers, where is your thinking, or can you feel your thinking in the brain? People will say, yeah, like I can feel it happening here between my ears. But it's not an idea that people always had. Like Aristotle thought the brain was just a radiator there to like dissipate heat. He thought thinking happened in the heart. There are places where people think thinking happens in the stomach, which is also very reasonable. Wow. And then the question is about emotion. And, obviously in Western culture, we often associate an emotion as being in the heart. There are places where people think it's in the stomach, or they think it's in the head, or they think that it's not inside an individual body. Instead, it's between two people, right? So love can't reside inside one person. Love is necessarily relational. So it lives in the space between the two people who are experiencing love. Naturally, seems very logical as well. Some places, emotions are things that you do. So you anger at people or you're sad, right? And there are some places where emotions are things that overcome you from the outside. There's some places where it's things that you like, states that you reside in, like almost like a room that you can be part of. It's a really interesting question. We don't know I'm talking around it because we don't know the answer to it, but I think it is a really interesting space to explore how the way emotion is conceptualized in the language could change the way you experience it, what you think you can do to control it, like whether you even think you have control over it, things like that.
She'll be so happy that you answered that. That's what she's working on at the moment. She's really into that. So thank you for answering that. Tell me about 7,000 universes. Is that what you're working on at the moment?
It's a book that I'm working on. Did you want to hear more about it?
Yeah, well, if you want to talk about it, I'm coming to the end now because we've had an hour, and I just thought if there's stuff you want to plug, stuff like promotes,
So I'm working on a book that's tentatively called 7,000 Universes, and I'm trying to bring together all of the research that I've done and other researchers around the world have done, looking at how languages change the way we think. And part of that project is also trying to change the way that we think about language and the role that it plays in our lives. Often people think of languages as static things, as like, here's this artifact that I inherited and this is English. And it doesn't work that way. Often people think of words as having precise definitions. And again, language doesn't work that way. And so having this exploration of how language changes the way we think, also allowing us to turn the mirror on ourselves and say, well, how is it that I think, and why do I think the things that I do, and why do some things appear so natural and right to me? Are they really natural, or is it just the structure of my language that's causing me to think that? And what other ways could I think? What are the ideas that I could create if I wasn't bound by the things that already exist in my cultural context, in my language? So hopefully a fun journey inside one's own mind.
Yeah, that sounds fascinating. I love all of this stuff. Do you have an idea of when that might come out?
I have to finish it first.
Oh, okay. Right.
After I finish it sometime. To experience time in a completely different way, in which case we can do it in the other order.
Oh, man. I loved that movie. Thank you so much for coming on. I've wanted to speak to you for so long. So I got flustered. So I always get flustered when I speak to a professor or someone like that. I get like I start tripping over my words and questions and things. It doesn't happen with it's just professors and stuff for some reason. My head's... professors? Yeah. If I speak to someone who's like
traumatic experiences with professors.
Yeah, well, school, and it's just. I suppose if I'm talking to somebody, I mean, I've interviewed people like a psychopath, for example, And like, I don't feel like she's judging my intelligence or, no, actually she probably was the psychopath. She was crazy. I asked her, it was so interesting talking to her because I said to her at one stage, like, how would you feel then? Because she's nice. She's like a nice woman. She's a Mormon. I said, how would you feel if someone came in the room now and started like just killing me? And she was like, Andrew, like, you don't get it. Like, it's not on my radar. It's just nothing. It's whatever. And I was like, wow.
Have you taken the psychopath test? You know, there are these questionnaires you can. So I remember when I was a professor at MIT, we had a fellow come and give a talk about. He was studying psychopaths, doing neuroscience psychopaths, and he started giving us examples of these kinds of questions and descriptions of typical traits of psychopaths. And I have to say, every single person was looking around the room being like, I hope they don't discover that I'm secretly a psychopath. Because, it's easy for any group of high-performing individuals to go down that checklist and be like, sometimes I can be quite callous. And, it says here psychopaths are charming. Well, that's clearly me.
Well, I think the test, from what I gathered, I mean, there was a great book by a guy, do you know John Ronson?
Mm-hmm.
So he wrote that, The Psychopath. And he was saying, he wrote halfway through the book, I remember he said, by the way, if you're worrying that you might be one and you're anxious about this, then you are not one. And that was a relief to me. Where do you stand on that?
And whether or not I'm a psychopath? I'm not worried about it.
Really? Do you think you might be one?
No, I haven't murdered anyone so far.
But neither had the psychopath I talked to.
Mm-hmm. Not yet.
I think, a lot of high-performing people are psychopaths. And that's fine, as long as they're not trying to murder people, who cares? There's
a lot of neurodiversity in the human population that we don't yet understand. And so I think thinking about, we only have, a small number of categories that we use now. Oh, you could be a psychopath or a sociopath, and then there's normal. Well, likely as we learn more, all of those categories will shift and change, and many, many more categories will emerge. And the fact that people's brains work differently from one another is a blessing. Different people are good at different things, and they see things in different ways. And having lots of people with different brains cooperating together allows humans to make really fast, incredible progress. That would be a lot more boring if everyone was exactly the same.
Come on, hands up. Who learned something interesting today? Am I right? If you did learn something good that you can repeat as a little party trick about languages and things, you can thank me for that by making sure to subscribe to this podcast, spreading the word, and following me on Twitter, on Instagram, at AndrewGold_OK. That's where you'll see the video teasers of this episode, so you can see what we all look like. I love all that language stuff. So thank you so much for coming on the show, Lira Boroditsky. I love thinking about how our language influences how we speak, and the idea that there's something out there, some weird, untapped concept or ability that humans are yet to discover because it doesn't exist in our language. In the movie Arrival, it relates to how we're able to experience time. That kind of thing is probably wishful thinking, but it's the closest thing that I have to a religious belief, in that I want to believe it so much that I keep going around fervently trying to learn new languages, like a maniacal Pokemon collector or a science fiction horror creation who keeps eating brains to steal all the information within. There was a point in the talk where I think we disagreed a little bit, when she was defending the right of people to enforce language changes on others. I think she articulated her point really well, and I wasn't about to seriously debate someone with an IQ 3 times my own. After all, she's the specialist, I'm just a guy with a microphone. I do agree with her that it's important we use the labels that people want us to use to describe them. I just think that it can be dangerous, as in the case of the Canadian law change that could land someone in trouble for failing to use the right pronoun. That said, I did do a bit more research after the podcast, and it seems like it's very unlikely you'd actually be arrested just for failing to call someone by their correct pronoun. So it's not such a worry for now, despite what Jordan Peterson may say. I think it's great that language evolves seemingly naturally over the centuries, and things do change. Just look at the way we text each other and that kind of thing, and how that's changed speech rapidly in just a couple of decades, the phones and different ways of communication. I'm just a little wary of any kind of enforced change of language or meaning, because it makes me think of Soviet Russia or Nazi Germany. On the other hand, perhaps those are just the worst examples, and that this kind of pressure for a change of terminology can sometimes be a force for good, as Dr. Boroditsky suggests. By the way, this last week I was asked to go on a few podcasts as a guest. One was Awaken Atlanta, where they tried to get me to say I believed in the paranormal. I did not and do not, but the hosts were dressed up and face painted as aliens and Star Trek characters, and they looked amazing. You can find the video for that on my new blog, on my new website, andrewgoldpodcast.com. Also, I was on the really popular podcast, Thank God I'm Atheist, which is run by Frank and Dan, two former Mormons, where I talked about my exorcism documentary for the BBC. It was a Halloween special. Again, find that on my blog, andrewgoldpodcast.com, or social media channels, andrewgold_OK. Please remember to leave a nice review, adding where you might be listening to it. Natalie Camilla, for example, got in touch on Instagram to say she was enjoying my accent attempts. There were more of those today, the French and Argentine ones earlier. And as for weird places, she's listened to this podcast while cutting butternut squash for the first time. And she listened in the bath, which is what I'm aiming for, a whole community of people listening in their baths. It's a great way of social distancing too, staying in our respective baths, no mixing. Meanwhile, J.K. Jacobs left a review on Apple saying, "Oh yes, a blooming good listen. Truly one of the greats of podcasting. I wish all the best for the future of the show." That one does sound great, so I thank you very much, J.K. Jacobs. But it does sound a little bit like it might be a friend or family member hiding their identity. In which case, thank you anyway, because that's a very nice thing to do. So either way, thank you very much. Please keep leaving these. Tell me something funny about you or your relationship to this podcast and spread it around. Lockdown will hopefully reduce COVID rates, but that's no reason to stop this podcast spreading around. Is that offensive? Not in an offensive way, but spread it around not like a disease, but like a good podcast. Next week, I've got the one and only Peter Boghossian on the podcast. He is the third and final of the three anti-woke academics who forged or made hoax papers that were ridiculous and overly woke and got accepted by universities and things. So he's going to tell me about how the world's all gone totally mad. And I've also got a woman who remembers everything from her entire life, including her own birth. I think that'll be the week after. So a couple of really interesting ones coming up. Do stick around.
The earliest dated memory, because I remember the experience, and then years later, I saw a photo of it that was dated December the 23rd, 1989, when I was 12 days old.
On today's show, I'm proud to say I've got someone almost entirely unique. Rebecca Sharrock is one of 80 people in the world with HSAM, which is an ability to remember every moment of your life, stretching back as far as the womb. What would you do with such a power? Or is it a curse? Rebecca will shed some light on the matter. She also has obsessive-compulsive disorder and autism, but it's her near-perfect memory that puts her in the rarest of rare groups, one that makes up just 0.0000001% of the world population. Given the cognitive nature of the episode, this seemed like a great idea as a follow-up to last week's podcast with cognitive scientist Dr. Lera Boroditsky, where we discussed the way languages shape thought and how the mind works. I say we discussed, I mean she told me, and I listened and asked stupid questions. Rebecca is a huge Harry Potter fan, something we both have in common, and were able to bond over. She was actually supposed to be going on a trip to the Harry Potter world at Universal Studios, but it was cancelled due to COVID. As you'll hear, she knows the books off by heart and is able to finish any line you throw at her from Harry Potter. You can find the video version of that particular clip on Twitter and Instagram on AndrewGold_OK, while Rebecca is on R_Sharrock. The things she shows me are truly remarkable and open up all sorts of questions about the human mind, memory, the subconscious, and how it all links up. Also, her lovely mum Janet shows up halfway through to give some great insight about what it's like living with somebody who remembers everything good and bad that you do or say. A few warnings. One, I'm going to attempt a terrible, terrible accent once again. I've done that before. I have previous. I've been criticised many a time for it, but that's not going to stop me. Rebecca's not the first guest we've had from Queensland, Australia. I had the coffin confessor who reveals secrets at people's funerals just a few episodes back, and I tried to impersonate him. He got in touch afterwards, actually, to tell me he was chuffed with my attempt. I mean, I'm known for being terrible at these accents. Another warning, something my girlfriend Julieta has picked up on and mocked me about, is that I've been mentioning a lot lately how many languages I speak. It comes up again here because Rebecca's a big language fan and has started learning new languages and things. But from now on, I'm going to make a concerted effort in future episodes to keep doing it. Because at the end of the day, it took an extortionate amount of time and effort to learn to speak 5 languages, and it has very little practical use day to day. You don't often just bump into some French person who doesn't speak English on the street. I never get to use it, so I might as well gloat about it on this podcast. That's what I told Julieta anyway. I hope you enjoy this episode. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe and please leave me some lovely new reviews on the Apple Podcast app. It makes a big difference and enables me to keep making this thing. They've been drying up the last week or so, although I do have a few that I'll be reading out at the end. But tell me where you're listening to this and any funny stories relating to the episode or your state of mind as you listen. But for now, I'm trying to impress Rebecca Sharrock with my best Australian accent. Hello, I'm from Australia, so this is how we talk. It's bad, isn't it?
I've heard worse.
So I'm very sorry to hear about Harry Potter this morning. I mean, I'm from Watford. It's a town outside London, and we've got like the original Harry Potter museum where they filmed a lot of the stuff.
Ah.
I love it. I'm a huge Harry Potter fan myself.
Yeah, it's good stuff, Harry Potter. I like Fantastic Beasts as well.
Do you?
Yeah, often I find many people I know who like Harry Potter, a lot of them don't like Fantastic Beasts.
Yeah.
But I like the two.
Do you mean the movie or the books? Are there books of Fantastic Beasts?
The books are the script for the film, but there was in 2001, J.K. Rowling brought out, it was Harry's textbook, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It was just all the names of the creatures and stuff.
I'm such a big fan. I've read them all about the Harry Potter books, that is. I've read them all about 4 times, each time in a different language.
I'm learning Spanish at the moment. I'm up to level 4, so I've got 5 courses and then I've completely learnt the language and then I'm moving on to French.
See, that's one of the things I was going to ask you. So with your ability, how is language learning? Presumably it's a bit easier for you than it would be for the average person.
I'm finding when I'm doing classes, as soon as I'm told a word in Spanish and have to use it in a conversation, it just stays in my mind. But I still have to learn the language because I haven't, before I started learning Spanish, I hadn't heard it spoken much before, so I had to learn it like I had to do English. But very similar to when I was learning just talking as a toddler, I had to, when I'd hear a phrase, I only then knew the meaning years later once I knew the words, and that's happened with Spanish too.
Okay, so you're learning a word, but you don't necessarily understand the full meaning of it.
Yeah, until I discover it, or I'm told, or now I can just look it up. I can just type it into the computer. What does this mean? And it tells me.
Okay, presumably you did some languages at school. Or did you not?
Yeah, so, I did. But we compared to the LePont language school, which I'm doing now, which does adult classes, what I learned at school was very basic in comparison.
You must have a basic understanding if you've never forgotten the words.
Yeah, but to a, school age, in Australia, we call them low classes languages other than English. So just very general words like hello, thank you, goodbye, please, and all of that stuff.
What could you say? Is there anything you'd be able to say to me in Spanish?
Necesito practicar mi español más porque no es tan bueno aún.
Wow, that's pretty good. I need to practice more Spanish because it's not very good yet.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive. So tell me a little bit about what do we call your ability to remember things, everything? What's the official term for that?
It's called HSAM, which is an acronym for Highly Superior Autobiographical Memory. It used to be called hyperthymesia about 10 years ago, but the UCI who diagnosed me with HSAM, I had to do years of tests and brain scans with them, the University of California. They changed it to HSAM because they thought hyperthymesia sounded more like a disease.
Right.
So they changed it to HSAM.
They flew you out to California to do tests, did they?
Well, I did many of the tests via Skype, and that was 3 a.m. in the middle of winter, my time, but I did it because I knew it was important. And then in 2014, I went over to California to have a brain scan done.
Oh my word. What did they find?
They found out a few things. One, when they looked at the size of my brain for the first time, they said, wow, that's a really large brain. It fills the whole cavity in my head. And I've got a very large skull too.
Oh, it's a perfectly lovely looking skull, I should just say, for people who are just listening. It's not everyone listening is imagining this huge head right now. It looks like a normal sized head.
And I know with hats too, I've always had a large head, so I've had to always make sure the hat had elastic on it.
Right.
Yeah, but they found out too that my subconscious and conscious part of my brain is more connected than usual.
Wow.
And they're thinking that could be a major contributor to being able to retrieve early memories so easily, because most of them are stored in the subconscious. So if my mind has more access to it, I'd be able to bring them up. They think that's why.
Is it something that's just... Is it like you have to go inside a door in your head? If I say to you, what happened when you were 7 on June the 11th or whatever? Do you have to go inside a door in your head, or is it just Well,
June the 11th, when I was 7, that was 1997, June the 11th. I know that following weekend, which was I didn't really follow calendars then, but I did know that the 14th of June was a Saturday because I went to the city that day and I went into the clock tower. So, and I went with my grandparents too. The 11th was during the week. So if I go back 3 days, say to Wednesday, I was in grade 2 at school, and I was just doing, very typical grade 2 stuff, I had to get a photo of from when I was a baby, and I had to write a quick essay on it, which an essay then would have been about. But anyway, I know on the 14th, I did check my calendar that day because I did go to the city with my parents and grandparents, and we went into the clock tower in Brisbane.
The way that we're all amazed by what you can do, and you must be used to now people just going, what? Every time you tell them this kind of thing. Are you sort of amazed that we can't do that? Is that bizarre to you to imagine?
Yeah.
How does that feel for you?
It's really strange just to think of living a whole section of your life and just it being just vanished. That's really strange to me, to have lived it but just not there anymore. That's really strange to me.
Yeah.
But when I didn't know it was abnormal until 2011. I thought everyone could just remember every day of their life, but I only found out it was unusual when my parents told me about a 60 Minutes episode they saw about this newly discovered condition. And that's when my parents sent them an email, and I started my years of tests from that moment on. So, but when I met someone with HSAM, someone else, when I went to the University of California in 2016 for the 60 Minutes that I myself was featured in, there was another young lady, she was featured as well, Marky Pasternak. When I met her, we were just so happy because we could talk to each other and we weren't going, wow, that's strange, that's incredible. We were just looking at it like it was normal, and we really liked that experience, how we could just look at each other's experiences as, oh yeah, I do the same,
Yeah.
As if it's just normal.
So before, when I asked you to go back to that memory of June the 11th or whatever it was, again, is it a case that it was just very easy for you to conjure that up, that image, or was it that you had to sort of go somewhere in your head to find it?
Sometimes I do have to think of the day and then memorize my crossing off the calendar, and then it comes. But in that situation, that just came. It might be to do with the mood I'm in or something.
It is amazing. Would you say it's 100% accurate, your memory?
Oh, because it can get changed, and this is where this has been included in studies as well. Sometimes your perspective based on your emotions at the time can change your experience of events.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's probably about 90 to 95% accurate, because sometimes when I relive a memory, I have to take my personal emotions from that time away from it, because it's amazing how your emotions can change someone. When someone tells you something or you experience something, emotions can change the whole experience.
Do you ever have arguments with people in your life, like your mother or somebody?
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of arguments between family members and friends and lovers, it's all comes down to memory, because people are always saying, no, you said this. And they go, no, I didn't say that. I didn't.
Yeah. That happens a lot. And sometimes they're not harsh, they're not major arguments. They're mainly just social talk clashes. But sometimes I would have remembered or someone would have said, you said this, and I'll tell them, no, I didn't. It was,
Oh, you get to win every time. Although, do you sometimes use that? Like, because you could win any argument, because you could say, I didn't say that, and they have to believe you.
Yeah, maybe that's a thought. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, you could win any argument.
I've never tried it as yet, but yeah.
Yeah, right. I would be using it. I'd be like, no, you didn't say that. I have the perfect memory, but I'd be lying. But so is it then, would you call this like an ability or a superpower or something? Or would you say it's a bit of a curse sometimes?
Like everything else in life, it has its pros and cons. I always start with the negative and like to end on a positive note with everything, because that puts my mind in a better frame, just to end it positively. But the negatives, of course, are when I'm having to relive the bad stuff, and it's hard for me to go to sleep in the silence at night. I need music on to distract my mind, because flashbacks just keep me awake. My brain's just going haywire. When it's quieter, my mind just gets more active. But when I play classical music to go to sleep, I find it distracts my mind just with calming sounds. And that.
Nice.
But the positives are I get to relive, happy events too. And also it's something which makes me a little bit different, which I've always liked to be eccentric. I've liked to be quirky. It's just something about me that's just unexplained and different. And I like to be an oddball.
You don't seem like an oddball to me. I think it's really interesting because, like, you'll remember this conversation we're having far longer than I will. In a few years' time, I think I spoke to Rebecca. What did we talk about?
I spoke a bit of Spanish. We spoke about.
I already forgot that. So, do you remember what were the first words that I said when we got on the call?
Hello, Rebecca. How are you? And then you spoke about my accent. I like your accent.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I wasn't recording that bit. I just remembered. Then I clicked record.
Yeah, after the accent impression, I spoke a little bit about how I didn't want to do an impression.
Oh yeah. And then I think we spoke about Harry Potter, didn't we?
Yeah, and how I liked Fantastic Beasts as well.
That's right. So tell me, I'm aware of, I don't want to sort of bore you because I'm aware you must have been asked so many of the same questions and all of these things so many times. And even more than most people, you remember every single time. So does it get boring hearing the same questions a lot, or are you happy to just chat?
There's always a few different questions in every interview I've done as well, but there are ones which are standard. Yeah. But even the standard questions, I like to just, every time I answer them, I try and put a new twist in my answer. Because
I've heard that you can recite any line of Harry Potter. Is that right?
Yeah, and this is another way to get myself to sleep at night. I'll just pick a chapter of any Harry Potter book and just keep reciting from the start of the chapter until I fall asleep.
So you're essentially reading it in your mind?
Yeah, because at 9 years old, when I had insomnia, I realised that reading Harry Potter would put me to sleep because it calmed me down. It didn't bore me, it calmed me. But I had to have my eyes open to read. So what I did instead is that I thought, why don't I just practice reading it with my eyes closed? So I just recited it.
Would you be able to do that with any book that you've read? Or is it because you've recited it so many times, Harry Potter?
When I learned to recite Harry Potter, I did have to practice to recite the words. So that was more of a rote thing. So it was a mixture. It was partially about me reading it, but then I did do it as a rote thing as well.
Do you mind if I I think it might be quite fun if I get a couple of lines from one of the books and see if you can finish them?
Yeah. If I hear a line and I know which chapter it's from, I'll have to start at the beginning of the chapter, though, to reach there.
Oh, really? Would you know what chapter and book it was if it's they heard the click of the mail slot and flop of letters on the doormat?
That was chapter 3 in the Philosopher's Stone, The Letters from No One, which started the escape of the Brazilian boa constrictor and Harry his longest ever punishment. By the time he was allowed out of his cupboard again, the summer holidays had already started and Dudley had already broken his new Cine camera, crashed his remote control aeroplane, and first time on his racing bike, knocked down old Mrs. Figg as she crossed Privet Drive on her crutches.
Wow, that is the first paragraph.
It's coming to what you said. They heard the click of the letterbox and flop of letters on the doormat. And then, get the post, Dudley. I eventually got to the line that you were talking, because I started the chapter and then I realised just then I didn't have to go all the way. That's something I just learned. Then I didn't have to go all the way to that point. I just started reciting the chapter and then I immediately skipped forward to where you were.
Wow. So then you've got, Harry dodged the smelting stick and went to get the mail.
Post. 3 things lay on the doormat. A brown envelope that looked like a bill, a postcard from Uncle Vernon's sister Marge, who was holidaying on the Isle of Wight, and a letter for Harry.
It's so good. What's the furthest you can look back? I know people ask you this all the time, but do you remember your own birth?
Because during those very young years, even though I can cast my mind back to moments where it's assumed that I was in the womb, it's very hard to be proven by skeptics because, of course, I didn't know calendars that early in my life. So the earliest dated memory because I remember the experience. And then years later, I saw a photo of it that was dated December the 23rd, 1989, when I was 12 days old. So that's the earliest one I can date. But because my memories are in chronological order, there are ones earlier than that. And I know that they're earlier because it's chronologically to me earlier, but skeptics would never be able to get 100% proof because, of course, I didn't know calendars back then. So
okay, but you think that you can remember being in the womb?
Yeah, it's assumedly.
Yeah,
because I just remember being in, and it's cliche to say I was in, mostly darkness. So I had my head tucked in my legs and, I just felt a warm sensation. I never felt cold, never felt hot. And it's a cliche thing to say that. So, but that's the earliest I can date my mind back to.
I suppose you don't know if that's something you've imagined because you've seen.
Yeah. And also I could very well have been just in a blanket as well. So
it's a nice thought, though. I suppose people are so interested in that because it's an age it's that we just don't have any access to, and we sort of see babies the same way as we see maybe dogs or something, and we try and wonder what's it like to be in their heads. And I suppose you have an idea. I mean, you do know what it's like to be inside the mind of a 2-year-old, let's say, or a 1-year-old.
Yeah.
What's it like in there?
I mean, I had the same personality. I had the same like more or less the same emotions. I didn't understand as many words. I didn't know as many things as I do now. But I did have more, maybe life, because it was more of a novelty then. I was more interested in learning things. Now maybe it's because the novelty of life's worn off.
Oh, God.
And
that's bleak.
But I like learning. I've found a new hobby in learning languages, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I love language. I've got an obsession with languages myself. So
it's a new hobby I've got now. Now I want to learn all of them.
Man, I would recommend. There's an app called Michel Thomas, Michel. Yeah, and he was just the best. It's an audio thing, and you listen, and he takes you through, like, you're sitting in on a class that he does with people. And that's how I learned every language I've learned. I speak 5 now, and
wow.
Yeah, I got them all from Michel Thomas. So just the best way to learn, I think. He says to you, don't write anything down, just listen, and you'll start to remember it. So that's gonna work for you better than anyone, I think.
Yeah, there's a really good app I use as well called Mango Languages.
Oh, I don't know it.
I've got it on my iPad. I have free access to it with my local library membership as well. It's really good.
That is good. They should pay us for mentioning these things, shouldn't they?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. I've seen that you've written that you had, like, teachers and people would tell you that you won't be able to work due to your autism. Yeah. Do you feel like you want to prove them wrong? Why were they saying that to you?
See, when I was at the point where I just left school, I mean, I was what was traditionally categorized as low functioning autism, but I really worked on my therapy because I did want to work somehow in my life. So I just had this, and I think there was that urge within me. I want to prove teachers, doctors, and even myself at that time wrong by just trying, even if I couldn't work to the same level as most other people my age, at least I just wanted to try. I wanted to try my hardest. And now I've been doing years of doing talks with autism, and I've had to practice my talking and speech and communication skills. And Toastmasters is really good for that. And now I'm doing LePont Languages, which is a language learning school in Brisbane. It's really good. And I've also started a network, which this year's been very advantageous to do that, because now everyone around the world is on Zoom or doing video links. So I've been able to trial. I've been researching this idea for a couple of years, looking through databases and doing some work with my therapist, who she came on board and, you know, helped me start this new network. I'm calling it Embrace Your Passion, or EYP for short. And the idea is it's for people anywhere on the autism spectrum to come along and be introduced to a range of different activities.
Okay. Oh, fantastic. So you're helping people. And so is that what you're doing for work now? Is that yours?
Yeah, and that's what I want to do in my life. I want to talk about autism, even travel the world. That's why I decided to learn languages, and now I'm looking at it as a hobby. I'm writing my book and doing illustrations for it at the moment, but I want to start this network, and I want that to be my career, you know, helping other people with autism.
Do you think that your HSAM is in any way related to autism?
See, it's a very controversial topic because some are saying that it is, some are saying that it's not. The UCI told me I'm the only one of their participants who have autism, but I do have OCD as well, and there are some who have OCD as well as HSAM.
So there might be some sort of link between OCD and HSAM.
Yeah.
I used to have. We have another episode with somebody who suffers with OCD in this podcast. Very, very strong OCD music journalist called James McMahon. He talks about how that makes life very difficult for him sometimes.
Yeah. And with OCD, like this COVID pandemic is really hard for me with my OCD as well. But what's unusual too is that it seems much of the world is getting a small taste of what it's like for me every day, being fearful of getting germs and getting ill. It's almost as if it's everyone's getting a small taste of OCD.
Do you live alone or with family?
With my family.
Okay, yeah. I got you. Did you see there was a series about people on the autism spectrum and how they were trying to have relationships? Did you see that on Netflix?
Oh yeah, parts of it.
Is that something that interests you? I'm just interested because I'd be interested to know how someone might live with a husband or wife or something with this perfect memory.
Yeah, I am interested. I haven't in these past few years. I've been open to it, but I've been busy with a lot of my work elsewhere, getting my life together, getting my anxiety sorted and getting my business, which I'm starting, sorted. But I am open to it. I am keen, and I've been asked by a few places, would you be keen on that, shows or, and such. And I've said I'm open to it. I think I'm looking at it as if it comes along, that would be fantastic. If it doesn't, it wasn't just meant to be. But I am open to it. I am keen.
Hopefully you'll find somebody if that's what you want, and you'd make for a great partner for somebody.
That's nice to say.
What else? What am I missing that people usually ask you that I've forgotten to ask you? Is there anything?
I'm not asked that often about remembering dreams,
mm-hmm.
Because I can remember every dream I've ever had in my life when I've been asleep.
I didn't even think about that.
When I started dreaming, I'm guessing I was 18 months because it was in between my first and second birthday.
Right.
And it was a cold night, and winter's in between birthdays for me. So I'm assuming I was 18 months. And I just remember because before I'd just go to sleep and then wake up, I wouldn't dream. But then when I was in between my first and second birthday, I went to bed one time. Well, I went to bed one night and I found myself in this place. I was in a dark room that just had glass windows all around. And then I went over to the window and then I looked into, it was a lot like a fruit factory, but it was with shoots. So it's like a jungle gym, with bowls and stuff, like with foam bowls and stuff. And then I woke up and I really thought I'd left home. So when I was dreaming for, that time, and it wasn't until a few years later when I had the verbal skills to ask Mum, why do you keep taking us to all these strange places every night?
Oh.
And it would make me scared of going to sleep because I thought I really was being taken away from home.
Yeah, do your dreams do they feel more real than maybe other people's do as well?
They're very vivid, and I always know I'm asleep when I'm dreaming. I'm always aware. I was talking to a psychologist about it. He then was talking to my mum. He was just explaining to Mum that I remember all my dreams. I can control. If I'm being chased, I can just tell myself to wake up, and I wake up. And then my mum, she said, but that's normal. I can do the same thing. She said, when I'm being chased, I can make a door in a wall and then go through it. And the psychologist said to Mum, that's not normal.
Oh my God, I wish I could do that.
Be genetic there.
There must be. I have this the opposite. I've got like this thing called sleep paralysis where
I've got that too. And I take anafranil for it. Ooh. Otherwise I get it every night.
Right, so your mind wakes up but your body doesn't wake up and you can't move your body.
Yeah, and it's really scary, and I can't breathe like I can when I'm awake. I try and breathe normally.
It is horrifying. Oh man, yeah, I get it. Not all the time, but I'll wake exactly that, and I'm trying to open my eyelids, and I'm like screaming in my dream. I'm trying to get my my girlfriend to wake me up, and I want her to push me, so I'm going like, wake me up. But in real life, all I'm doing, I'm not making any noise. There's no noise or a tiny noise. I'm just going like, But what I'm in my mind, I think I'm screaming at her to wake me up, and sometimes she does hear me and wakes me up, and I'm like,
oh yeah.
Awful.
Yeah, and then I have, whenever I do it, and then someone would say, what's wrong? Why did you just jump out of bed? And then I have to tell them. They didn't know a thing.
Yeah, it's the worst thing, sleep paralysis. Tell me, is your mother there? Is she next to you?
Yeah, I can even turn this around.
Hello, I'm getting quite dizzy. You need to move it down so I can see you. Do you want to talk a bit, or you don't have to be on?
Hello. Yeah, I'll talk. I've been sort of saying dreams because Beck has synesthesia as well, which they think makes her memory stronger.
Right.
So yeah, she does. So you taste food, and I can taste colours and taste words. Yeah. If you turn it round, I'll go and sit next to you.
Okay, that's good. I saw you speak on some stuff as well. What's your name, Rebecca's mother?
My name's Janet.
Hi,
yes,
Janet.
Hello. Yes, the suffering mum.
Was that a good question I asked before about when you argue with your mum or someone, and you can always remember everything perfectly?
Yeah. I can't win. She remembers everything, so that's good.
Oh, that's so annoying.
I just nod and agree. Yeah.
It's so funny though, because that is like the basis of like every argument, isn't it? I mean, if I argue with my mum, it's every time it will be about us misremembering or arguing about what actually happened or what was said,
Yeah. But you've got to remember as well, it's an autobiographical memory. So it's always from Rebecca's perspective.
Yeah.
So it's not like she's
emotion
right.
Can affect.
It's just her understanding of things at the time is what she remembers. So I can say, she'll ask me what a favourite movie was from when she may have asked me the question when she was about 8. And then I'll tell her, and I don't know what was around then when she was about 8. What movies were around when you were 8?
I know when I was 8, Toy Story 2 came out.
All right, so use that.
Bug's Life came out.
Yeah, I'll use that as an example. So she'd ask me, what's the favourite movie? I'd say it's A Bug's Life. Right. And then when she's older, she'd say, what's your favourite movie? And it will change.
Right.
Because her autism makes her very literal, and yet her memory is very specific as well. So when I've changed my mind as to what my favourite movie is, Becky would get quite concerned or it'd give her anxiety because my answer had changed.
Right.
Because she remembers everything. She expects the answers to remain solid through time, but it doesn't work that way for us. So, you're beginning to understand that a bit, aren't you?
And even the movies that came out when I was 8, they, A Bug's Life and Toy Story 2, they were kids' movies.
Yeah, well, I just used that for an example. See, that's an example of Becky's literalness with autism.
When you were a kid, the kids' movies were your favourite movies, weren't they?
Yeah. I liked Babe as well, the movie about the pig.
Yeah, that's one of my earliest memories, actually, Babe, because I vomited in the cinema. Thing. Well, my mum's the poor thing. I remember she took me to that because I'm the same age as Becky. You go by Becky, I hear now. I was saying Rebecca, but
Rebecca's my formal name. So when
formal.
I'm doing speeches or when I'm doing business meetings, I'm Rebecca, but in a more social sense, I'm Becky or Beck.
Oh, Beck.
Beck. Yep. Okay. Well, I'm the same age as Becky. So, I was very young as well. How old were we when Babe came out?
Was 5.
Oh, my word. Wow. Maybe I was 6 then. Because I feel like I wouldn't remember when I was 5. I do remember, throwing up all over the cinema, like people were in front of us. Awful.
It's surprising, though, because people do have memories really early. It's not, I mean, when we went to the...
It's just buried in the subconscious, but because I have a stronger connection between my conscious and subconscious... See, everyone has them because a lot of times when people get Alzheimer's later in their life, they can suddenly retrieve memories that were believed to be lost.
Yeah.
So they think it's more of a retrieval rather than an ability to remember. They think they have a stronger ability to retrieve the memories. So, I mean, that's interesting, isn't it? It certainly changes the way we look at memories.
Yeah. The idea that we've got every single one is stored there.
It's stored there. You think, it's the brain but there's so much they don't know about the brain, and they're learning a little bit more every time.
Wow.
I mean, Becky certainly would struggle with remembering things when she was younger, which is when she was 21 when I first heard about the memory. And then I thought, Becky, I think you have this too, and sort of approached the university on her behalf. And initially the motivation was to try and turn it off, rather than because you struggle with the negative aspects of your life. And even it's difficult when you're 21 and you're still challenged by things that happened at school when you were 6 and 7 and 8. And it didn't make sense to us. It was just constantly
me too.
It was a challenge, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I just felt because... as well as my autism and OCD, there was something else about me that no doctors or myself or my family understood. And it made me think that I was cursed. I was just, my life was cursed. I was broken. And I just felt I was just messed up.
In what ways, Janet, was it? Has it been sort of helpful and also maybe a struggle at times raising Becky with this? Would you call it a condition? Or?
Well, every aspect of Becky's different disabilities, for every parent who has children or adult children with disabilities, it's challenging. And then when they have dual disabilities such as anxiety disorders, autism, OCD, the list goes on. Yeah. And then having other children that also have those disabilities, that's a challenge. So the memory was always something that I would rely on in a sense, because I never have to think about dates. I can always just ask Becky and she tells me stuff. So that's been an advantage.
With warranties too, you ask me if something breaks, Mum says, when did I get this? Is it still under warranty?
Yeah. Oh, when did we last go to this place and how long has it been since I spoke to this person? And so she's like a memory box for me, or a diary that I don't actually have to keep write the words down. I can just ask Becky. And so it was more the anxiety that was driven by the memories, because HSAM is an emotional memory as well. Like when we remember things, we don't sort of relive the memory. So it's not just a case of reciting information. it's a case of reliving the past, constantly reliving the past over and over again, as if you're putting a record on and it gets to the end of the record and then you just put it back on again. So even when we'd sort of talk a lot when she was challenged about, say, being bullied at school when she was 7, we'd get to the end and she'd feel like, say, I feel good, Mum, thanks. And she might be 16. But then we have the same conversation when she's 17, when she's 18. So it's kind of like wounds are always left open. Yeah. So that aspect of remembering, I think, is definitely the most challenging, isn't it, in your life? It's the not having a closure to negative moments. I mean, and the rest of us, everyone has ups and downs in life, but we kind of move past them as we mature. But the thing is with hate, Sam, that I think is really challenging.
And I've changed a lot since in the past 10 years. I've been doing therapy, which has helped me manage my memories a bit more. And I'm now...
You do mindful techniques.
And the way when I relive memories, it's not quite so difficult for the people around me anymore, because I've been doing therapy, which has been helping whenever I relive these memories, how to ground my mind in the present, and it's helping make life easier for both me and the people I live with as well.
Because understanding what's happening, when you have a greater awareness, you know, in the past I'd be cooking dinner and then Rebecca would be happy one moment and then she'd come in and she'd be asking me questions that were just out of context. And it was challenging to sort of keep myself in the mind. I mean, her memories go from being 7 to 14 to 20 to 22 to 5. They're so randomly spiraling in her mind. You know, if she's feeling low or depressed, I'll say, are you reliving a memory? And she'll say yes.
Before Becky was able to process this better, was it a case then, so like you were saying, you'd be having dinner or something, and then Becky would be like just talking normally and then suddenly talk as if you're in a conversation from years earlier?
Yes.
That's quite scary.
It is scary. Well, at one point the one I can remember clearly is I was making spaghetti bolognese and she came in and she sort of told me about black holes. I think it was about black holes. Becky will remember the conversation. Yeah. And she just started talking to me. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, well, that's good to know, you know. And I said, I don't remember asking you a question. And she said, oh, yes, you did 3 or 4 years before. And I'm like, oh, okay. And she bounced out again, you know. And it's, for the time, we put a lot of that sort of thing down to her autism. And I thought, oh, she's got a good memory because of her autism. But then when I heard about the HSAM at 21, and I realised it's more of an emotional memory.
Yeah.
When I saw other people who had it on the television and they were describing, and they got visibly upset about a family pet that had died when they were very young, and you could see they were in that moment, that the penny dropped for me that it was what Rebecca had.
And you can now sort of I'm not doing that nearly as much because
there's an awareness.
But there's an awareness, and I've also learned ways to manage my memories when they go astray.
Yeah, and you can bring good memories out too. So when she gets too stressed, I mean, there's something wonderful about reliving every Christmas and birthday that you've ever had, and you relive the memory with the tastes and the smells. So whereas we think about a Christmas when we're younger, you know, Becky, all she has to do is think of that time.
And that's a good thing about HSAM.
Yeah. When she's eating a meal she doesn't like, if she finds it horrid, she can think about chocolate cake, and the memory of the chocolate cake comes into her mouth, so she can use it to help.
That's only if it's bland, like mashed potato.
Yeah.
I can then think chocolate cake.
With Rebecca, the older the memory, the clearer the memory becomes, whereas we're the opposite. Our memories fade, hers get stronger. You'll be reaching for something from yesterday, but if I was to tell her ask her from 3 months ago, she'd tell me what she had for lunch, and that would be clear in her mind.
You're thinking, I'll ask her in a few months then, or whatever. So is it a challenge? I mean, you must find yourself sometimes maybe having an argument or something, or you've done something wrong and you're thinking, oh God, she's going to remember that forever now.
Yeah. I have to. That's a challenge. I think any marriage. Look, my husband's my soulmate, so I'm not going to drop him in it. But when you have to watch everything you say, I watch everything I say with Rebecca, and also that everything you say that comes out of your mouth, she's going to remember. And when like it's having a child and you don't swear in front of them.
Yeah.
And instead of saying naughty words, fish fingers and all this sort of thing, it's constantly having to walk that fine line. So there's no moment that I can sort of lose control and get angry, because I know in the moment people say things, you really can't take it back. But that's a challenge, being a parent, that you have to be on your game and be thinking about that all the time. That's a challenge. But we have other children that have disabilities that we have to sort of be careful with what we say and explain what we're doing and all the time anyway. So
how many siblings does Becky have?
4, and I'm the oldest. So I'm the oldest of 5.
Right.
So Rebecca and her sister are my biological children, and then I have 3 stepchildren that live with us as well. So her sister Jess has moved out a couple of years ago. She's on the spectrum as well, so she's living independently. So that's good. And
she does have to call mum 3 times a day,
and more. She has panic attacks and anxiety disorders as well, but she's doing well. Yeah, she's doing well. And the others are really good. Brent's my husband. We have an older son. He's our apprentice in our business. We're spray painters. Cool. We've got our own business, motorbikes and so on. So, and he's our 4th year apprentice now, and he has autism. And then Dylan has intellectual impairment. Okay. So he's just finished school. So he's working at a supported employer for people with intellectual disabilities. Right. And then I have a stepdaughter who's now living in they call it a SIL, supported independent living. It's for a home where they have carers present for people who are intellectually impaired. So we have a challenging life, but a good life. Yeah.
That does sound very challenging.
Yeah, it's full.
But you've clearly done a fantastic job with Becky.
Oh, thank you.
She's so very easy to have a conversation with, and from what I'm imagining, from what you're saying, how she was, it seems like she's very well able to process everything now.
Yeah, and she has a processing disorder too, so she really does.
But I was determined from when I was told when I was at school that it was thought that I'd never be able to work, I'd never be able to live an independent life. I'm doing all I can to just try not to pressure myself to be perfect, but just to see, if it's true that I could never work. And now I think I'm at a level where I am working, because I'm getting my business started, my network started. So that is something which ended up being proven wrong.
And you're writing a book, aren't you?
Yeah. And I've written all the material. I'm just doing all the illustrations of my memory. So I'm doing sketches of what I visually saw at different ages. And I'm still looking for a publisher for the book as well.
Okay. Well, if any publishers are listening, this sounds like a great book to me. So get in touch. Oh.
Yeah, thanks.
I hope they do.
Thanks.
Well, she's plodding along. She reminds me of the children's book. I think the little engine that just chugs along. It's good. Yeah, she works so hard, and she's constantly busy and active, and she's got an enormous Harry Potter world Lego train,
a Lego village.
Yeah, she's creating, and she's always drawing and doing works, which is good.
Now that was a trip down memory lane. It was absolutely fascinating to speak to Rebecca and Janet, and I suppose sad to see how once the doctors found out about her condition, they wanted to turn it off. And it does sound somewhat nightmarish to live with. And I think, by all accounts, Rebecca's actually doing remarkably well considering. From a place of ignorance I had beforehand, imagined it as a bit of a superpower. I thought, for example, that she'd be able to learn any language just by leafing through the dictionary. But of course, learning languages is about far more than words. It's about their context. It's about abstract concepts. idioms, facial expressions and gestures and many other things that perhaps Rebecca's autism might impair. That said, it sounds like she's doing pretty well with Spanish. I'm still going on about languages, but, Rebecca mentioned it, not me. But yeah, anyway, I'm not a doctor, so feel free to tell me I'm talking nonsense about autism and learning languages and things. I'm on @AndrewGold_OK on Twitter and Instagram. Rebecca's on R_Sharrock. Someone who is a doctor, a cognitive scientist, in fact, is Dr. Lira Boroditsky, the guest on my previous episode, who knows a lot about languages. Not yet sure who will be on next week, as I've got interviews planned with a few people, so we'll see. If you haven't already, please do subscribe on whatever platform you're using. If you're on Apple, leave a review and tell me something interesting or funny so I can read it out at the end of the show. Last week, Jahor88 said, "Bit different and random. I listen to this when I'm not sure what I want. Always interesting and well done." Thanks, Jahor88. I love that. I really like that because when it's just platitudes, I suspect it's secretly my mum using different usernames or friends and things, just, getting together and saying, oh God, we better write something on Andrew's podcast. But that was so nonchalant in its praise that it had to be a real person. I like imagining Jahor88 feeling unsure about what they want and going, okay, let's see what's on the edge with Andrew Gold. It's got to be better than this nothingness. Fellow podcaster Mikal from Hypothetical, a What If podcast, said, "I love the variety of interesting guests. Andrew is inquisitively disarming and not afraid to broach subjects that most might find taboo." Thanks, Mikal, and if you like taboo stuff, remember we've got an episode with a psychopath, an ex-Muslim whose family are trying to kill her, a man calling from prison where he was sentenced to 17 years for accidentally killing his wife, and a teenage school head boy, or class president in America, called Silas, who tells me he's a pedophile. On that note, goodbye. See you next week, where I'll be talking to someone I find fascinating, and I hope you do as well.
There was so much money, he had to hide it in PVC pipes and bury it in the woods. That's kind of been the joke among a lot of my interviews is, because Freddie forgot where he put it.
Today, I speak to Ed Hudson, who worked as the narcotics and law enforcement officer in the Florida unit responsible for bringing down Freddie Crow. Freddie used to steal planes and fly under the radar with death-defying stunts to reach Belize, where he'd smuggle so much marijuana onto the plane that the pressure would bust open the doors. He wore camouflage and painted his face and became known by the FBI only as Rambo before they could identify him and his partner in crime, Billy. His life was very much like that of Tom Cruise's character in American Made, but it took a drastic change after he was caught and met today's guest, Ed Hudson. After serving time, an unlikely friendship developed between the two before things took a tragic turn. I'll leave that there for now. I came across Ed's fantastic book about the subject, As the Crow Flies, which you can find on Amazon and in selected stores. Look up his Facebook page, Ed Hudson Author, for photos of him and Freddie's family. There'll be a link to that on my andrewgoldpodcast.com blog, where I've been updating for every episode and including video trailers and behind the scenes information. A couple things to note. One, a huge part of the story is, to Ed, religious. Now, I'm not a religious person. In fact, I describe myself as a proud and open atheist. But it's impossible not to make a link between Freddie's redemption and punishment tale and religious stories, which to me are just that, stories. But to Ed, there's something more. And it means he speaks with a genuine enthusiasm and passion that elevates the story, both in this interview and in his book. The second point I wanted to make is that Ed has a quite marvellous way of talking. It's a real traditional Deep South accent that we in the UK can only dream of encountering in real life. So if nothing else, I hope you enjoy listening to the musicality of his voice. As regular listeners will know, I always attempt an impression of the many different accents on this show, so it didn't escape my notice, of course, that he says things like, well, that's done been done, and if I need to slow down any, and we talk how God talks. Anyway, I hope he's not too offended by that. So far, nobody's actually been offended by my impressions of them, so hopefully that will continue. But without further ado, here is Ed Hudson.
Well, hey there.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Good. How are you?
I am good, thank you. That's a hell of an accent you've got.
Well, I was going to tell you, if I need to slow down any, just let me know.
I've seen enough movies of people from your part of the world.
Yes. But you do realize that, we talk the way God talks.
Oh. Does God have a Florida accent?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of a mixture of Alabama, Florida, and Georgia, I think. It's we're in the panhandle of Florida, and we have influence from everybody.
Yeah. I mean, at the moment, the thing that everybody thinks about maybe from your part of the world is the Tiger King. Did you see any of that?
A little bit. Not a whole lot, but I did watch some of it. Yeah. That's not the way we want to be known, though, I don't think.
I can imagine. Oh, my word. He's quite a character, that guy. He's not from near you, is he?
No. He was from down around Orlando.
Okay. And whereabouts are you?
I am just north of Pensacola. I'm in the extreme northwest corner of Florida.
Okay, gotcha. Tell me a little bit about your position, what it was, in the narcotics unit. Did you always want to go into that? Is it a little bit? I don't know if you've seen that film Training Day. That's the narcotics team. It's Denzel Washington. It doesn't matter if you've seen it, but what led you to that?
Actually, when I first got into law enforcement, my big desire was to just work patrol in the north end of the county where I live. That was what I wanted to do. I worked there for about 9 years and I began to realize that there was more to the job than just doing that. So in order to move forward, I needed to get more experience. So I transferred to the narcotics unit in down in Pensacola, and it was that really and truly is the best place to get the most experience in the shortest amount of time, because you're constantly doing search warrants. I mean, when I went into the unit, they were going up on a wiretap, and we were listening to telephones and stuff, and that was kind of like going from Mayberry to James Bond. I worked there for 3 years, and my end goal was to get to an even larger organization, which I chose the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and that's where I wound up working.
So what kind of thing were you looking at on day-to-day basis? What kind of narcotics, drugs, what kind of situations are you getting yourself into, and how are you stopping people?
Well, during that time, it was crack cocaine was the scourge of the street. So in our area, we didn't have much of a heroin problem. The crack cocaine was the big thing. And quite frankly, we looked for marijuana cases just to get some relief from working crack cocaine cases, because the marijuana cases were just more fun.
Why are they more fun?
It was more like a cat and mouse game than the crack. I mean, the crack was just so abundant just out on the street and everywhere, but the marijuana was more like a cat and mouse game. And as I talk about in the book, it was a thrill for them to be able to get away with it. And it was a thrill for us to be able to try to stop them.
Tell me quickly, this is going to sound stupid, but just for the audience, and my audience is very stupid. What is crack cocaine compared to normal cocaine? What is it, or is it the same thing? What's the difference between crack cocaine and cocaine?
It's a more condensed product of cocaine. It's more pure. And it's generally smoked and inhaled into the lungs, and it's an immediate result from the intake, and it's also much more addictive.
Okay. Do you guys in narcotics, when you're working in narcotics, do you have to have some sort of taste of it, or to be able to understand to be able to recognize it, for example?
taste as in ingest or
how do you get familiar to be able to recognize it?
I guess just from seeing it was the main thing. I mean, it's
they never sit you down and say like you've got to try this so you know what it is. And
that's not on purpose anyway.
Yeah. Oh, well, this is it's a movie trope, I think. It happens in
They used to dip their finger in the cocaine and taste it. No, that doesn't happen. No.
Okay, makes sense. So yeah, tell me a little bit about Freddie Crow.
Well, Freddie was he grew up in the town of Century, Florida, which is in the it's right on the Alabama-Florida state line, and a very small town. About 3 miles long and a mile wide, and that's where he grew up, and that's where he stayed. That was home to him. The book begins with him as a rambunctious little kid that I kind of liken to Dennis the Menace of Century, Florida, because he was always into things, from what they told me. He developed an interest in airplanes very early on. It was he was just a small child putting airplane models together, and that interest continued to grow and grow. And by the time he was a teenager, he had his pilot's license, and started at a very young age crop dusting. Also, but when he became a teenager, he also learned that he liked marijuana, and from that, he began to think that, that'd be a good way to make money. So he kind of parlayed all that into a drug smuggling career.
Wow. How does someone, was he from an impoverished background, would you say? I'm just wondering how somebody learns to pilot a plane and where somebody gets hold of a plane. I don't know where you buy maybe where you're from, there's more sort of planes around. Where'd you get a plane?
Well, I can tell you the area he grew up in was a very poor area. It's and that's a huge problem in that area. However, his dad owned a bar and a couple of bars, and as far as being well off, he was probably pretty well off for living in that area. He didn't have to drug smuggle for money. He did it for the excitement.
Okay, so he would have just gotten hold of planes, I suppose, for crop dusting, and that's how he learns. Maybe a parent taught him or something.
Well, he started off his drug smuggling in vehicles, in cars, but his dad actually bought him a small airplane. I don't know what they went for back then, but he had a small airplane to fly around in and develop his skills. And he was quite skillful. I started to work there at the Century Police Department. That was my first job. It was a little 5-man department, and I stayed there for a year, and I'd never heard of Freddie Crow up until I started to work there, and because he was about 10 years older than me. But it didn't take long to hear about him. It wasn't just the drug smuggling part that I heard about. Most of the stories were stories about his stunts on the airplane and things that he did flying the airplane.
What kind of thing would he do? What kind of crazy stunts?
There's a bridge that connects the two counties. And I was told that he flew under the bridge, and I was thinking, man, that guy's crazy if he did that. Well, one of the first things I asked him whenever I sat down to interview him, I just had to get that out of the way. And it had been years since I'd heard that story. But I asked him, I said, Freddie, did you actually fly under the bridge, the Highway 4 bridge? And he said, no. I measured it, and there wasn't enough room.
I love the idea of him measuring it, getting out and actually measuring it.
Yeah, but then he said, but let me tell you what it did do. And he started telling me about some of he would take his friends up in the airplane and take them on the ride of their life, the only ride of their life, because they wouldn't ever get in a plane with him again after that. But there's a pipeline that crosses the Escambia River Bridge, and it made a big loop over the bridge. And he had a guy one of his friends flying in the plane with him, and there were some workers doing repair work on the pipeline, painting it. And he flew under that pipeline while they were on the pipeline painting it. And he said when he looked back behind him, there was paintbrushes went one way and paint cans went the other way. And he kind of got in a little bit of trouble with FAA over that one.
Oh my word! So Freddie started smuggling drugs. So with the plane, and he was going into Belize. Is that right?
Yeah, he after he got caught with smuggling it in the car, he got out of prison and decided to change his way of doing things. So he started using the airplane. He eventually wound up back in prison again, but he came across a guy named Billy Deacle when he went to the prison that time. And they became good friends. Billy was a pilot too, and he was a drug smuggler as well. There's several good characters in this book, and Billy is one of them. Billy is a guy that came from a law enforcement family. His grandfather his great grandfather was a judge. His grandfather was a sheriff. His father was a major in the Florida Department of Corrections. His sister worked for the Florida Department of Corrections. Everybody was in law enforcement except for Billy, and he was busy running from them. So
the black sheep.
Yes, well, I guess you could say that. But he came across Billy, and Billy had a connection to Belize. So they both got out close to the same time. Billy got out first, but they hooked up when Freddie got out, and they began flying down to Belize. They would take turns flying, and sometimes they would fly a plane that required to have a pilot and a co-pilot, and then they would both fly down together. And you have to get a sense for this too now, because they're flying into another country, landing in the jungle, more or less, in a makeshift airstrip, getting enough marijuana that people would kill you for. And then they fly back, and they would sort of follow the coastline until they reached a certain point around the Yucatan Peninsula, and they would shoot over out into the Gulf. And to get back into the country, it would require them to get down about 200 miles out. They would have to get down so low over the Gulf of Mexico that they'd be flying just mere feet over the waves.
And why is that? So they're not caught on the radar, is that right?
That they had to get under the radar coverage, and that's what it was called, is flying under the radar.
Yeah, I noticed that in your book. I hadn't ever realized why we say, it's under the radar. And is that where that expression comes from?
That is it. That is it. Getting under the radar to where it can't detect you. And they would do that. They would fly so low, salt would collect on their windshield, and they continue on until they get to the coast. And then once they hit land, they just shoot up like, normal airspace and fly like any other airplane, and it's no problem.
Why can't a radar pick up on people who are quite low down? Or is that too technical to, maybe I won't even understand the reason.
You have to think about the curvature of the Earth. And the radar kind of just sort of shoots over an area after so far. It's okay. like hitting a valley. That's my best explanation. But
that's quite a good explanation, actually. It's simple enough for me to understand it. So,
but they were doing this in airplanes that sometimes they bought them, sometimes they stole them, and sometimes they crashed them. And I guess all that added to the excitement as well.
Would you say? Can I just ask? So he went into prison for sort of maybe minor misdemeanors to an extent. And then he came out. Prison's supposed to rehabilitate you, and he sort of came out of it going and stealing planes and crashing them, and it's sort of the next level. Would you say it's sort of prison went not the way it's supposed to do for him?
Well, yeah, there's a couple of things wrong there. To begin with, they weren't misdemeanors because, his first arrest was he had 250 pounds of pot in the trunk of a car. And
that's a lot.
So that's kind of felony level there. One of the things about prison is it doesn't really rehabilitate you. But then again, unless you want to be rehabilitated, it's not going to happen anyway. But the other thing is that it's a fantastic network for people that are in that kind of business. They get to know one another and meet more people, and I don't really know what the answer is for that.
No, it's complicated, isn't it? Because obviously they have to go to prison. I don't know what the other option is. It's just unfortunate that they end up meeting people who will just, as you say, it's like a networking event for them.
Yeah, and he was offered, like drug rehab whenever he'd go in. And of course, everybody takes it because they want to be seen as the model inmate.
Yeah.
The whole time he's thinking, he can't wait to get out to pursue the adrenaline rush.
Are they getting access to drugs on the inside, do you think?
He never talked about that I know of. I don't remember hearing him say that, but I know that drugs are available inside prison. So that's another problem as well. There's several things to address, and at some point in time, we have to take a look at just what exactly it is we want to get out of prisons and then put the resources in there to do it. And I'm not sure that they have the resources.
I've heard you talk about how people often compare his antics to the movie American Made with Tom Cruise in it. And that was his life for a while, just crashing planes, stealing planes and smuggling drugs and stuff. I mean,
I think that, and if the story ended there, and I've had people, when I'd start telling them about the book, I've had people tell me, well, that's been done. I said, now, wait a minute, you got to hold on. But another thing about Freddie, when he gets out this last time, he tells Billy, he said, Billy, I don't want to meet anybody. I don't want them to know who I am, and I don't need to know who they are. So in order to do that, Freddie used to put camouflage on his face and wear fatigues. And he would do that to try to hide his identity. And he never told any of them who he was. Billy knew, of course, but the rest of them in the group did not know. So they had to give him a name, so they nicknamed him Rambo. And that's how they knew him, was Rambo. And the funny thing about it is that as people began to get knocked off in the organization, they began to talk somewhat. And they began to tell the story about how Billy Deacle was involved in this. And there was this other guy that they don't know who he is, but they call him Rambo. And so the federal government indicted Rambo. Rambo and Billy were indicted for like 3 years before they were caught.
So the government didn't know who he was, and they said, we are indicting Rambo.
They're indicting this character named Rambo. That's the name that they had. So now, as the investigation went on, they began to suspect strongly that Freddie Crow was Rambo, but they couldn't prove it. But then Billy gets arrested, and it's in his trial. They began to bring other witnesses back in, and during that trial, they were able to definitively say that Rambo is Freddie Crow, and Freddie gets arrested while Billy is in trial.
Right. Did Billy? I don't know. What's the formal way of saying rat him out? I can't think of a more neutral way. Denounce him.
No, Billy did not. No, Billy did not cooperate at all. He took it on the chin. Now, Freddie, on the other hand, when he gets arrested, he gets thrown into the jail. There's also another character in the book that just really shines. Freddie has an older sister named Bobby. Bobby helped raise Freddie, and she helped raise him right. She tried her best to make sure that he had a good, firm foundation when he was growing up, and then she took him to church regularly, and made sure that he at least had the knowledge. And I think all of that came back to Freddie when he's sitting in that jail cell. It begins to dawn on him that he's made some bad decisions, and he realizes that there are consequences for those decisions because he's looking at a life sentence with his record and the amount of drugs that they could put on the organization and all. Freddie makes the decision to cooperate. He decides that he needs to burn his bridges with the smuggling world and openly cooperate with the government.
But is that because he was brought up well, as you say, by his sister, or was that because he was scared of being put in prison for the rest of his life?
I think he was scared for getting put in prison for the rest of his life, and he realized that what his sister had taught him was the way out. I believe that's the way it went.
That's a kind way of looking at it. Some might say he just wanted to save his own derriere.
Well, yes, and that's been done. Let me tell you, that has been done before. But then you have to take a look at the changed life after that.
Okay.
And I think you see that he was sincere. He made it a point to develop new friendships and put the old ones away. I mean, this book is a lot about friendships. He had the friends as he grew up as a child, and they separated and went their different ways because they didn't agree with what he was doing, and he develops new friendships like Billy, but then he has the friendship of his sister who was with him from birth and all through all the bad. And even though she didn't agree with anything that he was doing, she just wouldn't give up on him. Then there's the friendship that he developed with a lady named Sandra that ultimately became the one and only Mrs. Freddie Crow.
Right. Yes, that's right. Just to go back a minute, though, he never actually got caught, while flying, while smuggling, or anything like that, did he?
He got caught with the 250 pounds in the car.
Yes. Yeah.
He got caught with that, but with flying, he never actually. No. He did not.
Sounds like quite a good system, isn't it? I mean,
They were quite successful. They were. They were flying, usually like every other month, and bringing in anywhere from 650 to 1,000 pounds of load, and they flew enough that they made enough money that money became a problem. They couldn't use banks.
That's filling up the plane, is it? Is that sort of filling up? I remember reading at one point about how, like, if you get too greedy, it will sort of sink the plane.
Well, he told me that he had a problem with getting greedy because he just kept telling them to put more in. And then when he went to take off, there'd be so much weight on it that the pressure from the plane popped the doors open. So, and you don't want to be flying around with your doors popped open. So they'd have to take some out. But there was so much money, he had to hide it in PVC pipes and bury it in the woods. And that's kind of been the joke among a lot of my interviews is, because Freddie forgot where he put it. Not only did he forget, when he went off to prison, he wound up with a 10-year sentence as opposed to a life sentence. So he went away for 10 years, and during that 10 years, we got hit with 2 hurricanes in the area. And they were bad hurricanes, and they changed the terrain tremendously. And when he gets out, he can't find his money. And that was kind of a running joke around here about, go get Freddie and go look for some PVC pipe. But
wait, what's PVC pipe?
That's a plastic pipe. It's used for like water lines, or sewer lines. He would get the like 8 inches across pipes and fill them full of money and then cap them off so they're watertight and bury them.
Right. So that they're probably out there then, tens of thousands.
Yeah. I kind of expected a gold rush to hit Century when this book came out. Everybody get their picks and shovels and hit the woods. But
yeah, I'm in Berlin right now. I'm just going to look up if they've got any direct flights to Florida. I'll be out there in a minute with I guess not a metal detector, but a plastic pipe detector or whatever.
Well, that's the problem. There's no way to really detect it. I guess you could get ground penetrating radar maybe and find it if you knew where to start.
So why can't you, I suppose because it's not safe, but you can't just take it back to your house because somebody might come and investigate or someone might rob you. Is that right?
Well, he did keep some in between the mattresses and quite a bit, but he had more than that, so when you're into business, you never know when the police are going to come knocking, and you don't want them to, you keep everything else hid, and you don't want to have a load of money like that you can't account for. So,
how much do you think he was making? You said he was going every other month. Like, how much do you think he was making each time?
I'm not sure. A lot of it depended on the size of the load and all, but
are we talking tens of thousands?
Oh yeah. It's it may have been up to 100,000 or so, or more.
That's what would it have been? I guess a day's work.
Right, a day. That's just flying down there because he had his people who distributed it. Once he got back, he didn't get out on the street and sell it. He had certain people that took care of selling the marijuana. So, all his job was done in a day.
It's not a bad way of making money. I might have to look in a career change because, doing this podcast, I'll have to work for about 20 years to earn what you did in a day.
Well, but then again, can you do the time?
I couldn't last a minute.
I don't think I will. But no. we were talking about, whether or not Freddie did it for the right reasons or not, when he talked about. I have to tell you that I saw such a change in him. I can tell you when he got out, one of the things that he did was after he got sent off to prison, I left the sheriff's office and went to work at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And my very first case was Freddie's cocaine supplier, the person that he got his cocaine from. So I knew this from the interview that I did with Freddie. So I called him back out of prison and he testified against his cocaine supplier. And when I took him back, that's when I took him back to prison and we had a real nice conversation about him changing his life and all. And matter of fact, I told him, I said, Freddie, it ain't like you got a lot to do right now. Why don't you write a book? But whenever he went to get out of the car, he asked me, he said, do you mind if I call you? And I said, sure. I mean, thinking like a cop, here I get somebody inside the prison that can give me some information and all. So I said, sure, give me a call.
Is that how you started to become friendly?
That is how he kind of started, because he did call me. He called me every now and then. The phone would ring and he'd just be calling and just said, I'm just calling to check in and see how things are going. So then after it got time for him to get out, the last call he made to me, he said, would it be okay if I came to see you? Well, at this point in time, I'm still thinking, yeah, well, I guess it'd be all right. I just couldn't be, but just a little bit of doubt in my mind about why would you come see me? But I told him, come on, it'll be all right. So he did, but he didn't just go see me. He went to see the prosecutor. He went to see the other agents, involved in the case. And there was a common theme behind all those visits. And he was more or less just apologizing and wanted everybody to know that he was through with what he had been doing. And it wasn't just to us. He apologized to his family. He had a lot of fences to mend there, and he went to work trying to mend those fences, and even people that he didn't even know. Freddie was a very easy person to talk to, and he would start talking to them, and before they got too far in the conversation, he would stop and he would tell them what he had done, because he wanted them to know who they were talking to and what he had done. And if they had decided that they didn't want to associate with him, he wanted them to make that decision right then.
Yeah, that's it's a common literature trope. That's from the Rime of the Ancient Mariner, the albatross and everything. The curse of the albatross is that you have to go around telling everybody you meet the crime that you did in order to earn some form of redemption that would never fully come. And I suppose Freddie's story is quite literary in that sense, because he doesn't fully get his redemption. Well, I suppose he does, but he's sort of punished in a way, isn't he, by what happened next?
Well, he is somewhat. But I also want to say that he didn't stop with asking forgiveness with just us. He sought his forgiveness from God as well.
Yeah.
Because he knew that was something he needed to do. He winds up marrying Sandra and everything's going good. He's got a business going and life is good, and he develops a pain in his side and he goes to the doctor and that's when he learns he has terminal cancer. And that was a tough phone call. He called me not long after he found out and just wanted me to know. And I think that's when our relationship really changed. You know, he had been, he had even been an informant for me when I was at FDLE after he got out of prison. And it wasn't for proactive cases because he had burned that bridge and I didn't really want to see him trying to build it back for any reason. His information was just valuable to a lot of agencies. They just wanted the opportunity to sit down and learn what Freddie Crow knew. And he came in and I sat in on all the interviews. And matter of fact, after one of them, I told him, I said, Freddie, you know what we need to do? He said, what's that? I said, I think we need to put you on the stage and sell tickets, because he was very entertaining. A very entertaining person to talk to. But then he called me and tells me that he's got terminal cancer. And that's when the Christian inside of me sort of kicked in. I felt compelled to walk with him during whatever days he had left. We became real good friends. As time went on, he needed some help getting to and from the doctor because Sandra had to go to work, and I would help out with that, and I would go over to his house and sort of do the things that he was no longer able to do, and he was seeing things that needed to be done, because he knew that he wasn't going to be around.
How were you feeling? Was it losing a friend?
Yeah, in the end, it was very much like that. It really was. Because I'd gotten used to him. Freddie grew a garden up until the last few months that he was alive, and you know, he would fight through the pain to just raise a garden because he liked sharing what he grew, and he would whatever he had I didn't have, he would give to me, and I would do the same to him. You know, there were certain things that I had that like there's a like a southern grape called Scuppernons, muscadine, that right. I have vines, and he loved those things, and you know, and I'd give them to him, and but yeah, it was very much like losing a friend, and it was hard to watch him deteriorate, you know, and seeing him in pain, and the last day that he was home. He had gotten to the point that Sandra could no longer take care of him. And so they had made the decision that he would go to the hospice house for his last days. And I went over there to sit with him while they were waiting for him to get there. And when I walked in the room, I really didn't know what to say. And I still don't know what to say. You know, there's just times where words just aren't enough. So I asked Freddie, I said, would you like to pray? And he said, I sure would. And that's what we did. We prayed. So there for a while, it was just the three of us, me, Freddie, and God. And it was a prayer of thankfulness. Just thankful for Jesus, what he did on the cross, and thankful for putting us together, me and Freddie, and just thankful to have someone to go to at times like this when words aren't enough. And so it was a good prayer. And when I looked up after it was over with, he had tears running down his cheeks, and he took his right fist and beat his chest and said, I can feel God in me. And you know, it was a terribly sad moment, but it's now the moment that I look back on whenever I get sad, because there's just so much comfort in hearing him say that. And I guess that's one of the things I'd like for people to get out of the book is that there is comfort there if you ask for it.
Yeah. Because it's very frustrating, his life in a way, because he was finally on the straight and narrow and then it was all taken away from him. How do you see that as part of the narrative? I mean, I'm not a religious person myself, but
well, Andrew, here's how I see it. I believe that we are put here on this earth to serve God. That's our purpose. That's the way I see it. And there are times, there have been cases where a person serves God greater in their death than they can in their life. And I think this is the case.
It was a pleasure speaking to Ed Hudson there. Doesn't he speak beautifully about a very touching topic? It's a fantastic story, and I'll just remind you, you can find As the Crow Flies on Amazon and see photos of Freddie Crow and Ed Hudson on Ed Hudson Author on Facebook. I'll stick a blog up on my andrewgoldpodcast.com as well. Again, I don't share Ed's religious belief, but that doesn't mean I can't find his view of things quite poignant. I didn't know Freddie, so I can't judge. I suppose I'm quite cynical because I think it's easier to repent once you've been caught. But Ed believes that Freddie saw the error of his ways and chose the righteous path. In any case, it is a story of redemption, and I think even us non-religious folk can enjoy a story like that. It's why The Shawshank Redemption is so many people's favourite film. Redemption seems to just be ingrained in us as an integral facet of entertainment or human story. Anyway, that's enough of that analysis. Buy the book, go to his Facebook, find the video trailers for these episodes on Twitter and Instagram on andrewgold_OK. I've had quite a few new followers of late, and I love interacting with you all. And make sure you're subscribed to this podcast. Leave a review on Apple if you can find a place to do it. It's incredibly complicated for some reason. Last week's episode with Rebecca Sharrock, who is autistic and has a condition called HSAM, which means she is able to remember every moment of her life back to the womb. That story seems to have touched a lot of people. One woman commented on Instagram, I won't say her name because I've not had time to ask permission, to say, loved this episode. She reminds me of my son. He is autistic and has incredible ability with memory. I just went and told him about Rebecca Sharrock, and before I finished talking, he said, oh, she's like me. So I asked what he could remember, and he was like, lots of things, being in the hospital. Which time? I asked. He said, when I was born. And then he got all emotional, which is what he does when he remembers things, good or bad. I never push him further when this happens, as I don't like upsetting him. I've never heard of anyone else that recalls life events like and it's been so interesting to listen to an older person that has similar experiences. Thank you to you and Rebecca for this. It really means a lot. I love getting comments like that. I don't earn any money from the podcast at the time of talking, so these are the things that keep me doing it into the early hours. If you haven't yet caught that episode, please do. It's just the one before this one, and it's absolutely fascinating. I tested her memory by getting her to finish random sentences I called out from Harry Potter, and she was able to do it flawlessly. Otherwise, Adam Atticus commented on Apple Podcasts alongside a 5-star review. Fascinating topics and guests, very well executed. Thanks, Adam. That's not the first time you reviewed with that name. So who are you, Adam? I want to know who you are. Get in touch. Another was Bored Med Student, who said, took my virginity. So this is the first podcast I've ever listened to and found it to be fascinating and witty while exploring some rather dark issues. Well worth a listen. Well, I can't argue with that. Thanks, Bored Med Student, and hope you're not too bored while you're operating on people and stuff. Next week is Lloyd Evans, an ex-Jehovah's Witness, who has a thriving YouTube channel and a lot to talk about regarding religion. I've always found the Jehovah's Witnesses fascinating, and don't know all that much about them outside the book White Teeth, which is one of my favorites, by Zadie Smith. So if you want to do some homework, read up on that. That's one of my favorite books, and everyone loves that book, White Teeth, Zadie Smith. I'm really looking forward to talking to him and getting that one out there, and I'll see you guys then. See you next week.